and welcome to today's session on digital marketing. Do you know, friends, that according to Statistica.com, 62% of the world's population will be online by October of 2023, which means that about 5.3 billion users. And learning skills such as SEO, SEM, content creation, CRM, and social media marketing. You can get an entry level job as a digital marketing specialist, such as SEO analyst, social media specialist, with salary ranging from 4 LPA to 7 LPA. And as per your experience increases, you would be promoted to high paying role as a social media marketing strategist, digital marketing manager, or digital branding head, with salary ranging from 19 LPA to 20 LPA. Sounds so promising to build this career in this domain. But before we discuss our today's agenda, do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon. So first, we are going to discuss about introduction to digital marketing. Then we are going to learn about traditional versus digital marketing. Then we are going to learn about types of digital and traditional marketing. Moving ahead, we are going to learn about pros and cons of digital marketing and traditional marketing. Then we are going to learn about different types of digital marketing. Moving ahead, we are going to discuss about Google Analytics. Then we are going to learn about segment fundamentals and criteria. Moving ahead, we are going to discuss all about social media marketing. Then we are going to learn about 4 pillars of social media marketing. And at the end, we are going to end our session with different types of social media platform.
Why are we in this digital marketing class? Why can't we just do traditional marketing? We have been doing marketing for generations, guys. It's nothing new, right? So what is so special about digital marketing, and why should I leave everything else and go to this? Is, guys, today, if you wanted to buy a mobile phone, how would you buy a mobile phone? Would you go to that local shop and you would ask a person to show you, the local shopkeeper, to show you 10 different versions of the phone? Or would you do something else? How would you buy a mobile phone today? Let's talk about that. All right. So how would you buy a mobile phone? Would you go to the local shop and check out various phones, or would you do something else in today's day? We go to Google, we search for best mobile phones online, buy mobile phones online. We check out some of the reviews and ratings. If it's got a 3-star review, you're not going to buy that. If it's got a 4.5 star or a 5-star rating, you will check out that mobile phone. You will go to Amazon, you will go to Flipkart, you will compare it, and then you will make a decision by checking out on a Tech Guru website. Maybe you would go to a techguru.com website and you would check out some of the reviews and ratings. You would maybe pursue some YouTubers and ask their opinions. Maybe you have got those influencers, and these are the people who will tell you what is the best thing to buy. Am I correct? Right? So we do not buy it. We also go with the promoted product at times, and at least to try. Great. All right. So that's awesome. So yes. Now, what is wrong with traditional marketing? Why didn't people go for traditional marketing? So before we understand digital marketing, we need to know what went wrong with digital marketing. Why did the world suddenly evolve? Why did we have to evolve, and what is wrong with this method? So let's compare traditional marketing versus digital marketing. Let's start our journey with that. All right. Let's see how that goes. Cool. All right. Let's talk about that in depth. All right. So let's forget about digital marketing. All right. So people were throwing away papers that business spend a lot of money on. Right, Amber? That's a nice answer. And due to limited options, great answers by everyone. I think I'm seeing a lot of you can say experts in the class, and I would like every single person to contribute. Let's try not to make this a boring session. Let's try to make it highly interactive. Meher says target audience can be customized through traditional marketing. Target audience can be customized through digital marketing, you mean, right? And target audience has moved up. What was wrong with traditional marketing? When we talk about traditional marketing, let's talk about the various types of traditional marketing. So let's forget about digital marketing for the time being. Let's say we don't have the internet. Oh my God. We don't have a mobile phone. Double oh my God. We don't have a computer or a laptop. Just imagine living in a world like that. So 30, 40 years ago, your parents used to live in that world. and there was no internet, there were no mobile phones, and people were still living in those days. Okay, the good old dark ages. So the things are different now. We know that. But then let's talk about traditional marketing. So what if I wanted to promote my products? Let's say I wanted to promote my my training program, but I don't have the internet. I don't have Facebook. I don't know what is Google, and I want to promote my products. What would I do? Please help me. Please will use newspaper ads or lovely, great interactions coming there. So newspaper ads, that's one form of marketing. So newspaper ads, magazines, or what I would simply call, shall we call it print media? All right. So that's one thing. Distributing pamphlets and flyers. That's great. Yes, Jaya. So the notepad is there so that I can show the students what we are doing. So I would like to retain that. That will help things make things a little clear. All right. That's why I kept the thing. So I hope it's okay. Thank you so much. All right. Let's talk about. All right. The third thing, boardings, posters, banners. Yes, right. Then we have, or what we would simply call as out of homes. Okay, OOH. In-store brandings, mail outs. Okay, mails. All right. Promotions on newspapers, traditional. All right, all right, all right. Let's see what else did we put. Seminars, very nice seminars and workshops in key metros. Word of mouth marketing, very nice. It really works. Word of mouth marketing, agreed. All right. Let's try events exhibition. All right, through free sampling, awesome. Yes, thank you. Free sampling, really good standards. Okay, cool. So there are amazing ways in which we can do marketing. We'll talk about some of these BTL activities. All right, so now let's talk about some of these activities versus BTL activities. So what's wrong with this traditional form of marketing? I forgot to write about radio and TV. All right, so let's explore some of these forms of marketing. Okay, so please tell me what is wrong with pamphlets? Why did we stop using pamphlet distribution? What went wrong, guys? Okay, yes, in-person client presentation, one-way communication, and circulating to industry associations. So let's say I hire somebody to stand outside of a very crowded railway station, or stand outside a crowded mall, or maybe distribute pamphlets from people who are just coming out of, what is that movie, KGF 2, or people coming out of Doctor Strange movie. Okay, lots of crowds go there, right? So you're sure of getting a lot of people coming out from there. What's wrong with pamphlet distribution? Problem with pamphlet distribution, let's say I'm distributing 10,000 pamphlets. Okay, paper got expensive, but doesn't mind. I don't mind. I'm a rich man. I can afford pamphlets. I can afford paper. What's wrong? What's wrong? See, not sure of the target audience. Very good. Pamphlets are not suitable for all business categories, and you won't get your target audience. Absolutely correct answer. So what's happening is I distribute pamphlets outside of a railway station, and what's the problem? There's no targeting. It's random. I'm distributing the pamphlets to a completely random audience. Problem number one. Problem number two, there is no feedback. I'm distributing the pamphlets. Is anybody reading the pamphlets? 99% of the pamphlets become bhel puri in the evening. Okay, we eat chana singh and bhel puri inside that. Most of the pamphlets lie down there in the dustbin, and as someone earlier rightly pointed out, most of the the paper goes waste, and that's a very big crime. You're breaking, you're damaging the environment, and you're still not getting any business out of it. So let's say if I were to distribute 10,000 pamphlets, I'm feeling lucky. How many people do you think will I get? How many people will come to my workshop? What kind of conversions are we looking at? What kind of conversions are we looking at, guys? 5%. So if I distribute 10,000 pamphlets, and if I get 5% conversions, that means I'm looking at 500 people. Not going to happen. 500 people, that's too much. Hardly 1%. 1% is like 100 people. Again, that's not happening. I would be lucky, very lucky, if I get 5 to 7 inquiries, and I'd be lucky if I get 1 or 2, 3 enrollments. That's the harsh reality of pamphlets. And pamphlets have got nothing to do with technology updates. It's always been like this. So pamphlet distribution never did work. And as someone pointed out, in most of the industries, it's worthless, right? In certain industries, it might be there, yeah, less than 0.1%. Imagine getting that kind of marks in the exams. Imagine what your mom would do to you, right? 0.01%. So problem with pamphlets and flyers is pathetic conversions. Pathetic conversions. All right, let's talk about newspapers and magazines. All right, what's wrong with newspapers, guys? First question, how many of you read newspapers nowadays? Please give me a 1 in the chat box if you read newspapers. Give me a 0 if you don't. 3 people so far in the class, Harpreet included, who read newspapers. Most of us do not, including me. Okay, so sometimes I guess on and off, all right. Yeah, Ragland also says on and off sometimes. Okay, so most of us do not prefer to read newspapers nowadays. Why don't we read newspapers? We have got Google, we have got Facebook, we have got Instagram, we have got Twitter. Okay, we have got YouTube, we have got WhatsApp. Why the heck should I read yesterday's news? Am I correct? Because what the newspaper does is newspaper gives you yesterday's news. You want the latest news, that's where you get it over here, right? So newspapers work. Okay, pamphlets. Okay, what kind of, okay, forget about the thing. Let's go back 10 years into the past. Okay, in those days, people were using newspapers. People were reading newspapers very nicely. Pre-COVID era, people were still using newspapers. There was nothing wrong with them. Was it working in those times? What is the expense involved? Let's say I want to put an ad on the front page of Times of India. What would be my cost? And what would be my return on investment? Would I have a good ROI out of that? Times of India front page ad, a full page ad, yeah, 1.5 to 2 lakhs is for a 1/4 page ad, and a 6 to 8 lakh budget for a full page ad. Yeah, 8 lakhs, 6 to 8 lakhs. Yes, Karthik, you're perfectly on target. That's the cost. Okay, so you put a front page ad on the Times of India. I'm a rich man, I can afford 8 lakhs. What kind of returns will I get? What kind of returns will I get? Will I get my 8 lakhs back? Or will I get 80 lakhs back? No, 0.1%. Okay. Festive season is crazy cost, he says. Yes. Not sure. Depends on business, depends on the season. So the honest answer is most of the times, most of the newspaper campaigns run in huge losses, and you do not get the return on investment. It's not guaranteed to give you returns on investment for most of the businesses. So if I have my digital marketing classes, it's not going to give me a return. Yes, if my name is Lay's wafers, or if my name is Cadbury's or Thumbs Up, it might work. So certain kind of generic ads, something that everybody consumes, it might work, but there definitely does not work on all the brands. The costing would be astronomically high, and the returns will be pathetic. So I would be lucky if I would get 8,000 bucks, or maybe 80,000 bucks if I was very lucky. But I definitely wouldn't get back my 8 lakh rupees. So that's not going to work. Front page, yeah, right, suitable only for big giants like housing, real estates, e-commerce. And again, that is only for, remember, it is only for branding. It's only for branding. There's no guaranteed returns. Am I correct? Okay, so there's no guaranteed returns. Okay, let's talk. So we understood newspapers and magazines don't seem to work. Pamphlets don't seem to work. Let's talk about hoardings and posters and flyers and banners. It depends on the customer's target. If it is B2C, ROI will be good, like great ads. B2C, in certain cases, yes, right? But again, if it's a business like, small business like a digital marketing training institute, or somebody teaching spoken English or something, it won't work. It doesn't work on small and medium organizations. Only works for large giants, as you pointed out correctly. All right, hoardings, posters, banners, OOH. What about them? Do they work? What was wrong with this mechanism? Why did we drop this? Why are we not doing hoardings, posters, banners too much now? I'm not saying these industries are dead. We are still doing them. But what's wrong with hoardings, posters, and banners? Why can't we do this instead of doing digital marketing? Yeah, come on, guys. Why are we not doing this? That's because Again, used for branding and limited visibility. Absolutely correct. So what's happening with this? Okay, it's great for brand recall. So when I'm driving by and I see your ads in a hoarding or posters or banners, I would notice it. It's a brand recall. But when was the last time you stopped driving your car or you stopped driving your bike or you stopped walking and you called up that person and said, please send this material to my home? We don't do that, right? So it's great for brand recall. It's lousy for conversions. Okay, the same thing applies for mails. When was the last time you had a letter in your home? That was something like 5 years ago, 7 years ago. Am I correct? We don't get mails anymore. That's not working. Again, targeted audience is not clear. They remain constant. Can't do frequent changes. That's another point. Very correct, Dipali and Harpreet. All right. What about seminars? You can't blame seminars. Seminars are well targeted. Well targeted. We have a well clearly defined audience. Why is seminars not working? We still use banners. Radwan says he still use banners in public library, Starbucks. Agreed. Agreed. But then what if I give you some better options? That's what we are going to talk about in today's class. So let's talk about seminars. Seminars are well targeted. What's wrong with seminars? Conversions. How many times have you attended a free seminar, and how many times have you actually bought something after attending the free seminar? Conversions again are as low as 1%. Okay, pathetic conversions. They're good for lead generation. Sometimes, yeah, getting the right audience is also a challenge. Low audience. True, Karthik. Sorry, Kranti. And yeah, Raglan says seminar is very expensive to organize. Conversion is extremely low, Jaya. Yes, absolutely correct. So conversions are pathetic. Costing is very high, and there's no guarantee that you will even get any business out of that. Okay, just imagine doing business that way, and that's how we have been doing business. Events, exhibition, again the same thing. High cost, low conversions. In most of the people running exhibitions run in losses. Not everybody makes profit. Some people do make handsome profits, but they most do not. So there's no guaranteed returns. All right. Now let's talk about seminars in offline model. Yes, offline model. Absolutely correct. It's only, yeah, it's good for lead generation. So you need a team of people to call up and telecallers to get the conversions. Let's talk about radio. We'll talk about word of mouth in a minute. Let's talk about radio and TV, guys. What is it about radio now? What's wrong with radio? Seminars work only if you have a strong assistance team who can convince the TG. You're correct. Yes. So radio, just a simple question again with you guys. When was the last time you heard a radio? Just give me a 1 in the chat box if you listen to radios. Give me a 0 if you don't. Not many people reach radios, limited reach, but I'm sure you listen to the radios only. Mayor also listens to the radio. I'm sure you listen to it only when driving, right? So you don't listen to the IPL match anymore on it. We don't do that, right? Okay, yes. In cars and when you're driving and you have nothing better and you detest the ads, absolutely correct. So we hate those ads. Whenever the ads come, we skip channels. All right. So any which ways, radio is not going to work out. In cars and in podcasts, yes, there are there are ads more than content. True. So why don't we listen to radios nowadays? Because we have got Spotify, we have got Savan, that's Savan, we have got what was that? YouTube, we have got Ghana.com. So who the heck wants to listen to Ghana? Yeah, right. So yeah, WYNK. So SoundCloud. So why the heck would I want to listen to the favorite songs of a DJ when I can choose my own playlist and I can make my own playlist and listen to my favorite songs and imagine no ads. The best part, right? So radio out. Okay. Even if radio was in, it was too expensive. Okay, it's too expensive and not guaranteeing me any conversions. Let's talk about TV. I'm not going to ask you guys whether you're listening, whether you're watching TV. I know you're still watching TV. Of course, TV has also evolved. We have smart TVs. We have got Amazon, Prime. We have got Netflix. We have got Hotstar. We have got this. We have got that. I mean, all those platforms are online. We have got on-demand videos available. We have got YouTube, but TV still continues to exist, right? So what would be the problem? Why wouldn't I do TV marketing? Same thing, people change channels, right, Amber? And used for branding, you don't want TV, just OTT platforms. Oh my God. Answer is it is not just expensive, exorbitantly expensive, very, very costly. So it would cost me anything between 1 to 2 crores to 5 crores just to have a TV ad. So every time Virat Kohli hits a six in an IPL, I want my ad to be shown. You can just imagine the budget. And no, you can't use my photograph there, so I would have to hire either Alia Bhatt or Ranbir Kapoor, and that's going to cost me a couple of more crores. Fine, I don't mind. I'm a rich guy. I can afford that budget, but what would be the conversion? Will I get my 4 crores back? Will I get more than 4 crores back? Again, very, very unlikely if I'm teaching digital marketing. Not sure, isn't it, Sagar? Right? That's the whole point. The visual impact on the audience, that's about it. So I would get branding. Yes, it would give me branding, but would it give me conversions? Would I get my 6 crore backs back? Not at all. Not at all. So too expensive. So this is what we have, guys. Okay, now except for word of mouth. Oh, we didn't talk about word of mouth. So word of mouth is really the best form of marketing. So when you actually look at it, one-on-one marketing, you sit across the table with me and I do the marketing, or you are happy with my product and you talk about my product to someone else, really the best form of marketing. Okay, so what is wrong with this method? Why not continue using word of mouth form of marketing? Anything wrong with this method? Scalable, limited reach, absolutely right. All right, absolutely correct, right? Okay, so scalable and reach. Let's talk about reach. So yeah, right. So the problem with this is reach. I'm building a base here, Abhi, not doing time pass here. So when we talk about reach, how many people can a person, let's say a salesperson, a good salesperson, how much can a salesperson reach? What kind of people can this reach? Maximum, how many people? Let's say the boss has given a target of 5,000 people to target in a month. Won't work. No matter how powerful, how super duper that salesperson is. Okay, you can't even, yeah, 20 active per day, right? 1,000 people or so, it's not possible. It's too much for a person. You'll need a big team to do that, right? So your reach is limited. You can't go beyond a particular figure. Versus Instagram. Now in Instagram, 5,000 people is a small figure. Okay, what if I told you I want to reach 5 million people? How long would it take on Instagram to reach 5 million people? How long would it take on Instagram to reach 5 million people? It would take a few seconds, like 10 seconds. Absolutely correct. Right? Isn't it? So you see where we are headed. Right? So even though word of mouth is really the best form of marketing, what's happening is digital marketing really has certain characteristics that are not there in traditional marketing. What is lacking in traditional marketing? What is lacking in traditional marketing? Point number one is targeting. We have absolutely no clue what is the target audience. Point number two is it is a one-way communication. It's not a two-way communication. It was simply one-way communication. Here I am transmitting my message on radio, on TV, on newspapers. I have no idea how many people are actually, how many people are being reached. Okay, how many of my pamphlets became Belpuri and how many people actually saw my newspaper ad, how many people actually heard my radio ad, how many people saw my TV ad. There's no way of getting that feedback. It's a one-way communication channel, right? If I'm transmitting, are people receiving? I do not know, right? Yes, limited reach, consumer behavior not mapped, absolutely correct, Anusha, right? That's working, all right, and lack of interaction with the customer, absolutely, right? So when we talk about digital marketing, and the most important part is it's very expensive and there is there has been very poor conversion, very poor conversion. That's a fact, right? That's absolutely a fact. After the ad display or launch, there is no clear way to track the customer and too expensive and not getting good returns. Absolutely correct, Sagar. So now let's talk about what's right with digital marketing. All right, so let's get started, guys. Let's talk about digital marketing. All right, so we know what is marketing. All right, and so we will not get into too much of depths about what is marketing. We already talked about the physical forms of marketing. Let's talk about the four pillars of marketing. One is customer value, cost, convenience, and communication. All right. So customer value is what kind of value do people expect? What exactly do they need? And at the end of the day, if I really want to make my audience happy, I need to know what is it that they need on the whole. When we talk about the cost factor, I mean, this is one of the most important and the key factors. You would buy a particular product based on one thing and one thing only. The first thing that you would see is the pricing. And of course, the secondary aspect that you would see is quality. Again, that depends on the kind of audience we are catering to. We'll go into that detail a little later. So there's something called as the perceived cost, which we'll talk about at length in you can say the second section of this session. Third is something called convenience. Okay, so convenience is like you can say you would really want to get things instantly, and that's where convenience plays a role. So if you want to order food, what would you do? Would you go to that local hotel to buy the food? Nowadays, no. We just press a button on our apps. Yeah, and we call it Zomato, we call it Swiggy, and you press a button and the food comes to you. You press another button and it's raining very heavily, and you want to book a cab. What do? Uber and Ola Zindabad, right? So that's convenience, isn't it? Okay. The next factor and the third factor that we have is communication. So today's generation is more into communication than ever before. We'll talk about communication at length, not talking about just promotions, but communication. And communications involves having effective communication directly with your customer. And that's what digital marketing is doing. And yes, as someone rightly said, the customers have evolved and marketing also has to evolve because of that. So once upon a time, we had published ads, then we had posters converted to radio ads, then became TV ads, and now in 2004 we have something called social media. So guys, what is the first thing that you do when you get up in the morning? How do we start our day? How do we start our day, guys? The first thing that we do, we start our day with mobile phones, with WhatsApp, right? We check our phones, right? Check your notifications. WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, that's absolutely right. Checking your notifications. How do you end your day? What's the last thing that you do before you go to sleep, guys? Again, the same answer. Am I correct? The same thing, right? So that's basically where the eyeballs are in today's world. Okay, the eyeballs are on social media, they are on Facebook, they are on WhatsApp, they are on Instagram, they are on Twitter, they are on LinkedIn, they are on YouTube. These are the channels that we would be wanting to promote in today's date, right? Again, phones, absolutely correct. Yes, Vedanshi and Dipali. Yes, so we talked about traditional marketing versus digital marketing, and we saw some of the benefits of, you can say, digital marketing. Let's talk about what they are. Let's talk about some of the benefits of digital marketing. Now, why is the world shifting towards the internet platform? Why is the world shifting towards the digital marketing platform? All right, let's talk about that. Notepad coming up again. All right, and let's talk about this particular aspect here. All right, yeah, so let's talk about it. Digital marketing. One thing about digital marketing is it is absolutely wonderful at targeting. You can get a targeted audience. Okay, so Google knows what you're searching for. Facebook knows what you like and what you dislike. Am I correct? So if you're using Google or if you're using Facebook to promote, you are promoting the exact thing that they want to see. Let me give you an example. I'm searching for buy mobile phones online. Which ad will Google show me? Which ad will Facebook or Instagram serve me? Yes. Which ad will it show me? I'm going to Google and searching for buy mobile phones online. I will not get random ads. I will not get parachute coconut oil. I will not get dairy milk or thumbs up ads. I will get ads of companies like Samsung, Oppo, Vivo, Redmi, Realme, iPhones.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in digital marketing, then Intellipaat provides a advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
As one class. I will not get any random ads. These are what we also call as relevant ads. The ads are never random. The ads are relevant to what my client is, or you can say my prospect is searching for. And when this happens, okay, when this happens, all right, what is happening? The conversion, what do you think will happen to the conversion? If I'm searching for something and that ad pops up, I'm searching for an electric bike and an electric bike ad pops up, what happens? The likelihood of me clicking on that ad, the likelihood of me engaging with that business is very, very high, right? So that's exactly, yes, platforms selling mobile phones. So these ads are relevant. These are not random. These ads are well targeted. Yes, we are interested in gaining information about that. We will engage with that, isn't it? So we are very, very likely to click on relevant ads versus ads which are completely random with what we are. All right. Option number 3. Okay, so we have targeted audience. We have what relevant ads. The third thing is the ads that we have are contextual ads. The ads are completely contextual to what I'm searching for. Let me give you an example. I'm getting Samsung, Oppo, Vivo, OnePlus, and all that. Along with that, I'm also getting ads of power banks, of chargers, earphones, covers, etc., etc. These are not mobile phones, but they are contextual to mobile phones. These are what we call as accessories. Am I correct? So these are accessories, and whenever you go to Amazon and whenever you search for a mobile phone, they will give you these by saying that people who bought this also bought that. So contextual ads are very useful in getting you that extra mileage, in getting you that extra conversion, or what we call it that add-ons. Okay, gives you that additional conversion which normal marketing wouldn't give. Am I correct? So this is basically what contextual ads do. So one is we have targeted audience. Second is we have what relevant ads. We'll talk about targeting in depth in today's class. As right now we are just in the overview mode. And so relevant ads, contextual ads. The third thing, yes, we have a two-way communication. Radio, TVs, newspapers were giving me one-way communication. I was transmitting. I didn't know whether they were receiving. Now, YouTube tells me how many subscribers I have. YouTube tells me how many people saw my ad. Okay. Instagram tells me how many likes I got or how many followers I got. Google tells me how many people, or you can say Google Analytics tells me actually how many people came to my website and how long were you there on my blog. So were you there on my blog for something like 30 seconds, or were you there on my blog for something like 5 minutes? If you were there on my blog for 5 minutes, that gives you an idea that, yeah, this is working. But if you were there on my blog for something like 30 seconds, it means you didn't like my blog. So I am getting a two-way communication. Over and above that, I can give you a buy now button. I can give you a no more button. I can give you a contact us button. And you can always get back to me. You can email me and you can get back to me. All right. It is a non-intrusive way. It is a non-intrusive way of interacting. Are we referring here to native advertisement in a certain way? Yes, Radwan. And yeah, also reviews. Yes, it is non-intrusive because internet is non-intrusive. I am giving you the ads. You can see the ads and you can get back to me whenever you want. Okay, I've put my ad on a Facebook page. I've put my ad on a YouTube channel. I've put it on my website. You can come, you can watch it, and you can come back to me whenever you like. So this is not like telecalling where I'm disturbing you when you're doing something important. Okay, you can. This is like completely on demand, and you can always get in touch. That's a very, very important thing. But the most important thing, obviously, is the money part of it. What would be the budget like? How much would it cost me to create a YouTube channel? How much would it cost me to tell people, hey guys, I got a new website, please check it out? It's free. So it starts with free. Not everything is free. It starts with free. And for just a few $1,000, okay, I can get like a few thousand likes I could get tens of thousands of likes on Facebook and on Instagram. I can have my YouTube channel promoted. I can have my business promoted. So at the same cost that would have cost me to print pamphlets would have given me 0.1% conversion, whereas this one would give me anything between like, an average 2% to 8% to sometimes as high as 80% and sometimes 1,000% returns on my investment. Okay, and it starts with free. For a few $1,000, this is what we can get. So conversions happen on this platform. It's never random. Conversions will happen, okay, because the ads are very, very relevant. The ads are very, very contextual, and the ads will hit home all the time. We will talk about that in depth. We'll talk about some marketing strategies. We'll talk about targeting, and we'll get on with that. Okay, so that's it. So what we are doing right now is we are building a base. We are understanding where we stand. So that's another benefit of digital marketing. The next thing that we can do in digital marketing is we can have ads that are okay. Any other aspects that you would like to point out, guys, about digital marketing? What are the other things, other benefits? What else does digital marketing do, right? We have got targeted audience, we have got relevant audience, we have got contextual ads, we have got two-way communication, non-intrusive, budget-friendly, excellent conversions, good conversions, reach very right, and multiple ways to speak to your customer. Yes, that's great. Okay, so your reach is awesome. Where can you reach? So your reach suddenly becomes global. It doesn't matter in which part of the world you are in, your reach is global. You can go anywhere, you can sell that product to anybody and every time. Right? Mayor says various means like posts videos globally. Right, I agree. Merits and demerits of the products, you can compare that. Okay, you're talking about comparisons. Yes, we could do that. Right. So your reach is like you can be as local as you want, and you can be as global as you want. We're going to talk about again that in depth when we go into the targeting section there. Okay, the next thing that we can do is we can measure, we can monitor, and we can experiment. What do we mean by measuring, monitoring, and experimenting? All right, so Google Analytics tells me how many people are on my website right now. What are they doing? Are they engaging with it? We have the data of the people. Yes, absolutely correct question. So it tells me how many people came on my website today. What did they do? How many people clicked on the add to cart button? How many people bounced away without buying my product? And what are my best selling products? I can monitor what is going on in real time, and I can experiment. So let's say I'm really not sure of whether I should be running this ad or this ad number A or ad number B. We call it A/B testing in our language. That's the technical terminology of digital marketing. We call it A/B testing. So I check ad A with ad B, and after 3 weeks, I get a figure of how much ad A gave me the revenue and how much ad B gave me the revenue. The ad which works better is the ad that I'm going to promote. Experimentation is easy on the digital platform. Now imagine me trying to do an experimentation with my newspaper ads or TV ads or radio ads or pamphlet ads. Is going to be expensive, right? So here you can, within a few minutes, you can change your website content, you can change your Facebook page content, you can even recreate your e-brochure, right? And yes, we can also make the changes to ads at a lesser cost. Like it's just pressing the delete button and recreating the ad. A 5 minutes touch up on Photoshop is what we are looking at. Absolutely. The Satish Kumar says it's non-measurable. Agreed. And Deepali says yes, branding and launches makes it easy, and making return in ad spend, conversion, check the bounce rate, everything. How do you do A/B testing? Okay, how do we do A/B testing? So let's say I was running a campaign. Everything was same on a Facebook ad. I was running a campaign the other day, and what happened is we were using the green button. Green button, that was my very, very simple green button with what do we call the call to action button, that was at buy now button. And we got around say 324 clicks on the green button, the buy now button. All we did was we kept the ad exactly the same. All we did was we changed that green button to a red button. We didn't do anything else. We didn't touch the ad. We didn't change the content. Nothing. All we did was we changed the buy now button shade from green to red. Okay. And then we got approximately 894 clicks on that same day. So what do we understand from this? We understood one thing, and that's a suggestion that somebody gave me, that a red button gives you more clicks than a green button. Okay, why? Because red, for humans, red is the color of danger. Red is the color of the blood in our body. We automatically get attracted to that color red. Yeah. So that's how we can analyze what's working and we can analyze that, right? And we saw that the red button really gives you much more conversions. It works. Okay. So you look at, you can check that out. Always that red button really highlights and attracts people's attention. So we just changed that, and we found out that we can get up to 2 times to 3 times more clicks on any given day using a red button. So we ran this campaign. This was an example of A/B testing. Version A of the ad had a green button, and version B of the ad had a red button. That's all we did. I also experimented with my favorite color, blue. It gave me better clicks than the green button, but not as much as red. So I had to shift back to red. That's an example, right? I hope that's clear. All right. So why do we do A/B testing? Are there any platforms, or do you go live? Oh no, we have to go live. We can do it on Facebook, and it's an expensive affair. So you would be investing. I wouldn't say wasting, but you would be investing a fraction of your advertising budget on, you can say, on A/B testing. So let's say if your client has got a budget of 1 lakh, you can take 10% out of that, and you can do that in A/B testing. So so the post has to be live, Karthik, and your advertising budget continues to run. So 10% of your budget, that's around 10 grand, goes in A/B testing. But what happens is your 90 grand is, rest of it is invested properly in the targeted audience, because now you understand your targeted audience. Now you understand what is it that your target audience is more likely to convert, and that is when we will be doing that. All right, I'm sure there are some questions. Where do you find the click rate? As far as click rates are concerned, yes, Google Analytics is a good platform. All right, and there is one more question that's a little lengthy. Let me read that out. My question is, digital marketing needs quite a bit of time to achieve favorable outcomes. I agree. Comparing to certain types of traditional marketing that pays moving marketing, we can get more results right away when launching a new project. What do you think? I do not agree that digital marketing takes longer than one-on-one marketing in all the situations. In most of the situations, you would let's say for example, I'm buying a t-shirt. All right, so I love buying t-shirts physically, right? I don't like to buy t-shirts online. Answering your question, that question was asked by whom? Okay, so let me give you the example of a t-shirt shop. I want to buy a blue color t-shirt, my favorite color. So I go to the t-shirt shop. What am I going to do? See, I love to touch and feel the fabric. I love to wear those clothes and all, right? So how many t-shirts is this shopkeeper going to sell in today's date? With people like me, customers like me coming to his shop, the offline shop, one-on-one marketing, right? There's this salesperson selling t-shirts, and there's me buying the t-shirts. How many do you think he'll be selling in a day? More or less, what would be the figure where we'll be looking at? 10, 20, 50, 100? Let's say 15 to 100,000. Oh my God, 1,000 t-shirts. That's too much. Okay. Unless he's giving that out for a great discount, that's not going to happen. Rather than that's, you have not run a local store. So let me assure you, that's not a practical figure. Assume, yeah, it's not going to happen in a day, Radwan. So maybe 100, 200, maximum 300 in a day. That's too much, man, too much. Okay, now versus putting the same thing on Instagram or selling the same thing on Amazon platform. In one day, how much do you think I can sell now? Very easily, with minimum effort. Okay, I just have to upload. Remember, I'm not selling actively. I'm sitting at home sipping my cup of coffee, and Amazon is selling it for me. I'm not doing anything. Instagram and Amazon are doing the sales for me. Remember, what is Amazon doing? Yeah, Harpreet, 300, 500, thousands. Yeah, I have some of my students who are creating customized t-shirts, and they are selling like 500 to 1,000 t-shirts daily, guys. Okay, so now you tell me which is more easy to sell. You tell me which is less time consuming. How much would it, how much energy would that salesperson have to put to sell 1,000 t-shirts in one day? And how much energy do you have to put in selling that online? See that, right? B2B would be quite another story altogether. But then, yes, you can set some parameters and you can work it out. B2B more or less can mean regular business once you get hands-on with them. Usually, I use LinkedIn. It's an excellent platform for B2B, and B2B would give you again very good leads and conversions at lower cost and by spending less time. Okay, I'm an international trainer, international corporate trainer. I get lots and lots of leads from LinkedIn. I've never met any of my clients. Okay, physically, I've never met any of my clients. How long does it take me to close the deal with them? 15 to 20 minutes. That's about it. Okay. I don't go to New Delhi or Bangalore or Hyderabad to talk to people. I used to do that a few years ago. Now I don't need to do that. Just on LinkedIn, that's all. The ad is done. The money is deposited in my bank account. Thank you very much. That's how it works. Okay. So completely practical experience, right? All right. So I think we got some idea about digital marketing. So yes, that's basically what we mean by digital marketing. We saw the drawbacks of traditional marketing and we compared the benefits of digital marketing. That's why we are on the digital marketing platform. This is why people fall in love with digital marketing. At a fraction of a cost of traditional marketing, we are getting excellent conversions. We are getting fantastic interactions. Okay, that's as I told you, it's a two-way communication platform. Then we have got high time sensitivity. Now, if I wanted to show you an ad on TV or radio, you should be in front of it. If I want to show you an ad on newspaper, you have to have a newspaper. But on the mobile platform, I know for a fact that you're on the mobile platform all the time. So your availability is kind of guaranteed, right? Next is cost factor. So we talked about that, your budget, your cost factor is very, very reasonable when we talk about the digital platform. And when you talk about the traditional platform, whoa, it's all-time high. Okay, let's talk about customization. When you talk about customization, okay, what kind of customization am I looking at? On the traditional platform versus the digital platform, it's very easy to customize anything on the digital platform because it's just a few clicks, and anything on the physical platform is like either very, very costly or sometimes next to impossible to do that. Okay, and that's about it. The second thing is when you're talking about customization, customization can be done only with a selected few who want it. So it's difficult to get the target audiences out there on the traditional platform. Whereas on Facebook, Instagram, and Google, customization can be done, and you can have the targeted audience. In today's class, we are really going to focus on targeting in depth. That's what we are going to talk about. Audience segmentation. We are going to talk about targeting. All right. Pricing. Okay, pricing. When it comes to offering unique and customized pricing options, traditional marketing is challenging to say the least. And when you talk about, you can say, putting the pricing on print media, sometimes it becomes very difficult because then you would have to keep revising the pricing every single day. We'll talk about that again. Now let's understand the various types of digital marketing. Let's talk about the various types of digital marketing. All right. So what are the types of digital marketing that we have got? We have got something called as SEO, that's search engine optimization. We have got content marketing. We have got social media, pay-per-click, affiliate marketing, native advertisements, marketing automation, email marketing, online PR, or what we call as ORM, and inbound marketing. We'll talk about each one in depth. Please help me. What is the first thing that I should be doing when I'm starting my business? All right. I just launched my business. All right. Why should I bother to build a website? Forget about it. Why shouldn't I just launch a Facebook page and start it? I want to save money. Website needs to be done, she says. Just kind of check. Is today's session 2 hours or 3 hours? Is it 8 to 10? 8 to 10, is it? All right. I am. What if I don't build a website? Let me tell you. If Intellipaat did not have a website, how many of you would have joined this class? What kind of impression would you have got? Intellipaat doesn't even have a website. Oh my goodness. See the impact it creates, right? And who will tell me about your products, about your services, if you don't tell me? It's your website who's going to tell me all about your details. That's the whole point, right? Yeah, websites make your business look more legit. Not having a website, it's like having, you can say, not having a shop, but selling your products out there on the street. You don't even have your own website. And what are you doing on the internet? That's the impression that we get. Your first real estate property online is your website. The first thing that you build is a website. All right. So let's say we built a fantastic, awesome looking website. All right. So now, how many million clicks, how many million visitors will I get on my website? On day one, I built a website today morning and now I'm happy. Okay, my life is all set. I'm going to get millions and millions of visitors. We will get zero. Nobody will come to the website just because you built a website. It's a biggest misconception that people have. Okay, I have built a website. Now my life is jingalala. I'm going to have millions and millions and millions of people. Nobody cares about my website. It is 6 months later or 8 months later that I realized that the website by itself means absolutely nothing. Okay, nobody is going to come. Even your best friend is just going to watch your ad for your website for a couple of minutes and he or she is not going to visit your website again. So what do we need to do? Yes, we need to promote it, Kranti. And how do we do that? So now the question is, how do people come on websites? Let's try to brainstorm that. What are the methods by which you come to websites? One thing is right search engine, correct answer. Yes. Any other options? Paid ads, advertisements. We can use PPC campaigns to bring people to the websites. Yes. Right. Paid ads. Anything else? How else do you go? Through search engines, agreed. Through paid ads, agreed. Social media marketing is another way, agreed. Email campaigns, newspapers, newsletters, agreed. Yes. YouTube, done. Right. What else? How else do people come? I will give you my visiting card and I'll tell you, please visit my website. What is that? That is direct URL. You would read the URL from my visiting card or my brochure or my pamphlet and you would type it in. That's direct URL. Okay, people would directly go to the website if they know the name of the website. And yes, Radwan, very nice answer. Influencer marketing. So that's influencer marketing. What exactly do we understand by this terminology, influencer marketing? What does that mean? Affiliate marketing. All right, we have something called affiliate marketing. Awesome. Yes, have someone promote your website. So it's like, let's say Meher has got, you can say 1 million followers. And me, I just built my website today morning. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to approach Meher, Baba, please give me some business. Okay. You talk about my website on your YouTube channel or on your blog or on your Instagram because you've got so many followers. So what does Meher get from me? Meher gets commission from me. What do I get from Meher? I get traffic from Meher. We are both happy, right? Celebrity promotion. Yes, absolutely correct. So that's basically what we call as influencer marketing. That's called affiliate marketing because we affiliate with each other and we get some business. Awesome. So these are some of the ways in which we have influencer marketing and affiliate marketing gives you business through what we call as referral links. So how do people come on my website? More than 80% of the people, greater than 80% of the people will visit the website through Google or what we call as search engines. We get some business from Facebook ads, Instagram ads, Google ads. That's basically paid ads. We can have social media promotions. It could be organic or it could be paid, either which ways. Then we could have email campaigns. That's sending newsletters. So how does direct URL works is what direct URL is me going to Google right here. This is direct URL. I heard of this thing, a company called Intellipaat. So I just go to Google and type intellipaat.com. That's it. This is direct URL. Very, very simple. How do people come through websites? Through lots of options. So one of the ways in which people come through the websites, more than 80% of the people, as we saw, come through to our websites through search engines. Am I right? Search engines, 80% of the people come. Oh my God, I shouldn't lose this business. So what should I do? Now, I want to rank number one on Google. All right. Whenever somebody types, if I'm selling cakes, let's say, whenever somebody types cakes, my website should come on top. If I'm selling shoes, whenever somebody types shoes, my website should come on top. So how easy is it for me to rank number one on Google? Let's take a look. How many people are selling shoes on the internet? How many pages on the internet selling shoes? 384 crore people selling shoes. What is the chance that my website will rank number one on Google for this keyword? 1 in 384 crore is my chance, isn't it? That doesn't sound very possible, right? So what do we need to do is somehow or the other, we need to perform search engine optimization. What do we mean by search engine optimization? Building a website in such a way that it is possible for the search engine to find my website easily. Building an SEO friendly website, okay, or optimizing my website for the search engine is what we call as search engine optimization. It's not an easy task. Okay, so how easy is it for me to rank number one on Google? I showed you the statistics. 384 crore people have to be beaten for me to rank number one on Google. Easier said than done. Is it impossible to rank number one on Google? No. If it was impossible, we wouldn't talk about SEO. So it's possible. Is it easy? It's not easy either, but it's doable, right? So we do have certain tips and tricks and certain techniques up our sleeves through which we can rank number one on Google. That's search engine optimization. So search engine optimization is a big topic in itself, but I think the art and science of building a website in such a way that I can rank number one on Google for a certain keyword is what we call as search engine optimization. All right, so that's SEO. That's the first part of what we are covering over here, search engine optimization. All right, so that's the art and science of ranking your website in the higher in the search engine results page. It increases the amount of free traffic that your website receives. The channels that best the benefit from SEO include websites, blogs, infographics, and so on and so forth. There are two types of optimizations: on-page optimization and off-page SEO. All right, so that was one form of optimization. The second form of optimization, now let's talk about that. All right, what else can we do? So yeah, coming back to the types of digital marketing. The first type was we built a website, we got nothing. We did SEO, and SEO definitely brings huge organic traffic. By organic traffic, I mean free, absolutely free. You don't have to pay anything for it. All right. So now what's the problem? What's the problem? The problem is SEO is free, but SEO is not easy. It's time consuming. How long will it take me to rank number one on Google? The honest answer is nobody knows. It can take me 3 weeks. It can take me 8 months. It can take me 2 years, or sometimes never. Sometimes it's just not possible. If the competition is too strong, I cannot rank for that particular keyword at all, right? So it's time consuming. Anything between 6 months to 8 months is an average time frame to rank on Google for that particular keyword. Easier said than done, right? 6 months minimum. Yes, Radwan, agreed. Absolutely. That's the problem here.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in digital marketing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
Okay, let's talk about SEM, search engine marketing. What is search engine marketing? Search engine marketing is also called PPC. That stands for pay per click. So what is pay per click? It is different from what we call as TV ads and newspaper ads and traditional ads. In traditional ads, we were paying money to newspapers and TV and radio, regardless of whether people are watching it or not. So give me money only when somebody clicks on the ad, and which is why it is called pay per click or PPC. All right. So why do we do search engine marketing when I can get traffic free of cost? Why should I pay for it? Let me save my money and let's go for SEO. Why do SEM at all? Why should I pay when I get something for free? The problem is it's quicker, it takes less time. Yes, Harpreet, absolutely correct. And what happens is sometimes it is not possible for us to rank organically on Google. So when it is not possible for you to rank organically, so let's say if you wanted to take admission in your favorite college and you got less percentages, what would you do? Welcome to India. What would you do? If you get less percentage, you want college admission. Come on, guys, that's an easy answer. Donation. Am I correct? Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Donation. Exactly. The same thing. That's exactly the next college on the list. No, I want the college admission in that college only. So we'll pay donation. So that's exactly the same thing that we do here. We give donation to Google if you want to rank number one on Google. So here, it is going to take you 6 months to 8 months. And here, you get instant ranking. Here you pay the money and there you rank. Of course, it's really not that simple. I'll put that with an asterisk mark. That's not really true. Okay. Because SEM is also an art. Search engine marketing is also a challenge in itself. Okay, it's not just paying money to Google. If it was that simple, everybody would use search engine marketing. It's a little more complex than that. Yes, even after months of SEO work, but paid ads through auctions, but really works. But having said that, there are challenges also because you're not the only person with money. There are other businesses who also have money and they will also pay to Google. So that's the whole funda. There's a whole science behind it. I mean, it would take me 12 hours for me to explain that science to you. All right. That's SEM in depth. It's very, very deep. Yeah, you know that, huh? Okay. Now let's talk about, so that's Facebook. We talked about SEO. We talked about search engine marketing. Now let's talk about the third form of marketing. That is social media marketing. Let's talk about social media marketing. What exactly is social media marketing? Please help me with this topic. When would I use social media marketing? And what exactly is this? So using Facebook, using Instagram, any other platforms? When we want target marketing, right? Okay. Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Twitter, LinkedIn. Yes. Any other platforms? Snapchat, right? Pinterest. These are the platforms that we can use. So I could create a Facebook page. I could talk about my products. I can let the world know, hey guys, I built a YouTube channel. Please visit my YouTube channel on Instagram. I can talk about it on my WhatsApp groups. I can talk about it on Twitter and on other platforms like LinkedIn, Snapchat, Pinterest, and a lot more platforms. So that's basically social media marketing, leveraging the power of social media to promote my business, to promote my services or my products on the social media platform is what we are going to cover in this. Marketing on WhatsApp. WhatsApp, there are two versions of WhatsApp. I don't know whether you're aware, but we have got WhatsApp for business. And it's a very powerful way. It's a very powerful way of this. Yeah. So this is, it has got all the features that you use in normal WhatsApp, but it's fantastic for marketing. Okay, so that's social media marketing. So website, SEO, SEM, social media. What else do we have? What else do we have, guys? Pay-per-click. Let's talk about, okay, pay-per-click. We just talked about that. That was SEM. All right. Now let's talk about, I'll talk about content marketing in a few minutes. Let's talk about affiliate marketing. There's a reason why I'm keeping content marketing a little later. All right, affiliate marketing, or what I would also call as influencer marketing. These terms are sometimes used, you can say they are interconnected to each other, so shouldn't be a problem. So now let's talk about affiliate marketing. What is affiliate marketing, guys? Guide me, please. What is affiliate marketing and what is influencer marketing? We talked about it a few minutes earlier. Okay, so affiliate marketing is promoting someone else's products or services or a commission. Very, very simple term. Through affiliation. Yes. So having someone with followers marketing your brand. Yes. So you could, you can say, appoint an influencer or a celebrity to talk about your brand. That's basically what we call as influencer branding. What do the influencers get? They get money. What do you get? You get business. Win-win situation for both of us. That's affiliate marketing or something. Okay, people earn lakhs and crores in influencer marketing, and there are some influencers who earn almost nothing. Is this celebrity endorsement? Kind of. It's not exactly a celebrity, but yeah, you can say YouTubers or TikTokers or vloggers. If they talk about your brand, so how likely are you to buy, that iPhone 13 if your favorite YouTuber talks about it, right? It works, isn't it? Yeah, mobile reviewers or whatever. I'm just giving you an example. It could be any product. It could be the next house that you buy or the next laptop that you buy. It could be whether you are looking for Tata Play or Geo Fiber. Which broadband will you use in your home? Correct. Right. Let's move on. That was affiliate marketing. So that's performance based marketing where you receive commission for promoting someone else's products or services. Channels hosting video ads and affiliate links from your social media. That's basically what an affiliate marketer does. Is affiliate marketer will create maybe a YouTube video or create a blog, or and what they would do is they will say, hey guys, if you want to buy this product, there's this click on this you can say link in the description box and you can buy it. So what does the affiliate link give? The affiliate link will give you endorsement for high authorities will fall into this criteria as well. Yes, it would, because they are influencers. Anyone who influences you to buy something or do something that you would normally not have done is influencer marketing. So native advertisement is the next thing. This is like content led and feature based on a platform along with the non-paid content. So that's on the right hand side. We have got that content. It's BuzzFeed sponsored posts, and social media is usually on social media ad is basically considered native ads like Facebook. What do we call paid sponsored ads on Facebook and all that. That's basically what we consider as native ads. Now let's talk about marketing automation. All right. For what? Choose native ads. You want some examples of native ads, right? Yeah. Okay. Native ads. This would be an example of some of the blogs that you're watching. Okay. So these three look identical. These two are articles, whereas this one, the one on the left, is a paid article. Okay. That's native advertisement. You sometimes you can barely make them out. Okay. So they look like they are part of the system, and that's where they generate revenue. Here's yet another example. Native ads. Okay, they are in the small font. It's written as native. It's non-intrusive. Well, yeah. So because it's not popping up on your face, so it doesn't non-intrusive. Yes. That's why we call it non-intrusive. Now let's talk about marketing automation. All right, marketing automation. What is that? So this is basically it refers to software that serves to automate your business marketing operations, helps departments to automate your repetitive tasks, and tasks include emails, newsletters, social media, post scheduling, campaign tracking, reporting, and more. What does that mean? Let's talk about that. What do we understand by marketing automation? Meher has answered. Scheduling posts or videos or campaigns is known as marketing automation. You are absolutely right. Why do we need to schedule it? Let's understand. that for a few minutes. Again, this is very much part of our segmentation and our marketing strategies. That's what we are talking about. All right, what is marketing automation? So marketing automation can mean a lot of things. Okay, and it could be an email campaign. It could be a social media campaign. Mostly, it is very, very popularly used in emails and in newsletters. Okay, how does it work? Let me explain this with an example here. Okay, reduce the manual work, consumes less time, correct? So how does it work? Let's say you subscribed to my blog. Okay, what happens after that? Or let's say you subscribe to Amazon, or you subscribe to Netflix. What happens next? As soon as you subscribe, what is the first thing that you get? Nothing happens or something happens? Something interesting happens, right? You get the latest information, you get a welcome email. Absolutely correct. Yes, we get a welcome message. That's the first message that says, hey guys, thank you for subscribing to my channel or to whatever that you subscribe. Thank you for subscribing to Amazon. And you get the first thing you get is a welcome message. And along with the message, it gives you a reminder of how you subscribe. And in case you're subscribed, now 99% of the time you would subscribe based on some kind of incentive. So I subscribe to Amazon, I subscribe to Ola and Uber and Zomato because they offered me something. So we call it a bribe, popularly called as offers. Okay, right? So what kind of a bribery, what kind of an offer did you get? I got a first free ride on Ola and I rode my first Uber for 1 rupee. So that's basically a welcome offer. So along with the reminder of how you subscribe, it also gives the freebie or that offer that they give you. So if I promised you a free Coke with that burger that you buy from me, the next thing is I have to fulfill that promise. Otherwise, you'll not come back to me the next time. Am I correct? So marketing automation involves a welcome message. And after the welcome message, what do? They have to give you opt-out instructions. It is mandatory for a company to provide you with opt-out instructions. Hey guys, if you're not happy with my services, this is how you should log out. This is what you should do to opt out. So please reply with stop on 121212 to opt out of my messages is the instruction that you would have to give to your clients. So in case they want to opt out. Okay, so what happens is this is because of some spam regulations that we have to give this kind of instructions. So this is basically marketing automation where you give a specific welcome message and opt-out instructions. So that is to honor the spam regulations. Okay, we did that. Then what is the purpose of marketing automation? Now the main thing is promos and offers. We keep on giving promos and offers. Isn't that what happens to you every single day on Swiggy and Zomato and Uber and Ola and Domino's and McD's? What do? They keep on giving you offers every single day, right? So are they targeting you specifically? No, these are generic ads. These are ads that are given to almost everyone. Okay. So yeah, that's marketing automation is we get referrals on apps. Okay. App notifications. Okay. So yeah, you could say app notifications. Yeah, that works. So that's basically that's marketing automation, not exactly referrals. Okay. So the sixth form of marketing, we got that. All right. Let's see any other types. Marketing automation. The next one, email marketing. Let's talk about email marketing now. Okay. What is it about email marketing? Email is often used to promote content, discounts, events, and sometimes to direct people and sometimes towards businesses' websites. And there are several types of emails. We have got blogs, newsletters, customer welcome mails, holiday promotions, and lots more. Other types of emails could be tips, it could be informational emails, it could be follow-ups, support emails, etc., etc., etc. There's so many types of emails. Let's talk about email marketing. Now, email marketing. So there are so many types of marketing in digital marketing. Now, if you were to tell me to choose only one form of marketing out of all of these, I would close my eyes and I would choose email marketing. Email marketing is the world's number one platform for lead generation. I'm not kidding you. And it is also the number one platform for conversions. On any given day, email marketing can give you better conversion than Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, LinkedIn, and Twitter combined together. That's how powerful email marketing is. It is one of the most powerful platforms. Usually, and it's a very, very underestimated platform. Okay, people think email marketing, the perception that people have is email marketing is equal to spam. I'm sure you also have that perception. Okay, what are we going to learn in email marketing? We are going to learn how to spam people, because 99% of your mail ends up in spam. Why does it end up in spam? Because you don't know how to create a good email marketing campaign. If you understand that, email marketing would be anything but spam. Okay, it would be with, you can say, the highest ROI. It's not me saying it, it's research done by the DMA. Okay, that's Digital Marketing Association has done a research that says for every $1 spent on email marketing, you can tend to get as high as $44 back. I wish we had known this sooner. We wouldn't have invested that money in stock market or in crypto. We would have invested in email marketing, right? Not so easy, but that's the proven statistic given by the DMA. Okay, and we'll talk about this. Okay, can we get some software in which we can support marketing automation? Yes, we can. So there are tools. One of the world's number one tool for email marketing tools. Let me list them down. Email marketing tool number one is MailChimp. Then there's another one called GetResponse, and then we have what is that? Aweber. So these are the top three, right? Email marketing is good for clothing business, also any business, right? Okay. And if you really want, you're really keen on doing email marketing, just search for email marketing tools, and some of the top tools in the industry are here. So 11 free email marketing tools. There's HubSpot email marketing, Sender, that's Marketo. Yeah, yes, you're right. So it's really awesome. And now, why am I saying email marketing is better than social media marketing? So GetResponse is quite popular here in India. MailChimp is internationally popular. Okay, Adobe Client Console. Okay. All right. So why does email marketing work, or am I just fooling around? Is email marketing really useful? Is it really better than social media marketing? I mean, just think about it, right? We are on social media all day. Okay, for almost 5 to 7 hours, you are active on social media any given day, or sometimes whole day, right? And email, how often do you check your email? Hardly a minute or two in a day, right? Unless you are a professional. So in that case, how can I claim that email marketing gives you at least 7 times to 10 times more returns than social media marketing? How dare I say that? Even though I know that you are using social media much more and you are using email marketing less. Why is this true? No idea. Let's talk about that. Why is email marketing giving you better returns than social media marketing? Let's look at the type of people on social media. What kind of people come to social media, guys? Your email must be crisp and customized as per the customer. That's a given. Window shopping people, the people who come on social media are the people who are usually watching reels. Am I correct? Scrolling, watching reels, consuming memes, reading, chatting with their respective boyfriends and girlfriends. And in short, if you were to explain social media in one line, we call it time pass. Am I correct? Youngsters, Teenagers, the youth, people who have got plenty of free time and nothing better to do with their time. These are the people on social media, right? So now let's say you are engaged in a very serious conversation with your special someone. You're chatting, or you're consuming that YouTube video, or you're consuming that reel, and at that time, if my ad pops up, learn digital marketing, what are you going to do? Ignore, skip. Absolutely correct. You're going to skip. Get lost. Can't you see I'm busy? And this is what happens. So conversions on social media is pathetic, absolutely worthless, right? It's more about creating awareness, right, rather than this thing. Yes, I agree. I agree. So not call to action. We are creating awareness. But then where do I get conversions from? Now let's talk about email marketing for a minute, Radwan. Let's talk about email marketing. What kind of people check emails regularly? Professionals, absolutely correct. Professionals. People who are on emails are the people who are admins, they are managers, they are directors, they are CEOs, they are thorough professionals, right? These are the people who have got money in their pocket. These are the people who are decision makers. More than 64% of the decision makers are on email. And if they like your product, they will instantly buy it. They don't have to ask mommy, daddy. Okay. So these are the people who convert, and they convert easily. The statistics are in favor of email marketing. Email marketing, there is a very, very high possibility. If they like your email, if they open your email, there's a 40%, 47% conversion chance on the same day. What more do you want? That's statistics. That's not me saying this. It's statistics. You can Google it. Okay, so email marketing is fantastic. Okay, so imagine emailing marketing has been there since 1994. Since 1994 till date, if this technology has survived, what does that mean? It better be good. Okay, right? The examples are more, no, the examples are more B2B. B2C, B2B also, yes. B2B, very good if you're using email automation, and if you're using what we call as segregated marketing, we will be using email marketing mostly. Let me give you an example here, how we would use email marketing for segregation. Segregation is today's topic, any which ways. So let me talk about segregated email marketing. There are lots and lots of sites there. So what we call as email marketing segmentation and email marketing. What is that? What is the name of the tool? Yeah, 47% chances B2C. Yes. Just give me a moment, and I'll give you the name of the tool that gives you that kind of a conversion. By the way, we could spend hours talking about email marketing just in itself. Just give me a moment. I'll talk about the tools there. Yeah, Fresco Data and Mail Marketer .in, and then binary tools. These are some of the websites that will give you segregated this thing. I'll show you the first one, this Fresco Data. Let's take a look. This is an example of segregated marketing. So, you are very, very likely to click on an ad if it is relevant to what you are searching for. So this is an email marketing tool which allows you to segregate data. It's already segregated by country, by industries, by job roles, by specialist lists, and a lot more. You go to click there, and you could see the email list would include people who are from, as I told you, decision makers from countries across Africa, Middle East, Europe, Latin America, North America. And when you search over here, you would get data from over 60 plus countries, 10,000 plus attributes to suit your email campaign, and you could have those emails blasted across lakhs and crores of people at the press of one button, and completely automated. You wouldn't have to do much. And let me show you, that So that's like the audience targeting, email listing, direct mail marketing, mobile marketing, and lot more. All right. So that's basically they sell databases. Yes, database companies. Yes, and you could buy databasing for, yeah, that's binary clues. You can check out binary clues. So they sell databases for something like a few $1,000, and yeah. So just the other day, yeah, this is like B2B companies right here, and let me show you the kind of databases that they provide here. Yeah, this one. So this is what I want to show you. Segmentation of database by department. So that's engineering, financing, HRs, IT guys, legal guys, marketing guys, media and communication. You name the segment and it's already segmented and it's already sorted. Okay, there's contacts by industries. Okay, that's education industry, retail industry, real estate industry, pharmaceuticals. Excellent for B2B, by the way. So that's like Delhi, Chennai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Pune, Toronto, Ottawa, USA, Canada, you name it, it's there. Okay, so this is like well segregated data. We can paste this in the we can't paste it from the chat window. How do they get this data? How do they get this data? They use extractor tools. Okay, there are several ways. I mean, one way you can get segregated data is by making people stand outside of the railway station or making people stand outside the mall and say, sir, lucky draw, lucky draw. What happens? You fill up the form, right? Not by cookies. No, not by cookies. Let me tell you. You make people stand outside and ask for a lucky draw. How many times have you filled up a form in the mall expecting to win that lucky draw? I've done it several times. I never got the lucky draw, but what they got is they always got my data. I'll give them my correct address. I'll give them my correct phone number. I'll give them my correct email address because I'm expecting to win the lucky draw. All right. That's one way. Not only that, there are tools available that can snatch data from the internet. You can now, wouldn't you like it if you could extract the data from your competitor's website? Wouldn't you love to do that? Wouldn't you love to extract data from Facebook groups, right? There are ready-made hacking tools, and my dear friends, it is not illegal to use these tools. The entire email marketing industry is using these tools. Okay, let me demonstrate one of those tools today. I use it all the time. Let me demonstrate that. And yeah, it's part of our email marketing segregation class. I've got tons and tons of extraction tools here. Okay, I could show you. I mean, the other day I had approached these database companies to share me a sample. I said, before I buy your database, I want a sample. They give me 10,000 emails just as a sample. They said, sir, we have got crores of database. 10,000 is nothing for us. Just take it like that. Okay. So I have those crores of databases also on me. 75% of the data is genuine. 25% of the data can be fake. And you can use a tool called email verifier. And whatever emails are fake, you can approach those providers, and they will replace it to you. They can replace it. And is it worth investing in buying a database? The answer is absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. If it is paid, it's generally 75% genuine. Yes, Satish Kumar. And I can assure you that in the second time, when they give you the rest of the database, 95% becomes genuine.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in digital marketing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
And that's not bad. All right. So I was about to show you my extractor tool. Let me do that. Is it taking so long for it to? There are tons and tons of this thing. So verify email address.org, verify email.org. I'll try this one. Yeah, this one. Okay, this one works. So here, you type in your email and see whether the email is genuine or not. Just click on verify now. Okay, it checks the email. Syntax is fine. you're getting an SMTP reply, it seems to be valid. Thank you very much. Just like that. And you can verify that in bulk. You don't have to type 1111 email address. If you've got crores of them, it feeds it. Of course, that's in the paid version. That's in the paid version. The free version doesn't give you that much. The paid version, but it's really worth the effort. Okay, so you can check and you can return back the database that is needed. So this is how we can segregate, we can buy, and I'll probably have a lot of database to show you here any which ways. Now there's my live database is here. Okay, so category wise, I have retailers, I have agriculture, apparels, Ask Me database, automobiles, B2B emails, brass, bulk SMS word. I could go on all day. CEOs, proprietors, business people, city-wise database, name a city, and I have the database here. I bought all this. Okay. So, I mean, and the email database, that's emails. This is like popular cities wise. Mobile database, there we go. Okay, this mobile wise, pin code wise, I haven't even opened that. B2B database, and then we have online sellers. Over and above that, I think I have Truecaller database somewhere. Yeah, here. So Truecaller wise, that's Delhi, Gujarat, Haryana, Maharashtra, Mumbai, Chennai, Hyderabad, Bangalore, you name it, it's there. Okay, it's like this is like 2.5 crore database with me right now. Okay, so how do you email marketing? I mean, how do we run email marketing campaigns is something that we will be taking up in depth. So yes, it will be very, very important. How do we do that? Is 2 emails or 3 emails a week fine? So again, that depends on the audience and the products that you're promoting. Because if you keep hammering me with your brand too much, I might get fed up of your brand and I might unsubscribe. Okay. So there is an art and science to it. In tomorrow's class, I'll cover that in depth, how we do the same marketing on that. And 8 touch points is usually good. Actually, the answer is 50 touch points. Nobody converts on 1 or 2 touch points. So 50 touch points is where usually conversion happens at some point or the other. All right. So that's how it is, right? How we can extract or steal information from our competitors. Now, this tool doesn't work on all websites, but up to 40% there's a probability of this tool working. Let me just give me a minute to install that tool. I uninstalled it because it consumes a lot of my resources. It's called Email Extractor Pro. Okay, I'll just install the demo version right now and the trial version. Just give me a moment. Nothing like hardcore practicals to get us going. So here we go. So guys, just take a look at the screen. We can extract emails from these options. You can search on websites. That's what we want to do. Okay, you can extract emails from search engines. You can put a URL list. You can extract it from your own email accounts, and it can segregate all the data for you. So really cool thing. If you've got files and folders inside your computer, there's a Word on an Excel sheet that has got some emails. It can club them all together into a single sheet file. So that's not really interesting. The interesting part is websites and search engines. Let me show you the website thing first. The other day, I was just trying to get in touch with somebody from the Mumbai University, and the Mumbai University was not sharing their email address with me. So guess what we did? You know what? So here's Mumbai University. That's mu.ac.in, and remember, it's a HTTPS website. Remember, what I'm showing you is not an illegal thing. It's not hacking. Okay, it's a tool that you can buy openly in the market. Okay, I'm copying this link. I'm pasting it on my website. Just go to my email extractor tool and just click on start. Okay, so just click on the start button. Just click on OK, and it's already started. See the email addresses popping up one by one. The coordinator, the vice chancellor, the director, the email addresses that you would normally not get. Here it's the director's number, email address. If you want the phone number, I can get you that also. If you want the Skype number, I can get you that also. Imagine that. And how long did this take? Okay, it's not going to stop. I better stop it. Okay. Just imagine that. Okay, it doesn't work on all websites. Okay, tried it on justdial.com, it doesn't work. On amazon.com, it doesn't work. But it's there. It does these. There are tools like this. These help you in segregating the data. These help you in downloading the data that you want. How cool is that? I think someone asked me, how these search engines get? How do these people get so much data? This is the answer. All right, it gets better. Okay, it gets better. Let's go to search engines. You can search for your data on search engines. You name a business. Yeah, cool, isn't it? It's really cool. Okay, name a business, name a keyword, and it will search the whole of Google. Okay, the other day I was searching for hotels. If you have another keyword, tell me. And here I'm going to go to scan to a depth of 7 sub layers of my domain. So usually the main domain will contain 2 or 3 email addresses, but scanning 7 sub layers, 7 sub domains for that right thing. The hotels, I just go to start search and click on OK. The whole of Google will be searched for hotels. After you're done with Google, it will scan the whole of Bing. After scanning the whole of Bing, it will scan the whole of Yahoo and so on and so forth. You're not going to live that long. Okay, just imagine. So huge, isn't it? Huge. See, the hotels, Taj Hotels, you name that, Ease My Trip, Ginger Hotels, you name it, it's extracting that data. How much will you pay for this? Does it work on government? It works on everything. Of course, there's no guarantee it will work on all websites. Okay, by the way, both these websites that we scanned were HTTPS websites, but it does work. So it's a trial error thing. You can download this to email, extra, and there are several tools like this. This is not the only one. Okay, there we go. How cool is that? Okay, yeah. So go ahead and play with it. You can do it after the session. That's what you can do. Yeah, definitely look into it. This is not the only tool. There's another one, Atomic. So that's email extractor tools. There's this, this tool called Atomic Email Hunter. I can't see that list right now, but it was a good one. Atomic Email Hunter. Yeah, this is the one. So the right tool. Thank you so much. Thanks for that feedback. So I'm pronouncing it right. So there it is. You can try, if you want, you can extract emails from Facebook. Facebook doesn't like that. So there is a tool called, what's the name of the tool? FB Candy. Yeah, FB Candy. So the first one is Candy Crush. Don't start playing that. We'll go to the third one. It's fbcandy.us. This tool keeps on getting banned by Facebook. Yeah, but FB Candy keeps bringing it back. Okay. So what this tool does is, let's say you are a member of a Facebook group and you have got something like, 2,000 or 5,000 or members, and you would like to approach every single one. Now, unfortunately, what Facebook does is Facebook admins block you from sending promotional messages. You want to target those people, but you can't target them. So what this FB Candy does is, FB Candy extracts emails from your Facebook group. Okay, now these are the people you want to target. So this group is very, very targeted. How cool is that? Okay, and you can approach them now. Isn't that awesome? Right? So FB Candy does that, and that's why Facebook hates FB Candy. Okay, because you're stealing data from Facebook and giving it to the end user directly. FB Candy is a paid tool. Is there anything for LinkedIn? I'm glad you asked. Yes, there is. It's called LinkedIn Scraper. LinkedIn Scraper. Lovely tool again. So there is a paid version and there's a free version. Of course, the free version has limited, and the Phantom Buster or the paid version is really super cool. So there it is. There we go, LinkedIn Scraper. Okay, you want LinkedIn profiles, you want millions of LinkedIn profiles, you got them. Cool, isn't it? So there's a solution. You just need to know the name. That's all. Okay, just need to know the name. All right. So that's how. Please explain more about the FB Candy. So FB Candy tool is a paid version. So what you need to do is you need to buy that tool. and then you go to your Facebook. You just put the URL of your Facebook group there, and within a few moments, it extracts all the data from there. There are tons and tons of them available, and they will charge you something like 1,500 to 2,500 bucks. That's all, a lifetime, not a membership fee, lifetime. What more do you want? Happy with that? Okay, so coming back to our presentation, this may help. Okay, cool. So I think so glad you attended the workshop. You learned something awesome. All right, so that was email marketing in action. We talked a lot about email marketing, marketing automation. We talked about how we can repeat that stuff. Now let's talk about online PR. Okay, what is online PR? Digital marketing type number 8, online PR, or what I would call as online PR or online reputation management, ORM. What do we mean by online reputation management? So let's say Anshul wants to buy a mobile phone. He's interested in buying iPhone 13. It's just come up. So what will Anshul do? Anshul will not immediately go and buy it. Okay, it's quite an expensive phone. So what is the first thing that he's going to do? He's going to check reviews and ratings online. Am I correct? Yes. He's going to check the reviews and ratings. And incidentally, Kranti bought the mobile last week. Anusha bought the mobile last week. And Raglan bought the mobile last week. And all these three of them have given absolutely lousy rating. They've given it a 1 star, saying that it gets hot. Okay. Battery life is low and the mobile hangs. And he says, I've been trying to get in touch with the iPhone guys, but they are not answering my calls. What will happen? Anshul, will you buy the phone now? I doubt it, right? I doubt it. So what happens is, even if you do buy the phone, at least you're going to think twice before you do that. You look for alternative app. A big no is putting. Okay, so that's the whole point. We wouldn't do that. We wouldn't do that because you got a nasty review. Just imagine 3 guys putting a review on iPhone 13 can shut down the sales of iPhone 13. If not shut down, it will drastically reduce it. And that happened, right? I think Ronaldo or Messi, I don't know, one of them, they didn't drink that Coca-Cola on TV, and the shares of Coca-Cola went down by 30%, isn't it? He said, I don't want the Coke, give me a glass of water. Right? That was Ronaldo, right? So 30% shares crashed down. Online reputation management. Okay. That's, Ronaldo. So exactly. The problem is when you are buying something that's so expensive, you are definitely going to check out the reviews. And if you have got bad reviews, managing those reviews and converting them into good reviews is what online reputation management or online PR is all about. So that was point number. Okay, that was the next thing on my list. That was online PR. Inbound marketing. All right, let's talk about inbound marketing. So what's inbound marketing? So there are basically 2 types of marketing. One is outbound and another is inbound. So which one works better? Outbound marketing works better or inbound marketing works better? What do you think will give me better conversions? We're not talking about reach. Outbound will give you better reach. Inbound works better. Why is that true? Jaya and Satish, I agree with you. Inbound is better. Why? Why does inbound give you better reach? Better conversions? You are in control. It tells us direct interest. Yes, correct. So let's say if you get a call from someone saying that please take that that business loan, or take that home loan, or take that credit card, 99% of the time you're going to say no because they approached you. That was outbound marketing. Versus inbound marketing, you go to the bank and ask for the loan. You go to that insurance company, ask for the insurance. Or you go to that SBI bank or ICICI bank and you tell them, give me a credit card. Now, who's in charge? Who's in control? Yeah, exactly, right? So you get your target audience exactly. Now you are in control. You are in a demanding position. That person has come to you. Whose position is stronger? Your position is stronger. This person has come to you versus you going to that person, your position is weaker. Yes, customers coming to you looking for that lead. It's your target audience is a needy audience. These are hungry audiences, ready-made target. So that's inbound marketing in action, right? So awesome. That's inbound marketing. I think we understood that concept. All right. So now let's understand Google Analytics. So we did all these forms of marketing. So we had website, we made a website, we did SEO, we did SEM, we did social media, affiliate marketing, marketing automation, email marketing, and we talked about ORM, and then we talked about inbound marketing. Now, after doing all of this, it is time for us to introspect. Now it's time for us to introspect and find out what's working and what's not working. Let's talk about Google Analytics. What exactly does analytics do? Okay, so Google Analytics. All right, when we talk about Google Analytics now, we are talking about, now the best part is Google Analytics is free. It gives you, in-depth analytics of your website, and it's used to measure the success of your website. I want to see which product is a bestseller. What is giving me the maximum leverage? So it's like, you can say, one of the most popular tools on the planet, and it's the most fantastic way of, you can say, finding what works for my business, what doesn't work for my business. So there is this page tracking dashboard, and that gives you the website content details. Why do we use Google Analytics? Okay, what does Google Analytics give me? How many people visited my website? What do they do? Where do they live? What kind of locations are they coming from? Is my website mobile friendly or not? What kind of traffic comes to my website? Who gives traffic to my website? Which referral links are coming? Or through what channel have people visited my website? What marketing tactics are working most for my website? What is not working? So am I getting more business from that SEO campaign that I ran, or was it through that referral marketing link that works? Is that newsletter working for me, or am I getting more business from the Facebook ad that I ran last week? So it's giving me a detailed analysis of how I'm getting the business, which ad is running successfully, which ad gave me zero returns, which pages are very popular, which pages are people bouncing away from, how many visitors converted into leads, how many people abandoned my cart, and what is the speed of my website? Am I getting more bounce rates? And what blog content do my visitors like? Wow. So it gives me an in-depth analysis of what's working and what's not working. Once I understand what and how people are behaving on my website, what can I do? I can get a much better output, isn't it? If I understand the mindset of my audience, if I understand the behavior of my audience, that's exactly what analytics does. Okay, so that's at the end of the day, understanding what's going on in the brains, into the mind of the audience. And when I understand the mindset of the audience, I can create customized ads and I can generate more revenue, right? So at the end of the day, measuring the success of my campaign, is it working? Is it a failure? Right? I'll show you some practical examples if you want. And I can customize my website according to the feedback that I get from, you can say, Google Analytics. All right, so let's talk about that now. And if you want, I can show you Google Analytics. I can just give you a brief walkthrough of Google Analytics. I mean, it would take me hours and hours to show you Google Analytics in depth. I'll just go to my Google Analytics website, and I'll just show you a couple of them. So lots of my clients' data is there. So this one comes from my clients who are in from Dubai, I guess. Yeah, Dubai, Delphi. That's UAE. But I'll show you the data from another one. So I don't have permission to show you the data from that client. And because it's somebody's confidential data. So I'm showing you this one. So let's take a look here. How many people are on my website right now? It's showing me 25 people on my website live right now. Okay. On which page are they active on? On the home page and on all these other pages that have been listed over here. Which channel give me what traffic? Which traffic channel, which source, which referrals give me how much business in the last 7 days? How many active users? How well is my website retaining users? When do your users visit you? What time of the day? So I think if I were to check out, this is over the last 30 days, I think I'm getting good traffic from 6 a.m. on Mondays to Fridays and getting good traffic up to 6 p.m. from Mondays to Fridays. Which countries? Maximum traffic from United States. Second rank is India. Third is Canada. What are the top devices coming to my website? People are browsing mostly from desktops. 68.9% people coming from desktops. Mobiles, 29.7 people. And tablets, 1.4% people. What pages do users visit? Look at the pages. How many goals completed? Okay, a long list. What are my top selling products? This is what we have been talking about. Okay, so it gives me a good idea. So I should be stocking more of these goods because these are the top selling products in my category, right? Look at the revenue being generated. Look at the sales that are happening. And what are my Google ads? How well are my Google ads performing? Okay, what kind of ROI am I getting? What kind of revenue am I generating? What kind of cost is happening? The whole chart is right there in front of you. So how cool is that, right? And that's just the tip of the iceberg. You can go into the real-time mode and I can check the overview. I can check how many people on the website right now, how many people coming from the desktop, from the mobile, which locations are they coming from? Okay, so here we go. How many from United States? We got 15 people from the United States. Costa Rica, we got 3. India, we have 2 people. United Kingdom, only 2, and so on and so forth. How many from India? Let's take a look at it. Click on it. Okay, 1 from Agra, 1 from, I can't pronounce the same, Hanamkonda. Okay, I haven't even heard of this place. Okay, so this is what's happening right now. And go to United States. 18 people from the United States. Where are they from? This many not said. Cincinnati 1, New York 1, Phoenix 1, St. Jose, Santa Clara, Seattle. Okay, so total 19 guys coming on the website. Where are they from? You can see the chart. These are the places that is giving me that traffic. That's the map. Okay. To show you the content drill down. Yeah, right. Almost 80% plus business comes from mobiles. What kind of traffic sources? Wow. This much from CPC, this much direct traffic. So these many people just typed the name of the URL and came to my website. And this many people came from CPC ads. What kind of content are we looking at? Okay. So this is a content drill down of what kind of pages are most active. Maximum number of people are on this page at the home. This is real time happening right now on the website. This is in real time. Okay, go to events. What events are getting triggered? Regular install, 6 people. Enhanced e-commerce, 2 people. Organic install, 2 people. Okay, conversions. What kind of business revenue was generated? In the last 30 minutes, we had how much? 1 registration, 1 person entered checkout, no purchases. Okay. So go to goal hits in the last 30 minutes and let's see. Do we have a different statistic here? Yeah. So we got 2 purchases in the last 30 minutes. Okay, that's it. So 2 people purchased, 3 registrations done, and 6 entered checkout. Wow. So it's giving you an in-depth analysis. This is in real time. Okay, 30 minutes. The audience menu gives you a complete detail about what kind of audience comes to your website, what kind of demographics, which age, which gender. Okay, let me show you that practically. Okay, so just take a look and tell me which age group is giving me maximum traffic on my website right now. Which age group? Age group 25 to 34 is giving me maximum traffic, followed by 18 to 24, 35 to 44. How cool is that? It's giving me, this is my target audience. So if I know which age group is coming, 18 to 24 people have got a different mindset. 55 to 64 age groups have a different mindset. So you can customize your ad according to the traffic that you're getting. So 25 to 34, 35 to 44, 45 to 54, if you're getting maximum traffic from these three, that's awesome. Because this is the age group which has got the maximum money. Okay, this age group, 18 to 24, they depend on their parents. They cannot buy the goods without asking their parents because they have just started earning 18 to 24. And this age group has to ask their children before they spend the money. Only this age group can take their own decisions. Am I correct? 25 to 54 is the age group that takes independent decisions. All right. Yeah, that's true. Right. Now, let's look at the gender. Which gender is giving me maximum traffic? Males or females? Females, wrong answer. Try again. Take a look properly, guys. Males, Baba, males. Yeah, males. Okay, female is no light blue and male is dark blue. Color, yeah, color. Yeah, okay, color not good on your screen number. Okay, yes. So the answer is females. Males are giving you more traffic. So no males. Dark blue, yeah. Dark blue is males. Light blue is females. Okay, I think you got confused because females are written below that thing. I mean, above that thing, right? That's what confused you. Yeah, all right. That may have confused you. All right. So let's look at it gender-wise, and let's see if the data analytics holds true here. So if I were to go down here and check out my data, okay, let's see what's happening here. We have 3,836 males coming on my website and 3,014 females coming on my website. Whereas look at the revenue generated. Oh my God. Males are only giving me $11,000. Females are giving me $15,000. So on the surface, it looked as if males are giving me more business. But honestly, males are just giving me more traffic. Females are giving me more business. Less females, but more business. Men are doing more window shopping. Girls are actually doing the shopping and running away. Isn't it? See, this can be, yeah. Okay. So this is how, see, analytics, you wanted analytics. I'm giving you hardcore practical examples of analytics. This is how you analyze the data. So the overview, give me a wrong feedback. I thought males are giving me more revenue. Wrong. Males are simply giving me more traffic. Females are giving me more revenue, right? So when you go in depth into analysis, you get the answer. So somebody asked me a short while ago whether this is good for your sales. The answer is 100%. 100%. Somebody had asked me, about sales. So you are a sales professional. Google Analytics will change your life. You need to put it right now. Okay. So let me tell you, why do we use Google Analytics? So if you don't use Google Analytics and you're doing sales, I will say it's like you're blindfolded and you've got a dart in your hand and you're just shooting. Okay, lag gaya to lag gaya tukka. That is how you have been playing. If you do not have Google Analytics, you are not analyzing your audience. You're just shooting in the dark. Okay, sometimes you're hitting the target. Most of the times you're missing your target. But when you do analytics, that is when you get the precise answer. It's a must. If you're serious about your business, it's a must, Raglan. Do it tonight. Okay, put it on your website tonight. Okay, I strongly recommend it. It's free. It's free. You don't pay a penny. Okay, so why not do it? Right? That's Google Analytics. All right. So I guess, I could show you interest-wise, okay, geolocation-wise, there's how many people coming.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in digital marketing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
On my website, what is the language that they are speaking? Okay, so like English, US, in Great Britain, which location is attracting more traffic? Cool, isn't it? Okay, United States, how many people, what kind of revenue is being generated? India, what kind of people? Canada, UK, Japan. I could go on whole day. What kind of technology, which browser are they coming? What kind of behavior are they using on my website? How many returning visitors? How many new visitors? what kind of this thing, mobiles. Which mobiles are they using? How many people coming from Google Pixel? How many people coming from desktops? How many people coming from iPhones? How many people coming from Samsung mobiles and Xiaomi's and whoa. Okay. So it gives you in-depth analysis. I mean, I've just shown you a fraction of Google Analytics. I could go on for 6 hours only on the same. Okay, on this topic. Marketing without Google Analytics is driving without speedometer. Okay, so that's not going to happen. Otherwise, I would sit whole day and analyze Amazon, and I also become a millionaire. Right? We can't do that. Sorry, hidden privileges. Yeah. How does it calculate revenue like in US dollars or in INR? Does it depend on the country? Yes, indeed it does. Indeed it does. Yes. You can set the country and you can send the same. Every time you run a campaign, you can set the currency also. All right. So there is something called as the STP model. The STP model is basically segmenting, targeting, and positioning. So this is basically a very important strategic tool in today's marketing world. If you are talking about the digital marketing world, it's a must. Basically, it's a construct to work upon your customer base. You're dividing your customer base into appropriate target groups and positioning your brand in the market. That's basically what we mean by STP. Here's a lovely example here. So in 2011, there was this company called Orbitz. It was an online travel website. We have plenty of them in India also. So Make My Trip and Ease My Trip, to name a few of them. So this was an online travel website, and they found something very interesting. But they were comparing Mac users with PC users. So today it's like comparing an Android user with an iOS user, iPhone user. Okay, so what they discovered was a person who's using a Macintosh computer is a little more, I mean, exorbitant as far as expenses are concerned. This Mac user would pay $20 to $30 more per night for hotel rooms as compared to PC users who would pay the standard fare. They wouldn't want to pay anything more than that. There's a 40% more likelihood that these Mac users would stay in a 5-star or a 4-star hotel, whereas the normal PC users, there's only a normal chance of booking in a high end or a 5-star hotel. As far as Mac users are concerned, Mac users would want to have an expensive room, even if a normal room was available. Whereas no such thing is happening in the normal, you can say, PC users. The PC users wouldn't mind going to another hotel if the room, a standard room is not available. They would choose Airbnb Plus, whereas the normal users would select standard Airbnb, and these one would choose, Uber Comfort, the highest type of, you can say, comfortable cars, whereas the standard PC users would choose the Uber Pool for ride sharing. So that's like standard ride share kind of a thing. So one thing was very, very clear in this. I would be very interested in knowing whether this guy is a Mac user or this guy is a PC user, especially if I was in the hospitality industry. Am I correct? All right. So that's basically what we have over here. Importance of finding the right audience, targeting the right audience. If I knew that this person is an iPhone holder, if I knew that this person is a Mac user, the chances of me getting more funding from him or her is higher. So that's basically what the STP can do, or what we call as a segmenting, targeting, and positioning can enable. So segmenting is basically the segmentation of the market, grouping the customers based on something that they have in common. Okay, so it's like we can determine the characteristics of each segment, and we can then evaluate the potential of the target audience for commercial attractiveness and select one or more of these segments to target. And third is the positioning part. The positioning is basically detailed product positioning for selected segments and develop a marketing mix for each of the segments. In short, create an action plan. All right. So that's the how do we segment and why do we need to segment? So guys, help me out. Why should I segment my audience? So can I segment people only to what kind of devices they are using, whether they are using an iPhone or a Mac, or can I segment them into any other criteria also? And how would that help? Please help me. Let's have some interaction, guys. So segmentation is basically converting a heterogeneous group of a mixture of so many types of people and bringing them all into a homogeneous subgroup, or segmenting people with similar needs and bringing them under one roof. Okay, so if I understand who is my target audience, if I understand the segmentation, I can target them better. Okay, so how can I segment people? I can segment people according to needs, according to age group, according to demography. You got a point. Let's talk about segmentation. So segmentation can be of several types. Right? Let's talk about that now. We could have geography-wise segmentation. In geography, can we define the audience according to, let's say, country, according to a city, according to the density of the population, yes, according to the languages that we speak, maybe according to climate, according to area, and according to the, if I'm not mistaken. So these are, culture, area, job titles. That's a good point. Done, Lakshmi. Good contribution by you. And combining the demo and the audiences. Why density? All right. So it depends on the kind of products that you're selling. Okay. So I live in a very densely populated city called Mumbai. Here we don't measure things in square feet. We measure things in square millimeters. That's how densely we live in. So if I were a real estate guy, and if I was selling property, if I used, you can say, the keyword ample parking space, people would buy that property because parking space is premium in Mumbai. Okay. Not only that, if I go and sell open spaces, if I go and sell real estate, which has got, you can say, spacious living rooms, people would buy it. Okay. So that's why density would also make an impact. The population would also make an impact. How would climate make an impact? It depends on what you're selling, right? So should I be selling sweaters, blazers? If I'm living in a cold climate, and if I'm staying in a hot climate, I would be selling sweatshirts, t-shirts, and preferably pure cotton clothing. Okay. So that's why it is important. So in different areas, we have got different tastes. Certain countries have got certain tastes, certain cities have got certain tastes, certain cities have certain language preferences, certain climates, necessitate certain kinds of food, certain types of clothing, certain types of living, and that's why geography is an important factor, right? Okay, let's talk about demography. The second factor. What do we understand by demographics? Yes, the one thing is age group. You could customize people according to age groups. So I could customize people according to an age group of 18 to 24, 25 to 34, 35 to 44, 45 to 54, 55 to 64, and 65 plus. What I sell to this age group will not work on this age group. And what I sell to this age group may or may not work for this age group either, right? So we need a different set of keywords to target this audience. We need a different set of keywords to target this audience, right? These are senior citizens. Yes, the next is male and females. Yes, the demography will also talk about gender, in which we can target the, you can say, how do I, what am I selling? Okay, that makes an impact. So if I am selling formal shoes for men, obviously I'm going to target the males audience. If I'm selling ladies purse, I'm very, very likely to target female audiences. I'm not saying that males will not buy ladies purse and females will not buy formal shoes for men. They might be buying it as a gift, but that is a fraction of my target audience. So if I really want to target people, I can target them according to the gender if my product is gender specific. So in that case, I would target according to the age group. I could target according to the gender. And when we are talking about demography, that's not where the story ends. Okay, we could also target people. Okay, that's according to gender, according to their income slabs. Okay, so if the people are living in a rural area, they are not very, very likely to buy an iPhone from me. If I'm an iPhone company, I would like to know the income slabs of the people in that area, right? So if it's a metropolis, I know they will buy lots and lots of iPhones. I can stock plenty of them. I can stock millions of iPhones. But if I am targeting a rural area, they don't know about an iPhone, they don't care about an iPhone. In that case, it becomes necessary for me to show them what, to sell them what. Those local button phones, right? Cheaper phones, 1,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees phones, we don't want to sell them expensive phones at all, right? So that's your income wise. You can target people according to their education. You can target people according to their social status. You can target people according to family and their family values, life stage, at what stage of the life they are in, and their occupations. So that's basically how we can target people according to the demography. Okay, the third way where we can target people, segmentation. How else can we segment the market? Can we segment people according to psychographics, according to their behavioral, right? And psychographics. What is behavioral? Interest, behaviors, yes, okay. Actions taken on the website, right? Yes, okay. So why do we do all this? You can say this homework. Yeah, browsing pattern. Yeah, good one. Tastes and preferences. Other types of segmentation. We are talking about that. Yes, we are talking about that. The other type of segmentations. The third one is psychographics. What do we mean by psychographics, and what do we mean by behavioral? Okay. What can we cover in psychographics? Analyzing the psychology of the people. What are they likely? So, Nikhil, what are they likely to do? Psychographic can be lifestyles. So, how likely? Yes, behavioral pattern. Correct, Nikhil. Buying intent. Yes. Not only intent, but what are they likely to buy? If I were to summarize psychographics in one word, I would call it attitude. So, how likely are you to stay in a cheap hotel which has got leaky pipes and you can say a smelly room? We wouldn't. You wouldn't. I wouldn't. Right? Why not? Because that's the lifestyle that we cater to. We wouldn't dare to do that. There are some people who will consider the rooms that you and me are staying in. We would prefer to live in a deluxe hotel. Okay, maybe a 2-star or maybe a 3-star hotel. But there are people who have got lifestyles such that they wouldn't want to stay under a five-star room. They wouldn't mind paying a little more premium amount to travel anything below business class, right? That's what we mean by 5-star. Yes. Okay. So psychographics, I think we got that part clear. So lifestyles, attitude, purchase behavior. Yes, I agree. The purchase behavior, sale discount offer. Yes, they wouldn't want to buy anything that is like you can say people who prefer luxury goods. They wouldn't mind paying premium amount. Very good answer. Okay. Uh, they would have uh, the AIO that stands for activity, interest, and opinion. They would have concerns. They would have their well-defined personality, their own values, and they would have their own set of attitudes. Yeah, how do psychography works on digital platform? Yes, I will be showing you some examples, right? In fact, I'll be showing you practically on Google Ads, right? So just bear with me, show you how we can target them, targeting on Google Ads. Do remind me. Okay, so sometimes I get carried away with the flow, but we will talk about targeting in today's class. I promise you some form of targeting. Okay, let's talk about behavioral. Behavioral is the art of, now what can I put under behavioral, guys? This is where the buy intent comes. Come on, guys. What do we have under behavior? How and where they spend their money, right? So how and where they spend, a very well defined, Amber. So this is like they are looking at the benefits, where they spend the money. They are looking at their purchases, the usage, their intent. We talked about intent, the occasion. They will look at engagement. So that's where the behavioral thing comes into play. Options, yes, options. True. Very good. Okay, don't we need to know their purchasing power? We need to know their purchasing power, and that comes in demography, income. And by looking at their education, we know their probable income in the future. This guy's done an MBA. This is the probable income. This guy is a 10th standard fail. This is their probable income. Right? Yeah. So we did that. So demography, yes, we did cover, and yes, it is necessary for us to know that also. All right. So now tell me, guys, I got my behavioral things done. I got my psychographics done. I got the demographics done, and I got the geography done. All right. So we segmented the audience. Okay. What else do we need now? Let's talk a little more. Go back to our presentation. Why would I need to segment the market? So the slides give you a very clear reason for it. There are benefits to the organization and there are benefits to the customer. How does it benefit the organization? Okay. So if I know my audience better, I can design my product exactly for the audience. My promotions are no longer random. They are well targeted now. Okay. There is increased customer satisfaction. They get exactly what they wanted. So that's a fantastic reason for segmenting the market. Let's talk about the benefits to the customer. What happens? What does the customer get? The customer gets what they wanted. So that's like convenient, time saving. They always get relevant offers. We talked about relevant offers in yesterday's class. If I'm searching for electric bikes, I get electric bikes ads only. So that's relevant offers. And personalized experience. Personalized, it's just custom made for me. The ad is custom made for me, and that's segmentation. We love segmentation, right? Hassle-free experience, positioning, launch, and target. Yes, great, guys. Okay, quality also, absolutely. Segmenting the market is like hitting the dart exactly in the center, right? So segmentation helps me because the concept is there to identify the clients who need the product, okay, and requirements are unfulfilled. There is a hungry market who is looking for the product that I'm selling. Finding that market is the segmentation part. Okay, I can improve my products. I can give you better products. I can give you better services, and I can satisfy that segment completely. So the methodology is very, very simple. Identify the customer's needs, build a product to cater to those needs, and satisfy the customer with your product. And of course, your product is really, really profitable. So this is one way of segmenting the market. Okay. Now this is like build a product to cater to the needs of the audience. This is called the normal way of marketing. But there is a better way of marketing, right? Okay, by the way, I'm sharing all this in the chat box, guys. Segmentation types, I'm sharing it in the chat box. Now, the other way of marketing is, one is cater to the needs of the audience, of my target audience. And second is build a product and create a market. And the products that I'm selling in Ghana and the products that I'm selling in Pakistan, the products that I'm selling in Canada and in European countries are definitely not the same. All right. So that's basically a big audience, right? So a political scenario would definitely affect it. So what is being sold in Ukraine right now, besides machine guns, I do not know. Okay, but I'm sure it has got a very different, you can say, product segment. So yes, the political scenario would make an impact, a great impact. Yes. So there is that physical environment, that virtual environment does play a scenario there. Agreed. Yes. So now I was coming back to this thing. One way is, you can say, the standard marketing. Standard marketing is very, very simple. Build a product for the market, okay, survey the market and build a product and sell it to that hungry market. Okay. Second is, you can say, elite marketing. Build a product, create a desire for your product. People will not die without your product. They can live happily ever after. But still, you design a product in such a way that there will be a hungry audience. Can you give me an example of such a product? An elite marketing product? iPhone, absolutely, bang on. Perfect example, iPhone. Okay, so iPhone is a very good example of product positioning. It's a very good example of pricing policies. And Geo enters back in 2016, not exactly, but we'll talk about that also. So elite marketing, yes, that has petrol or oil. Ouch. We'll talk about that. So right now we'll take up Ninar's point first, that is iPhone. And yes, so what is an iPhone? Okay, deep down, an iPhone is just a phone. Okay, iPhone users will definitely not agree with me. I'm an iPhone user myself. Okay, so you will not agree with me when I say it's just a phone. Okay, because the perception for the iPhone is, it's not a phone, man, it's an iPhone. Can't you see that? Okay, so yeah, exactly. There's a brand around it. So if I buy a phone, just a normal phone, it's going to cost me a few $1,000. Now, if I were to buy an iPhone, I would have to shell a lot of money. A normal phone is available anywhere, but when you want to buy an iPhone, people sleep outside those iPhone stores. They spend sleepless nights. Okay, so now that's it, right? Isn't it? So they prefer to sleep outside. I want to be the first one to buy the iPhone. It's not the phone itself, it's the buzz around the phone. Which phone are you using? Oh, you're using an Android phone. Oh, I see. Oh, you're using an iPhone. Wow. So it's that wow factor that has been created. It's that buzz that has been created. Having an iPhone in my pocket is not just a phone. It's what I would call as a status symbol. And That's why people prefer, they don't mind paying a premium amount for it. Hmm? People say, I will sell their kidneys to buy that iPhone, right? Just because so that I can show it off, right? Easy to impress your girlfriend or your boyfriend if you have got iPhone in your pocket. Isn't that true? So that's elite marketing. Build a product, create a need and a desire for your product, right? Convenience pay from home. Yeah, UPI. UPI is a good example. Absolutely true. Yeah, so there's no need. You create a need for it. Okay, so that's what Steve Jobs was very good at it. God bless his soul. So that's an example of standard marketing. So one way is to cater to the needs of the audience, and second is to create a need for the audience. All right. So let's talk about product positioning. All right. What is product positioning? With the same features, buzz is what matters. Rather than absolutely. Even if you find a different brand with the same features, buzz is what matters. So, how do you think Samsung made touch phones? Do you know what happened? How did Samsung invent touch phones? They copied it from iPhone. Samsung was making iPhones. Samsung was given the charge to make iPhones. I'm sure you know that. And this one, Apple sued Samsung for making touch phones. The touch phone generation has come because of Samsung, and Samsung operated from iPhone. Yes. Samsung and iPhones have nearly the same features, And still, an iPhone is an iPhone, man. You can't compare, don't even dream of comparing a Samsung with an iPhone, is what you will tell me. So, do you know, I happen to be a proud user of an iPad. I bought an iPad just so that I could show off when I went to Singapore. Okay. Now the problem is, I have been a computer and a Dell laptop user for almost 20 years of my life. And suddenly I went in an iPad only with the intention of showing off to people that, hey guys, I own an iPad. What happened is I couldn't make the presentation. I couldn't share the data with people. Too much of security, too much of this and that. These features are not working, that features are not working. Just because you have got a Mac, it's not compatible with this, it's not compatible with that. At the end of the day, when I went to Singapore, I had to beg somebody to give their Dell laptop, and my iPad was lying out there. So at the end of the day, I saw that it has a lot of cool features, but when it comes to sharing or when it comes to downloading some software, when it comes to doing this, when it comes to doing that, there's a lot of mess. iPhone users, I'm sure you will agree with me, right? Very irritating security and so many compatibility issues. But so what? It's an iPhone. I'm going to use an iPhone, right? That's called that's called the bus. Okay. So my Dell cost me 25% of what my iPad cost me. But today I'm showing you this presentation on my Dell laptop. I'm not using my iPad. My iPad is being used by my kids to take photographs, beautiful quality photographs, or nothing else. It's a very expensive camera for me, nothing else. I can't use it. There's an honest, blunt answer. Okay. But if you ask me to buy a Samsung phone versus an iPhone, guess which one will I buy in the next time? Again, an iPhone. Status symbol. That's all. Right? So by setting trends, yeah. So trends, I mean, let's talk about trends. Setting trends. What kind of trends? People wear half-tone pants nowadays. Jeans, half-tone jeans, not half-tone, like 90% tone, man. And they call it.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in digital marketing, then Intellipaat provides a advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
Style, they call it trends. It's trendy. You can't understand this. Right. So, uh, boom jeans. Wrangler. Yep. I wouldn't want to wear something like this. I can't call this half tone jeans. That's like 90% tone. We call it a trend and it works. Okay, that's what trends are. Okay, product positioning. Let's talk about product positioning now. How to create a buzz. It doesn't work with all. Am I right? Right. We are going to write content and we are going to hypnotize. We are going to mesmerize people with what we have to say. People will not buy anything unless you utter some magic words. In today's class, I'm going to show you some mantras, some black magic words, so that people will buy from you. And that's what we call as content marketing. We're going to talk about that also. Okay. So yeah, quite an action-packed session today. Let's talk about product positioning first. So product positioning, going back to the slide. All right. So that segmentation, I think we got a clear picture of the segmentation, and we understood the difference between the segmentation. So it's identifiable, it's substantial, it's accessible, it's stable. Your segmentation is differentiable, and at the end of the day, you can take action on the segments. How do we segment our customers? We talked about that geographically, demographically, psychographically, behavioral-wise, and the benefits sought. Okay. And next, the basis for segmentation, we have got the why. That means, why do the customers make the decisions they do? This is very, very important for us to understand. At the end of the day, segmentation is about one thing and one thing only. What is going on inside the head of my client? If I understand the mindset of my client, I can sell them anything I want. Okay. What is that dialogue that is going on in the mind of my audience? If I can understand that, I can write the script and I can sell them that particular product. The first thing, now let's say, for example, let's say I'm giving an ad for a gym. So how impressive is this ad? Okay, lose weight now. How impressive is it? Ad. Nothing interesting, right? Complete. Come on, it's pathetic. So how do I make it impressive? Okay, the photo of a bodybuilder would help. Agreed. Yes, that would be the imagery part of it. Agreed. And what should I write to attract people? Okay. So instead of writing lose weight now, which is quite boring, Gold Gym is a good example. Can you give me, Jaya, if I want someone to join my Gold Gym, what should I write? Cult Gym, huh? Okay. Cult, yes. Okay. But what should I write to attract people's attention? Come on, join my gym. Lose weight within a month. All right. That sounds good. Okay. Anything else? So lose weight in a month. Okay. Guaranteed weight loss, much better. Guaranteed weight loss. Really kind of works, Raglan. I like that. Lose weight without keto diet. Okay. I'm not sure what's a keto diet. Because honestly, because I've never needed to lose weight. Okay, but that's great. Okay. I'll accept that. Additional yoga and Zumba classes, too harsh dieting. Okay. Keto diet is too much harsh. Okay. All right. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Keep your body fit. All right. And lose weight or get what you paid. Okay. So money back guarantee. Professional trainers, best in the city. Right. Yes. Transform your body, 100% cash back if no weight loss happens. Awesome. Right. That's good. Good title. Organic weight loss. Expect results in 2 months. All right. So let's try something here. Okay. So one way is let's understand the journey of the title. So one way is we'll go gradually. So first is an average title that says lose weight, all Jaya's fitness gym now. All right. So that's an average, not so hot title. So how can we make it a little more catchy? So they lose weight, can say lose weight instantly. Instantly is that magic word that works wonder. Calls Jayas Fitness Gym, okay, or not call, join Jayas Fitness Gym today. Slightly better. Okay, let's make it a little more interesting. Okay, so wait without exercise. Okay, now you got my attention. Oh, without exercise. What is the one thing heavy people don't want to do? They don't want to exercise. It's a lot of hard work. Okay, let's make it even more interesting. Lose weight instantly. So instantly is a magic word. Without exercise, that's great. And oh my God, without giving up your favorite. What's going to happen to Jazz Gym now? House full. Am I correct? Still the same thing, isn't it? So Jazz is not going to have space for other people. So, writing that great headline is sometimes making all the difference. That right headline, that catchy headline, that title is making all the difference. This is content marketing at its best. Let me give you a scenario. Okay, there's a typical ad by a financial advisor. The financial advisor gives an ad that says, "Hi, I am a financial advisor with over 25 years experience. I can give you good financial advice. If you wish to use my services, please call me on 1234567 or email me on blah 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 xyz@financialadvisor.com." How's this for a title? Pass do 3 pages in this in 3 months and get a free ticket to Dubai. Wow. Some gym agency is going to take you up on this for sure. Awesome. All right, coming back to my typical ad for the financial advisor. How many conversions do you think this ad is going to get? Is it good, bad, ugly? How is this ad? It's a pathetic ad, below average. Exactly. And this is what everybody writes. Okay, hey guys, I'm a CA. Come to me. If you want my services, come to me. Thank you so much. Okay. Not going to work. So, how do I make it a little better? Let's say versus, let's try something catchy. Okay. Now, I'll write a big multinational company pay a huge government penalty of $1 million just because they did not have a small license document that would have cost them $50. Don't let this let this happen to your organization. If you want sound financial advice, run your business smoothly and just all away. My name is Raya and I have 25 years plus years experience as a financial officer. All Raya now. Right? What do you think works better? Right? Statistical evidence, yes. So here you're scaring the hell out of them first. This could happen to your company. So please don't let this happen. Okay, what you're doing is you're storytelling. You're giving them a reason to come to you. What is the previous one doing? The boring stuff. Okay, here I am, guys. I'm just lying idle. I'm not doing anything. Please come to me. I need your business. That's what this line is saying. And what is this line saying? I am here to help you out. Big difference, isn't it? So at the end of the day, your titles make a big impact. Yes, help the consumer to, to take that financial decision. Right. So what kind of a headline would you like? What kind of a headline would you write? I'll just share this with you in the chat box there. What should be the subject line to this? We'll come to that in a few minutes. We're just coming to titles first. Now, if I'm a wedding photographer, what kind of a title can I write? Okay, I'm the best wedding photographer in town. Average. So let's say if I'm a wedding photographer, blogger or something. Let's say if I'm a blogger. So learn best wedding photographs or photo shoots. How's this for a title for my wedding photography blog? Delivering best moments of your life. I like that. But there's no keyword there. Yes. We capture moments, not pictures. Lovely. Anshul, love you for it. Awesome suggestion. Okay. We capture moments, not pictures. Wow. That's good. Okay. So learn how to take best wedding photo shoots. Can I make it better? Let's see if I were to write something like 11 things wedding photographer will ever tell you. This is the title of my photographer blog. What is it going to think? What is it going to happen? Do you think I'll get a few clicks? More than a few clicks, right? So if this is what YouTube does all day. Just go watch YouTube to see what I mean. All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Here's another one. Shocking report reveals what you must know about digital marketing. What do you think is going to happen to this blog? Right? Viral. Yeah. So it's the title that attracts people's attention. If I'm writing an article on buying a new house, if I'm a real estate guy, I would write something like warning. Not buy that until, oh my goodness. Anusha, okay. Until you finish reading this. Yeah, we need to observe how marketers are playing with similar kind of psychology. Exactly. That is what this is all about, right? Content marketing at its best. Don't you think I'll get tons and tons of clicks on this? Right? Sharing all this in the chat box with you guys. There we go. So headlines make that impact. The warning and free gets you into spam for emails. Sometimes it does. All right. Now, let me share a story. There was this lady author. So she wrote a book titled How to Make Men Want You. So she wrote this lovely book, and it was a very nice book. So she printed in all 5,000 copies, and in 2 years, she was able to sell only 2,000 copies. It was a fantastic book, but didn't sell very well. So she decided to, sell off the rest of the copies in that, the garage sale kind of a thing, and sold it in kilos and all. So one of these copies fell in the hands of a publisher, a renowned publisher. He read that book. It was really awesome. So he said, there's a future in this. He approached this lady and said, let's do a partnership. You give me 80% of the take on the books and let's publish. So she said, any which ways, I couldn't even sell my copies. So 20% is a fair price. So, okay, given, I'll give you the 80% royalty. The publisher did only one thing with the book. He only changed the title. The entire book remained as it is, cover to cover. The only thing that he did is he did not touch the content, not even a single word. He only changed the title and it became an international bestseller. What is the title he gave? Just how to make him beg to be your boyfriend in just 5 days. International bestseller. That's all. Okay, nothing changed inside the book. She couldn't sell 5,000 copies, and this one sold 1,000,000 copies, and he got 80% of the royalty. Moral of the story: brainstorm the title, forget about the content. All right. Too much, isn't it? It's a fact. And by the way, this is not something that I'm cooking up. It's a fact. All right. Okay. There was another one. The impact. Now, what we are talking about is we are talking about human psyche here. What is marketing? What is segmentation? And what is targeting at the end of the day? It is understanding the human mindset. If you, as a marketer, understands the human psyche, you can do anything. All right. So let's see how we can do this. So there was this holiday resort, and this holiday resort ran an ad for married couples. They decided to retarget some of the married couples who had come on honeymoon a few years ago, and they decided to retarget those married couples. So this holiday resort ran a lovely ad: bring back romance in your life. Fantastic title. It went good. Okay, lots of traffic. But then what happened is they involved somebody like you and me, a content marketer, a content writer. So this content writer, he just changed only one letter in this thing, only one letter, and suddenly the traffic jumped by 1,700%. Just one letter, not even one word, not even one line, just one letter. He added just one word, one letter, and it skyrocketed the sales. Sales shot up by 1,700%. Whoa, you know this one. Correct answer. The correct answer. Brings back romance in your life, Priyanka. Right? So instead of bring back, it says brings back. Oh, life to wife. Oh my God, Mayor. Okay, yes. So brings back romance to your life. What is the difference between bring and brings? What is the difference between bring and brings? Bring says you have to do it, and brings means it will be done for you. So I'm a lazy bones. Okay, this brings it to me. Yeah, huge difference. You have to put in effort, correct, Meher? Whereas in this case, it will be done for you. So the sales shot up by 1,700% just by doing that. Now, the other day, I was writing an ad for a slimming pill. So there was this call to action button by now. Very boring call to action button. So I decided to change that call to action button to something more interesting. So instead of writing buy now, I just decided to write that button, just replace that button saying, yes, I want to be slim and trim. Whoa, my sales shot up 3 times. Yes, I want to be slim and trim. 3 times directly more sales. And then I read this article about bring back romance to your life to brings back romance to your life. I said, let's see if I can integrate this formula here. So please help me. Can you use that bring back and brings back thing here and change my thing? I did that, and my goodness, my sales went through the roof. This was 20 times higher than before. So guess what I wrote? Makes you slim and trim, right? You got that. Makes you slim and trim. So I wrote here, yes, me slim and trim. Okay, that's what I wrote. Instead of yes, I want to be slim and trim, yes, make me slim and trim, and 20 times through the roof. I don't want to do it, you do it for me. How cool is that, right? Really, really works. Here we go. So that's content marketing all-time high, right? So these are some of the magic words that you put in. Okay, that really works. Let me give you yet another example. Okay, I think we are enjoying today's session. How to hire a financial advisor. This was the title of a blog. Okay, by the way, how to is not a bad title. How to followed by anything works. Okay, you write how to is a magic formula. When you write how to, let me prove it to you. Okay, let me prove it to you why how to works. Okay, so here I'm on YouTube showing you how to stuff. So on YouTube, like how to works like anything. All right, so let me show you how to tie a tie. How many clicks? 96 million views. This guy's become a millionaire. Okay, just by showing you how to tie a tie. Okay, 40 million views. All right, so that's one thing. Okay, how to wear a sari. 3.4 million views. Okay, how to apply mehendi. I mean, I could go on all day showing you all that. Okay, this is fine. Even stupid things like how to boil water. Can you imagine the number of views it got? 256 million views, sorry, 65,000 views on how to boil water. That's all. Okay. It gets worse. How to open a door. It's a 16-second video that shows you how to turn the knob. And look at the views it's got, 3.4 million views. What more do you want? How to open a door. Okay, and there is part 2 of this. Okay, they made a sequel to this one, how to close a door. 3.5 million views again. Imagine this. And I'm not cooking this up, okay? So, how to wash your hands, oh my God. So, see, the bottom line is, the point that I'm trying to make is, anything that you write after how to has got a potential chance of going viral. And I'm not kidding you. But how to works fine. But I'll show you how to make it even better. So let's talk about that. How to as your magic formula. So we tried how to, and then we decided to ditch how to, and we decided to do something better. So how do I make how to hire a financial advisor a little better? Help me out with this, guys. Help me out. How can I make this better? Come on. Help me, guys. Looking for a financial advisor. Follow quick 3 steps to hire a financial advisor. Good. Yeah, you guys are doing good. All right. So we could take a small step first and hire an experienced financial advisor here. That's good. How to make your wealth grow. That really works. Great. So how to hire the right financial advisor is where we started our title journey. How to save yourself from taxes. Awesome, Meher. Yeah. So this was the second title that we gave. We were not too happy with it. The right financial advisor gave us a little more click, but we were not really happy. So what we did is we added some more jazz to this. We put up your dollars in your pocket. I like it, Harpreet. Lovely. Okay. Next thing I did is I said 7 things must know before you hire a financial advice. Much more clicks. Then what I did was I played around with titles, put the first letter capital. Okay, that's all I did. Guess what? I got a lot more clicks than this one. But this one gave me a lot more clicks than this one. This makes it a little more readable. Okay. So that even the you can say the uppercasing thing works better. Okay. Worried about your financial goals, beta an advisor today. 5 things you must avoid before you hire a financial advisor. Okay. So coming back to my thing, how did I make this even better? Okay, 7 things you must know. This time must, full caps. Impact on the word must. And then what I did was added some more jazz here. 7 alarming things you must know before you hire a financial advisor, and into brackets, not knowing these could cost your company. What do you think is going to happen to my traffic? Yeah. All right. We are still not done. We could make it even more. Okay. 7 shocking things. Okay, like let's say I could make it, the punchline, the final punchline, finally revealed, dot. 7 shocking things before hiring a financial advisor. Number 3 will what's going to happen, right? Cool. So there we go, guys. This is the journey of our title. Okay, the journey of the title. So from where did we start and where did we end? So this really works. We got quite an idea. I'm shared in the chat box there of how this works, right? So we need to understand the mindset of the people. So I told you there are certain tried and tested methodologies. Okay, they really work. It doesn't matter who the audience is. There are certain magic formulas which are always going to work. Okay, there's no doubt. Rather there is zero doubt about you can say whether it will work or not. So hypnotizing people, mesmerizing people by your magic formula, by your, you can say, other things. So there's a now someone earlier asked me about the formula. Is there a formula behind it? So I call it my ultimate headlines formula. And my ultimate headline formula is numbers. There has to be a number somewhere. There has to be an adjective. There has to be obviously the target keyword, because at the end of the day, we are digital marketers. We need keywords and we need a rationale, and you have to make a promise. All this needs to be fulfilled. Okay, I give you an example. Okay, 11 ways to lose your weight in just 5 days or something like that would work out. Or it could be simple steps you can take to speak better English in just 21 days. So this is an ad that I gave for an English speaking class. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in digital marketing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
Huge conversions. Where is the adjective? Simple and better. Well, the target keyword, speak English. What's the rationale? The steps that you can take. And what's the promise? You will be able to speak better English. And what's the number? Just 21 days, guys. Okay. This is the ultimate headlines formula. Okay. You have to talk about whenever you're writing a formula, you have to address your audience. Sorry. Okay. So remember, you need to understand your target audience. And this is why we are having this class today. First, you need to define your audience. Who is your target audience? Who are you talking to? See, on the online platform, this is very, very critical. Okay, in the offline platform, you are having a one-on-one conversation with that person. You can understand that person by their behavior, by their talks, by their, you can say by their body language and by so many factors. Now, on the website, there's no you and there's no me. Okay, it's just the photograph of your product talking to the client. So you need to define the audience. You need to write your content with your audience in mind. Who is my audience? Is it a he or a she? What are their, the second and the most important point is what are their pain points? What's their problem? So define their problem. All right. Second is explain the benefits of your product. How will your product or your service solve that problem? If, my dear friends, if you are able to answer this question, I will give it to you in writing. You can sell anything on the planet to anybody. Okay. People do not mind paying money if their problem gets solved. But the first thing is you have to identify their problem. And for that, you have to identify who they are, what is their need, and how your product can completely transform their life forever and ever. Okay. So what hell are they living in? And promise of heaven coming from your product. Right? Problem number 4, or you can say point number 4 is generate curiosity. Make them curious. And finally, create a sense of urgency. Why now? Today. Okay. Only for today. Hurry. Limited time offer. How many times have you bought something from Amazon because there was only a limited time offer? How many times have you stood in the queues of that mall simply because they had, you can say, a flash discount or a flash sale? You know what I mean? Offer ending soon. Yeah, cool. And yeah, that's it. So just take it and play with it. You can change your life, guys. This is more than enough for you to build a career. Big gold sale, Ajo live big gold sale. Yeah, wow, that also works. Huh? Cool, isn't it? Right. All right, let's go back. All right, so there was this case study, again, a very interesting case study of these millennials. So millennials are the guys who are under their 30s right now. So millennials are, you can say there was a separate study found in the consulting group, and we found that there is a common point. There was this Boston consulting group, and they ran different campaigns for different consumer bases. And you can find out a generalized marketing campaign, or you can say campaigns for very, very specific this thing. So the purchase behavior of the customer is like basically recency, frequency, monetary value of what the customers are purchasing. There is something called as a customer loyalty and the customer journey. So what do we understand by customer loyalty? Let's talk about that. Is it an important factor? The loyalty, the customer's loyalty, very important factor, right? Yeah. All right. So exceptional product value. All right. So let's talk about customer loyalty. How does that matter? So, you know, there are 2 ways of selling a product. One way is for me to hire a celebrity. I could hire a celebrity and I could tell that celebrity or an influencer to sell my product. A big celebrity to sell my product. So let's say I have a hotel. I'm the proud owner of a restaurant, and I want an influencer to say this is the best hotel I ever visited. What would be impact of this endorsements? They were, but what if I told you I can give you something better, something much better than an influencer and a celebrity? How can I make it better? So instead of using a celebrity, okay, I would use a common man. Okay, a simple man versus a celebrity. Who wins? Hands down, you'd say the celebrity wins, right? But that's not the case. Let me share an example. Okay, how this works is, let's say I have, let's say you are going to your restaurant. What is the first thing that you do when you enter that posh restaurants? What is the first thing that you do when you and your family enter into that posh restaurant? The first thing that we do, the most important thing we do, we take selfies. Am I correct? Right? If you've ever gone with your kids, selfies. Okay, so hey guys, here I am in my favorite restaurant. My kids do that. My daughters do that. So I order this, you can say, yummy, delicious, cheesy cheese pizza. Okay, and just when I'm about to put my teeth into that pizza, my daughter snatches that pizza from me. You're not going to eat it. What's the first thing they do? They take a selfie, they upload it on Instagram, and until they get those 200, 300 likes, they don't allow me to touch my food, man. Okay, we take selfies, we upload it as a WhatsApp status, we put it on Instagram, we put it on Facebook. I'm telling them, hey guys, I'm enjoying my favorite meal in my favorite restaurant with my family. What is that doing? You are building a brand for your restaurant. And you know what? My review or my Instagram update will have more impact than if I had paid a celebrity. Okay. Because that was a celebrity talking about your restaurant. The celebrity, you know deep down that the celebrity is getting paid for it. Okay. But when a normal person is saying it, it has a much bigger impact. Okay. If there are a few hundred people who are saying, this is my favorite restaurant, this is my favorite restaurant, this is going to have much more impact than a celebrity saying that. Don't underestimate the power of the common man. Okay. That's the moral of the story. Okay. That is going to have a huge, huge, huge impact on your bottom line. But this is, when a celebrity talks about it, we call it a brand ambassador or a brand endorsement. But when a normal person does it, when a common man does it, this is called brand advocacy. What this means is, mouth-to-mouth publicity is the best thing. So what happens is, you are not just going to my restaurant and eating the food there. Now, if you have a friend and your friend is asking for suggestions, guess whose restaurant you will talk about? You enjoyed food in my restaurant. You're going to tell them, please don't go to this restaurant. Please go to that restaurant. Like Domino's, you're going to suggest your friend, okay, don't order that pizza from, Burger King. Don't order that pizza from Pizza Hut. Please order it from Domino's. Domino's is much better. Okay. Why do you say that? What has happened is you have become a brand advocate. Okay. So this is fantastic publicity. Works much, much, much better. So that's customer loyalty. The likelihood that the customer will not only return to buy your product, but also becomes a brand advocate and tells you to sell that, tells their friends to sell your product. That's brand advocacy. Customer loyalty is you will always keep coming back to my brand again and again. And you can say customer advocacy is that customer becomes my brand ambassador. All right. Now let's talk about the customer journey. The mode of interaction that the customer chooses to buy the product and also determines the frequency and the time taken by the customer to buy the product. Let me explain this with a story. Let's talk about the journey of the customer. what I would call as the buyer's. So the buyer's journey, any idea? How does the buyer's journey begin? Okay, need, okay, awareness, AIDA, very good, you are aware of AIDA. Where does it first come from? Get the brand established, the process that a buyer goes through before they make the purchase, the decision, AIDA. Great, you guys are aware of AIDA. Let me share a story. Okay, you have all heard of AIDA, but let's talk about how the buyer's journey starts. Okay, here's the story. After hearing the story, you will never forget about the buyer's journey. I'll make it interesting. So once upon a time, there was this guy like you and me who wanted to shift house from Bangalore from Noida to Bangalore. It doesn't matter. To one city to another. I mean, I'm giving an Indian example. I don't know any places in Canada. And so my apologies to the international audience here. But just giving you an example, there was a guy who wanted to shift from Noida to Bangalore. He wanted to shift his home. Okay. So the first thing that he did was he went online and he searched for, what would he search for? Packers and movers near me. Okay, you'll follow from Canada. All right. Okay, so packers and movers near me. This is what he searched for, and of course, he got some good websites which were very SEO friendly on the top page. So this guy filled up a couple of. He visited some of those websites and filled up a couple of those contact me forms. All right, so that was done, and when he did this, within a few minutes, he got an email from one of those companies. Let's call it XYZ Packers and Movers. He got an email from XYZ Packers and Movers. That email had the subject line that said how to find the right packers and movers. What do you think this person is going to do? Is he going to click on it or not? He's going to jump on it, man. This is his need. He's desperate to find the right packers and movers. He's not just going to click on it. He's going to jump all over it. This is his need. Okay. Where is the buyer in the journey right now? What is going on inside the mind of this guy? How do I find the right packers and movers? Will they break my new fridge? Will they dent my plasma TV? I just bought it recently. Are they the right people for me? Are they cheap? Are they expensive? Isn't that what's going on in his mind right now? Correct, Mayor? Would you agree? See, his need is, I want to find the right packers and movers for me. That's my only goal. It's with that intent that he's gone to the internet. So that need is fulfilled. Point number one, he gets an email, says how to find the right packers and movers. Okay, now he reads the article. He's really impressed with the article. After around 30 to 40 minutes, after he reads the article, he gets another email from the same company. This time it's a video testimonial. Okay, a video testimonial. Okay, video testimonials of some of our happy customers. What do you think is going to happen now? Do you think he's going to click on this? Do you think he's going to watch it? What's going on in his mindset now? He's thinking, okay, maybe XYZ Packers and Movers is the right company for me. But are they good or not? So what is the solution? I give you video testimonials of my own happy clients, people like you who have used my services. Click on this. Okay. He is going to jump on it. Yeah, because it's going to clear his doubt. And yes, absolutely. So how they are working is so this is it. Yeah. So now his question is, are they good? So he's got a reply saying, yeah, these people are good. They have taken care of my, they're saying no dent on everything. They were very professional, very courteous. They gave me the delivery on time. That's what I want, right? Problem number 2 solved. Okay, you see how the customer journey is going on? All right, now you tell me, guys, what should I do? Now, what kind of a message should I send as Packers and Movers, XYZ Packers and Movers? Now, you tell me what will be my third title. Now, what is going on inside the mind of the buyer? Sorry, the potential buyer, not the buyer, the potential buyer. Now, what is going on in his mind? I think I should buy it. He's in the consideration stage. Should I buy? Should I not buy? Should I buy? Should I not buy? At this time, what do we want to give him? An offer. Yes. Are these people cheap? Are these people expensive? So now, if I were to give them an offer saying, hey guys, something like, so you can say packers and movers transportation cost from Noida to Bangalore is, let's say, I'll talk in Indian rupees, that's say 35,999. But you know what? You are a lucky guy. But we have a one-time price of rupees 21,999 for you. What do you think is going to happen? Okay. And now to top it off, however, if you place the order in the next 2 hours, you get a flash of rupees 15,899. Limited time offer. What do you think this guy is going to do now? Isn't it? Right? He's going to jump on it. Exactly. There's an urgency. You're not allowing him to think. Right? 35,999 becomes 21,999. But guys, this is your lucky day. Only for the next 4 hours, he's going to book it. Come on, Baba, take it. Here's the money. Right? Plus a sale. Isn't it? Isn't it? This is how the buyer's journey is done. Okay. The story doesn't end here. You've seen this recently? Okay, right. All right. So the journey doesn't end here, guys. Okay, now the story continues. The packers, movers have come. They are, using those bubble wrappers. They are packing his furnitures. And at that time, this guy receives one more email from the company. And this time, the email says, top 10 bills to pay before you the city. So there are those gas bills, there are those light bills, there are so many government bills, certain things that you have to surrender. Otherwise, you will have to come back all the way from Bangalore to Noida just to finish those formalities, right? What do you think will happen to him now? Obviously, he's going to click on it. But why is the company giving him details now? See, they already got his money, man. The deal is over. They got the money. They are shifting. What are they doing now? Why is this company still chasing this guy? Correct. Customer loyalty. What will happen when he sees this? Wow, these guys are so professional. They are helping me. Isn't this what he needs? Have you been on Amazon? The offered price and the discount price is always the same. And still it works. Okay. Is the email campaign on a feed or email marketing strategy? Is it also the email marketing strategy? The one we spoke yesterday. Yes. Yes. Right. So let me finish the story. We are not done with this. So what you get is the fourth point is customer loyalty. And yes, building a relationship, cross-sell, word of mouth. Now, the story continues. This guy shifts with his family, is going to Noida, and they are living happily ever after. And 2 days later, he gets a company, he gets a mail from XYZ Packers and Movers. Okay, guys. So now, XYZ Packers and Movers send him yet another messages. So top places to visit in Bangalore with your family this weekend. What will happen? This guy will fall in love with this brand, right? He was anyway was thinking, where should I take my family this weekend? I want to show them. And here it is. Here it is. No, the feedback will come, don't worry. Okay. It's something better, right? So now this guy is going to fall in love with this company. Oh, these people really care about me. Okay, this is walking that extra mile. And finally, okay, now this fellow is gone with his family, is gone all the way, they've enjoyed. Now, after the next week, he gets one last email from XYZ Packers and Movers. This message is, please refer XYZ Packers and Movers to a friend. 2000 Amazon voucher. When rupees 2000 Amazon gift voucher. What's going to happen? If this guy has any friend who wants to use Packers and Movers services, guess who he's going to recommend? There's only one name that will come to him, right? And he's getting paid for it. It's not for free, right? Right? Why Packers and Movers will give this kind of a suggestion? What these kind of suggestions? So that's what to make that person, you can say, a lifetime customer. Right? Don't you think this strategy will work? And don't you think this strategy will work for any company, not just for Packers and Movers? Am I correct? So this is what I would call the buyer's journey. So how does the buyer's journey start? So how to find the right Packers and Movers? This is where we provide information. The customer journey starts with information. The customer comes to your website as a complete stranger. He or she knows nothing about your business. So what is the first thing? Provide them with information. Feed them with information. That is the first step. Now, after a while, the customer has got the information. Sorry, the prospect has got the information. Okay. Now, what are you doing? You are giving them additional information, more details. Now, this customer converts into a lead, converts into an inquiry. After getting additional information, the person has requested more information. That means the customer is interested and has become a lead, has become an inquiry. Now, the person is in the consideration stage. This is where you provide an intense desire, make them an irresistible offer, an offer that he just cannot say no to. Make that person an irresistible offer. Step 3. Step 4, okay, build customer loyalty. Give them a reason to fall in love with you and keep coming back to you again and again. And finally, convert the customer to your brand. That is your customer's journey or the buyer's journey. That's your customer's journey. All right. So what we saw in this is your content changes according to the buyer's journey. So if the person is already aware of it, you don't give them informational things. In today's class, if I were to talk about what is digital marketing, you guys will be very, very pissed off at me. Okay. Because you have already crossed it. Now you are well aware of what is digital marketing. Today, if I were to talk about what is digital marketing, you guys will say this fellow has nothing new to say. Correct? So you are no longer in the information gathering stage. Now you're in an actionable stage. Whereas your journey today is different from where you were yesterday. So your content has to change according to the buyer's journey. Yes or yes, right? That's so your content will change according to the buyer's mindset also. So here, in the case of the elite, do not make them an offer. Give them something that will appeal to their, you can say, to their ego, or something that will appeal to their, you can say, their lifestyle. They will lap it up. Okay, so give them a limited edition car, give them a limited edition bike, give them a limited edition mobile phone, they will instantly buy it. Okay, there are only a few hundred people who will ever own this piece. Are you interested in buying? The answer is a big yes. Okay, give them something that will bring out that we call it vanity. Okay, vanity approach. Appeal to their vanity, and they will take it. So here you don't use that. You don't give them an offer, but you give them something that is what I call as a scarcity approach. Only a few lucky people or only a few elite people will ever be in possession of something like this. Okay, it's not for everybody. It's a limited edition, or you can say it is by invitation only. What do you think is going to happen? Don't you think it's going to work? Man, right? So again, you know your audience, you understand their mindset, you can go for that, right? Okay, done. So yeah, that's it. So that's your behavior. Now let's talk about targeting. How do I target my audience here? All right. So targeting is basically all about evaluating the attractiveness of the market segment. So you can target customers according to, as I told you earlier, according to the gender, according to the age group, according to the the location, according to their behaviors, according to the likes, according to the dislikes. I told you we'll be doing that practically. We're going to do that in the next few minutes. Okay, so on the digital marketing platform, we can interact and we can create a tailor-made pitch for every single person. And this is like having one-on-one marketing and the benefits of mass customization. The one thing that we need to understand is the characteristics of the segment, the company fit, and the competition. Okay, so competition analysis is going to help me in targeting my audience in a much better way. Who is my competitor? My nearest competitor and my long-term competitor. Let's say if I'm a startup, okay, my initial competitor will be a small and medium organization. And then when I climb up the corporate ladder, then I'm going to compete with the giants in the industry. So what is the strength of my competition? What is the intensity? How competitive is this? And where do I stand in the competition? What are the resources that my competitors have that I don't have, or maybe my resources are better than them? What is my USP and how can I beat my competition? Talking about ethical and privacy issues, let me tell you honestly, there's no such thing as privacy on the internet. So the lesser we discuss about privacy, the better it is. Okay. So there are certain ethics and certain standards. So when we talk about privacy, when we talk about ethics, we are talking about lead generation forms. We are talking about asking people to share their information. So just because I have shared my name and email address and phone number with you doesn't mean that you can share it with everybody. So I shouldn't be getting calls from the credit card companies and insurance companies just because I filled up a form on your website. So some people would do that. They would sell the information to that. So there are certain ethics and standards to protect the consumer identity. And that is like collecting the user data within the legal limits. So if my website is taking up cookies, my website will ask your permission before taking the cookies. Only when you press the accept button, the cookies will be collected from you. In the European countries, it's a crime to collect cookies without the user's permission. In India, everything goes. It doesn't matter. Okay. So not taking advantage of the desperate customers by increasing the prices, and there are financial or health related environment risk, if there are any, should be explicitly stated. So these are what we call as ethical issues and privacy issues, right?
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in digital marketing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
Now, let's talk about segmentation and targeting to strategy formation. When we talk about segmentation, okay, now if you are selling to a younger audience, the younger audience does not have the purchasing power. Okay, they have just started earning, and most of the youngsters, some youngsters are millionaires, some are born millionaires, but that's another story. So we are talking about the average person who just started earning their salaries. So we need to give them something affordable. So pricing strategy would be taken into consideration. In the second case, we have a luxury product or a premium product. This is sold obviously to a higher income slab. Okay, these are the people who can afford these kind of products. And here we'll be talking about the quality of the product. The limited edition version that we talked about, that's a product strategy that we can employ. In the third scenario, we need to understand the customer's requirements and communicate the product appropriately to them. I just give you some examples of content strategy before the break. So that's the communication strategy. They want to hear that magic word, you give them that magic word and they will fall in love with your brand. That's how it works, right? So pricing strategy, product strategy, communication strategy. Communicating is the key. All right. So segmenting, targeting, and strategy formation. What is strategy all about? Strategy is all about communication. So deep down, the marketing class is a communications class. How you communicate your brand, how you communicate your product determines how high up you will go onto the ladder. If your communication skills are less, you are not a good marketer. Am I right? You can't sell a product if you are not a good communicator. How many of you will agree to this? Give me a 1 in the chat box. Give me a 0 if you don't agree with this. So communication goes completely like, skyrockets your sales. Okay, what is communication? Brand building. What is communication? Rapport building. What is communication? Long-term relationships with yourself, right? So if you are not a good communicator, I'm not talking about communicating one-on-one. I'm not talking about, your fluency in English or, your grammatical skills or your spellings. What we are talking about is when we are talking about communication, we are talking about how can you make that person mesmerized to buy your product. And let's go higher still. It's not just mesmerizing the audience, pulling them by their collars and making them buy your product. Sometimes that happens, isn't it? You don't know why you bought the product, you just bought the product. Because what is the strategy? The strategy is very, very simple. And the strategy is we human beings are not logical beings at all. It's a myth to say that human beings are logical. We are emotional fools. Why do we buy anything? Okay, you were passing by that shop and you saw that magic word, discount, sale, clearance sale. Oh my goodness, this is a big one. 60% off on everything. What are you going to do? You're going to buy those shoes. You're going to buy those, your attire. You're going to buy those dresses. Even though you don't have, you're going to jump on it. Even though you don't have place in your closet, you're going to buy it. And when you go home and you get that firing from that special someone in your home, what are you going to tell them? Buy one, get one free. Yes, Vedanshi. Buy, and tell your friends. So what will you tell them after you bought it? You bought 10 more dresses. What are you going to tell them? So we are emotional fools. So what you're going to tell them is we are going to use logic to explain what we do. That's what we use our logic to explain what we did. That's all. Okay. Logic is only good for that. Yeah. So you will tell them, Vishnu, you will tell them, I was so smart. It was cheap. I didn't spend money. I didn't waste money, Baba. I have saved money by buying all these dresses. And probably for 6 to 8 months, you will not even touch that dress. You won't even remember it. But why did you buy it? Let me tell you, logic had nothing to do with it. Why did you buy it? Because it made you feel good. You bought that dress because it made. Only time you will ever buy anything is when you get emotionally connected with that product, with that service, or with that person who's selling, or with that brand. That's all. That's all. That is how we take decisions based on emotions. We never take logical decisions. It's a myth to say that we are logical people. So remember, a good marketer will sell emotions. If you understand this concept, guys, nobody can stop you from being awesome marketers. Okay. Do not sell the product nobody's buying. So there's a there's an adage here that says, do not sell them a mattress. Nobody will buy your mattress. Sell them a nice. So you can sell them a mattress. You can say that my mattress is an ISO certified mattress. It is made up of pure 100% cotton, and it is, you can say, we have branches all across the globe. I'm not interested. Okay, I don't care. Okay, we have been running this industry for the last 50 years. My grandfather started this business. I don't care anything about your product. I don't care how fantastic your product is. I don't care what material you use in my product. What do I care about? What do I care about? What will the product give me? Give what's in store for me. If you really want to sell the product, please do not talk about your product. Talk about the benefits or the service, whatever it is that you are doing, and talk about how the product will change their lives. If you use my product, your life is going to completely transform. Okay. A very good example is Fair and Lovely. Okay. It makes black people white, fair skin. Okay. Right. The comfort of products, or you can say selling a dream. Don't you think this works? Selling them a dream, right? So for how many years has Fair and Lovely cream being sold? Yeah, orthopedic mattress to help aid cervical pain. People will buy it. It doesn't matter how costly it is. Yes, yeah, that's bang on. Very good, very good. Yes. So your product is comfortable. So if you sell them a good night's sleep, if you sell, instead of saying it's ISO certified, you just tell them it will give you a comfortable, undisturbed. They will buy it. It doesn't matter. Or you can tell them about the benefits of this product. You know, this one has got memory foams. So memory foams, now I explain them what is a memory foam. Okay, well, let's say you are sleeping in the same mattress with another partner, and that partner is just fidgety and twists and turns and tosses around the whole night. So these memory foams will absorb that twisting and turning, so you get an undisturbed sleep. Now, how likely is that person to buy it? Especially if that person has got a fidgety partner. Very, very likely, right? So this is what works. Okay, the foams absorb the thing, so you comfortably sleep and get an undisturbed sleep. You're going to buy it. Don't sell them a mattress, sell them a good night's sleep. Don't sell them ISO certification, sell them comfort. Don't sell them insurance. Nobody's interested in buying insurance. Why do we buy insurance? Okay, if I tell you to get the maximum benefits of your insurance, you will have to die. You tell me, get lost. You're an idiot. I don't want to die. So how do I sell you insurance? I don't sell you insurance by saying that you will have to die to get the benefits. It's not sales solution. How do I do that? How do I sell insurance? I tell them only one thing: security. I will sell them security. Okay, if something happens, God forbid, if something happens to you, your family will be, yes, protection, yes. Your family will be safe. Your family will be secure. Yes, they will buy. I'm not selling you insurance. I'm not selling you the plan. I'm not even explaining the products. All I'm selling is security, and I'm giving you income tax benefits. You will buy the insurance. Now the pricing does not matter. See where we are going with this, right? Sharing this in the chat box. So that's basically what we are talking about here. Communicating with the right strategy is what works. All right. So differentiating between the business to business, your strategies will change from business to business, from customers to customer. And you can say your customer behavior, again, customer loyalty and customer journey is something that we have already talked about. There are some key terminology here. There is something called as conjoint analysis. Conjoint analysis is asking customers to make a series of trade-offs between whether you would want this or you would want that. Which one suits you better? So one way is you can buy a house with a small backyard but a larger kitchen, or you can buy a house with a larger backyard but a smaller kitchen. You take a pick. So this way, I'm giving you two features of this product and two features of the services. You take your pick. All right. Second is demand space segmentation. So where you would have now a large house with a large backyard and a small kitchen, or a large house with a small backyard and a large kitchen. So dividing the market into unique demand spaces that exist in the intersection between the you can say the usage occasions, and again catering to the customers' emotional and functional needs, right? So there is latent class analysis, where we have got the statistical method for identifying unmeasured membership and giving them you can say continuous observed variables. For example, are these people price sensitive or not? Then we have got a multiple attribute model, where you can say there is an approach that analyzes the consumer's evaluation of an object. So like there could be multiple benefits of buying my product or catering to my services. Let's say, for example, if I'm if I'm selling toothpaste, the benefits are you would have fresh breath. So in case you happen to meet that special someone, you wouldn't have bad breath on you. Your teeth would look brighter, more whiter teeth, and it protect you from cavity. Okay, so it gives you lesser plaques, more lesser cavities, good for your your dental hygiene kind of a thing. This is what sells. All right, so that's basically as far as your customer segmentation is concerned. Let's talk about the marketing strategy. Before we go into the marketing strategy, I promised I will be showing you how targeting is done practically. So we'll just jump in and talk about a little bit about marketing. I'll just show you Google Ads. There we go. Google Ads. How do we practically do targeting? What I just explained to you conceptually and theoretically, okay, that's not enough. Let me show you practically also. So I've got lots of clients, Google Ads accounts. I'll just show you a demo of how we can target that right audience. Is this for video campaign or search? I will show you for this thing search right now. There are several types of ads. I don't have the time to go through all those campaigns. There are more than 10 sub-modules of campaigns here. So I'll just show you a search campaign right now. Let me show you a basic website traffic search campaign. Just click on continue. There are several types of ads. We have a search ads, performance max, display ads, shopping ads, video ads, discovery ads. I'm just using the basic search ads. These are very, very popular. Asking for the business website, I'll put my website here, jasmine.com, and so that's DAWADA.com. And it's asking you for the website traffic. So give it a good name, website traffic, 5 22. Why am I giving this kind of a name? So it becomes very easy to find it later on. Lots of my clients, spend hours in finding when I go to their office and ask them for the ads. They take hours to find that because all those names are very generic. So I've trained their team, I've trained their staff to give proper names, which makes it easy to find. Within seconds, they can find the campaign. So let's just go to start new. The average daily budget, $1,000. So it's asking me to define my budget. What do you want? Conversions. Right now, I'll set up for clicks. Thank you very much. I just want to show you the targeting part. I'm not going into the depths of this thing. Settings will just ignore this part. I don't want display network. Display network gives you very pathetic results. Search network is good enough. And the interesting part that you can target is locations wise. Okay, again, guys, I'm demonstrating this in India. So let's say I want to target according to. So when somebody clicks on your Facebook ad, where do you want to send them? Wouldn't it be great if you had a landing page on your own website? Right? Is it a daily budget or one-time budget is also available? One-time budget is also available. Yes, there are options. A one-time budget is, you can say, the entire what we call as a lifetime budget. In that case, your ad will run until you run out of budget. In the other case, you have a daily fixed budget. So I recommend a daily fixed budget. That works better. Okay, yeah, you don't have one. Do create one. Do create one. All right. So you want to target all the countries? Very expensive. You want to target India only? I'll choose another location. And here I can choose, let's say, the city that I want to target. Let's say I want to run my ad in New Delhi. Just click on target. So it's showing you we have got around 1 crore 22 lakh people who will be targeted in New Delhi. If I were to select a city like Mumbai, and if I were to click on target, now I will be targeting 23 lakh people. So this is like targeting people according to their, so you can say the place where they live in, but this is not the only thing. Let's say I just click on Mumbai and click on advanced search. Now there's an entire different world out here. So you could cater to, so how many people from Mumbai or New Delhi or what? Anyone from Mumbai? Anyone from, I'm not sure how many from India. Oh, no. New Delhi. Sumit is from Mumbai. Raghav is from New Delhi. Minad is from Mumbai. Okay. Yeah, Kulkarni. Okay. Yes. From Panipat, Haryana. Anshul. Okay. So different places. All right. So I'll just show you one Pune. All right. So I'll just randomly show you Mumbai if it's okay with you guys. Some of you are not even from India. Right. So just giving you an example here. Let's say I'm targeting Mumbai. Okay. So it shows me the target audience here. So what I'm showing you works for all the platforms. And I could, so I'm targeting only Mumbai. No need to target only Mumbai. I could add locations in bulk. And here I could target New Delhi. I could target Hyderabad. I could target Haryana. So what is that bit? Panipat. I could target Pune. And just click on search. If I have spelled them right, all these will be available for target. So let me target all. And there we go. So it's here in Telangana. I'm targeting in Gujarat. I'm targeting in New Delhi, here Haryana. I'm targeting here in Mumbai. I'm targeting here in Pune. Not bad. So you could target according to that. You could zoom in and you could check out the locations that are being targeted. You could target in bulk. That's one way of doing the things. Okay, let me get rid of that. So let's say I'm targeting Hyderabad. I could target according to, let's say I'm targeting Hyderabad here. I could target according to radius. So miles or kilometers, Indians will prefer kilometers. I want to target, let's say, 7 to 10 kilometers around my business. I'll remove the city part. That's 10 kilometers radius around my business, around my office. So let's say if I have got a business in so and so pin code, I could target people according to pin code. Let me check out New Delhi pin code. I'll select one. Okay, I'll randomly select 11005 as a pin code. Okay, so I want to target. So let's say my business is at this particular pin code. I will target 5 kilometers around my pin code 11000. I hope I got the pin code correct. That's Karol Bagh in this one. And I'll just remove Hyderabad, Telangana from my list. So the business is going to be around Ashok Vihar, Chandni Chowk, Connaught Place, and Delhi. So 5 kilometers radius around my business is where I can set my target. So let's say if I've got a cafe, I'm not going to get people from Delhi, or I'm sorry, from Bangalore, or from Hyderabad, or from Chennai, or from Kolkata to come and have a cup of coffee in my cafe. I'm going to get more local crowds. So targeting a 5 kilometers or a 7 kilometer radius around my cafe would give me maximum leverage. No need to waste my money and target. This is what I mean by targeting according to you can say that particular location. We are still not done with targeting. Let's go to the location here. I could target people according to, let's say, the nearest. So let's say I want to target the New Delhi airport. The name of the airport is, I think, Indira Gandhi, if I'm not mistaken. Rajiv Gandhi Airport or Indira Gandhi Airport. Let me see. It's taking a little time. Yes, Indira Gandhi International Airport. Just click on target. So now my ads will run only within the airport. If you are in the airport, you will receive my ads. Let's do it again. Indira Gandhi Airport. This time I will not select the airport target. I'll select nearby locations around the airport. These are the places where I want my ads to reach. Just click on target and see now how cool is that? It's showing the ads around like this. Haryana. Okay. So my ads are running. So Haryana shouldn't be, that's too far. So the ad will run not only at the airport, but at pin codes around the airport. If I want my ad to run around the airport and not on the airport, I remove the airport. That's gone. And now if I zoom in, I'll see the ad is running everywhere, but not around the airport. So all these places around the airport, you can show all the areas, and that becomes a little more, you could say, messy. So yeah, this is where my airport is, and this is the area around my airport. So the ad is running all across, but not in the airport itself. So remove the state, that's too broad. It's too broad. And this is the area where I really want my campaign to run. So how cool is that? I can define what I want to include. I can define what I want to exclude at any go. Okay, at any stage. So let's say I want my ad to run in the whole of the Haryana state. I select target the entire Haryana state. But my problem is I don't have a branch office in Karnal. I don't have a branch office in Kurukshetra. So I would like to eliminate these from my list. Can I do that? The answer is yes. Exclude. My ad will run in the whole of Haryana except for Kurukshetra and except for Karnal. Because I don't have the branch offices there, no point promoting my ads. So my ad runs in the whole of Haryana except for these two places. How cool is that? Okay. So this is how we can do targeting as precise as the pin code, as deep as choosing the, you can say the right location. You can name the place. You can define the city. You can define the state. You can define the country. You can define the continent. So this is what I mean by precise targeting. So you can target. This is what I wanted to demonstrate. So targeting according to locations. All right. You can target people according to the languages that we speak. Okay, that's a no-brainer. So you can select the languages. You can choose your languages. This is why people fall in love with Google Ads, by the way, because they are very, very precisely targeted. Now coming to the cream of it, earlier in the day, we talked about behaviors. We talked about, you can say the audience mindset. How do I target my audiences? There are two ways. One is browse and second is search. Let me show you the browse method. So we talked about demographics. Let's jump in practically and show you what demographics are. So I could target people according to who they are. So their parental status. So are they parents of infants, toddlers, preschoolers, grade schoolers, parents of teens? Okay, that's parenthood wise. I could target people according to their marital status. So Google knows whether you're single, you're in a relationship, or you're married. No kidding, Google knows everything about you. Okay, looking at education, You could target college students. You could target people who are in high school graduates, bachelor's degrees, advanced degrees. You could target people according to their home ownership status. If you are selling real estate, you might want to target homeowners or people who are living on rent, looking for a home to buy. Employment status. What kind of a company size are they working in? Is it 1 to 249 employees, or a company which has up to 10,000 employees, or very large employer which has more than 10,000 employees? You could target people according to the industries that they work in. So this is detailed demographics. All right. So are they working in the construction industry, education industry, financial industry, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So that was who they are. Second is interests and habits and affinity. What are they more inclined towards? What are they very, very likely to buy? So if I'm selling beauty and wellness products, I would go and sell them. People who frequently visit the salons, or maybe people who are interested, let's say, lifestyle and hobbies will go inside that. There are subcategories. So art and theaters, business professionals, charitable donors, family focused, fashionistas, and pet lovers, and so much more. Media and entertainment, TV lovers, book lovers, movie lovers, music lovers, shoppers. Oh, we would love to target bargain hunters, luxury shoppers, value shoppers, shopaholics. Technology wise, I could target people who are mobile enthusiasts, social media enthusiasts, and I could go on all day. I would probably collapse, but the segmentation wouldn't be done. The third thing is targeting according to the in-market segment. What are they in market to purchase? Are they interested in buying apparels and clothing, activewear, eyewear? Maybe they are looking for sunglasses, formal wear, jewelries and watches. You name it, they got a segment over here. Okay, so rather than talking about segmenting, I'm showing you how segmenting is done. I mean, it's as detailed as that. Now, what if I'm a beginner? What if I don't know what to search for? Well, there's a solution for you. Go to search, and here in search, let's say I'm selling real estate, and I only want to sell rental properties, nothing else. Okay, only rental properties. I don't want to sell this thing. What do you call ownership properties? So how do I do that? So real estate, just press enter. Okay, now in market segments, choose real estate. So houses for sale? No, that's not the category I want. Residential properties, yes, definitely, but not for sale, only for rent. Okay, I'm defining my audience right here in front of your eyes. Commercial properties, that would be awesome. Commercial properties for rent. Commercial properties for rent, pre-owned houses for sale, sorry, not for sale, for rent. Okay. And you would like to target renters, you would like to target, you can say homeowners, not necessarily construction industry, maybe, and several other categories. So yeah, so you just define your audience. You took the help of Google, and Google helped you in targeting your audience, right? So there are two things. You can either target it, or if you're not sure what to do, you can put it in observation mode. If you are a fresher, you have no clue, you can use Google's AI, Google's artificial intelligence and machine learning to help you in defining your audience right there. So that's targeting. This is how we can precisely target our audience. Okay, cool, isn't it? Right. So this is like, there will be subcategories. Yeah, affinity audience and lifestyle and behavioral audience. Yeah, it's deep. Sankara, I mean, I have just been able to show you a fraction of what Google is capable of targeting. So given the time frame within which I have to start and conclude my workshop, all I can show you is an overview, right? So I mean, I could go all day. So usually I have anything between 12 hours to 40 hours workshops talking only about Google Ads. So you can just imagine how deep we can go into this. Right? Yeah, but then I mean, it gives you a very good picture, right? So this is the targeting and segmenting that we were talking about. See, talking about it in theory and talking about it in practical, you can see the difference, huge difference there, right? So this is how it works.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in digital marketing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
You just experience it. Okay. So let's close this off. Go back to my notes. Talking about marketing strategies, we have talked about tons and tons of marketing strategies in today's class. The most important them of being how we can say create a value for its chosen customers. The first thing that we need to do is we need to understand the mindset of the audience, have a clear cut understanding of who is my audience. So tell me guys, who is my audience if I am so whom do I target if I am a digital marketer? Let's say I have a digital marketing training center. Who is my target audience? Is it random or can I define them? Right. So can anybody who's walking on the street, can anybody join? Can I just send a brochure? Will they join? No. One is self-employed people. All right, that's great. Great answer. Business owners. Agreed. Amber. People who want to learn digital marketing, people who are interested in digital marketing. Agreed. Students. Okay, what category of students? What will be their basic education? MBA final year students. Okay. Right. Only MBA final years, people who are marketing guys, marketing teams, college freshers, 18 to 35. All right. 18 to 35 is a good target audience, but I have also taught people up to their 55 so far. So sales professionals, marketing professionals, absolutely correct. People who are fresh graduates, people who are business owners, they want to do that. Traditional businesses looking to expand, marketing folks, correct answers. Yeah, post degrees, yes. Ninad, degree in marketing, yes. Usually people who are interested in marketing can come. Stream transition, yes. So this is my target audience. What should they know? What will be their basic education? They should have basic IT. So I'm not going to teach them how to use the mouse, how to use the keyboard, how to send emails, and how to use Google and Facebook. Okay, so they need to have that basic IT background. They need to be able to read and write English, language skills, basic English or fluent in English. People who are good communicators, these are given necessary skills for my target audience. So remember, I need to have my audience well defined in my mindset before I can target them. That's what we are talking about here. Your marketing strategy is never random. Okay, now that I know who is my target audience, now the next thing is creating the value for the industry, capturing the market and keeping it with me. That is retaining my customers, sustaining that particular value for the market. So target market selection and product positioning. Let's talk about that. So target market, that's what we have been talking in today's class. I showed you how we can target the people, what kind of a market segment can we cater to. We already talked about demographics. I showed you this very, very practically. Demographics, income, gender, occupation, nation, region of country, whether urban and rural. Urban would have a different lifestyle. Rural would have a different lifestyle. Yeah, whether we are value-oriented or hedonistic people. And then comes product positioning. What do we mean by product positioning, guys? What's that? What is product positioning? We talked about that when we talked about iPhones, right? So what is positioning the product? Let's see how Google or Wikipedia defines that. This product positioning. What do you mean by product positioning? It's a form of marketing that presents the benefits of your product to a particular target. Right solutions. Yes, absolutely right. Okay, so pitching the right solutions for the customer need or the pain point. Yes, the pain points, and giving them or explaining them the benefits of your product to your target audience. Colgate, wow, great. Okay, so that's product positioning, right? So what is product positioning? And so so that is like benefits, pain points, and you can say the perfect target audience. How do I cater the right message to the right target audience? We talked about that intensely in today's class. So Harvard Business School says it's something called as a marketing mix, and this is the set of activities that we need to do. These are the 12 different mixes we have. One is product planning, second is pricing, third is channels of distribution, how are you trying to distribute the product, personal selling, bulk selling, that's you can say creating channels or personal one-on-one selling, advertising, promotions, packaging, displaying your products, servicing the products, physical handling, fact finding, and analysis of the market research happens to be the 12 missing. Okay, hand sanitizer, where your product stands. All right, well said. I'm trying to forget the COVID situation. Don't remind me about that. Okay, now let's talk about product, place, promotion, and pricing. These are the 4 P's. The product, obviously, the product decision is understanding what is the product all about, what is the product offering, not the thing, but the benefits obtained by buying my product. So how can my product change your life? And you can say this is basically giving you an idea. Once you define or you design to create a product, you need to have some planning decisions. So what kind of product will my customers buy? Okay, so let's say here's an example here of a product line breadth. So where we are talking about a desktop computer manufacturer who is also thinking of selling laptops. Okay, so a maker of golf attire, a men's golf attire, is also considering selling golf attire for women. So this is like basically breadth decisions. Okay, how many different lines will I be offering? Will I be selling only computers, or should I sell printers also? If I'm selling printers, should I sell routers also? Should I sell keyboards also? Should I sell mouse also? Not really sure. So creating that product line and finding a whole range of similar products to promote is what this is all about. A product line length is basically, here's an example. A beer producer is considering whether they should develop an entry into the premium segment. And these are length decisions. How many items will I be selling? And what would be the price range of each one? So product line depth, how deep will I go? So whether I should be giving you this product for, the $110 crew neck sweater in 5 colors or in 3 colors. So this is how deep I will go within a particular, product. Next is individual items. Individual items sometimes is like, I'm creating blue t-shirts, yellow t-shirts, purple t-shirts, pink t-shirts. The problem is nobody's buying my pink t-shirts. What should I do? Should I delete the item? Should I reposition? Should I improve the performance of the existing product? Should I introduce a new product instead of this one? Or should I introduce a product to establish a new line? So these are product-based decisions. Okay, then we have got opportunity identifications. Okay, marketing channels, we can define channels so that we don't need to sell in one particular thing. We can sell across the platform, creating a channel-based sales, which is very good. Marketing the channels can be a lot of things. It will be like, you can say channel designing and channel management. We talk about information, customization of the product, quality assurance, the size of the lots, product assortment, availability, after sales service, logistics. All that is there. And marketing communications. Okay, that's what this class has been all about. Creating the right ads, sales, promotions, public relations, that always works wonders. The tasks and the tools that we defined, that is the 6 M's model, where we have got the market, the mission, the message, the media, the money, and the measurement. Market is to whom is the communication to be addressed. That means at the end of the day, targeting and segmentation comes again into the play. Mission, why are you doing this? At the end of the day, what do you hope to achieve? What's that single goal? Your single goal is very, very simple. I want people to press the buy now button. Okay. Next is the message. What are the specific points to be communicated? All right. So benefits, pain points, and how your life will change because you buy my product. Okay, media. Which platform will you use to deliver this message? Media is like a very, very important concept. Okay, so which platform will you use to send the message to teenagers? Instagram, Snapchat, and WhatsApp. But if I want to send the same message to professionals, what channel would I use? Now, Instagram and Snapchat, they don't use Instagram and Snapchat. Yeah, what do they use? LinkedIn, absolutely correct. LinkedIn is the right answer. If you want to target professionals, LinkedIn is a perfect platform, right? Okay, so that's media. Which vehicles will you use to convey that message? Money, budget, how much will you spend in the effort? That's determined by, you can say, the top brass of the company. Then comes the measurement. What will be the impact to be assessed after the campaign? So that's basically there. So we have got the next thing we have got is personal selling, one-on-one selling. Sometimes I told you it has its own benefit, but it has got the problem of reach over here. So that's one thing. And now we come to the heart of the matter, that is pricing. When you talk about the pricing, there are lots of things that we need to take into consideration. So let's talk about pricing here in depth. Okay. So how does pricing matter? So what pricing to pitch for my product? So one factor is based on the market. Second factor is, so one is, you can say, the income, the target audience purchase capacity. The third thing is obviously your competition. And the fourth thing is the Amazon method. So there are lots of factors. Your pricing will be determined by the cost of your production. It will be determined by the profit margin, the cost of the ads, taxation, transportation cost, manpower cost, office expenses, obviously competition pricing, the brand value. But out of these, the most important factor, according to me, is the perceived value of the product. Let's talk about the perceived value of the product. How can I sell it for a product? How much can I sell the product? So how do I price it? Let me ask you a question. Would you pay, how much would you pay for my ebook? I just created an ebook and I'm planning to sell it. So should I sell it for $199? Should I sell it for $399? Should I sell it for $999? Or should I sell it for $499? What do you think is the right price for my ebook? $199? Can we get a free trial? Oh, wow. Awesome. We are talking about pricing right now. Okay. So, yeah. $199 seems to be the right price. $399 seems to be a little high. If I sell my book for $199, I'm sure I would have a lot of buyers. If it was $999, I would have a very few buyers. And $499, I would have only a few premium buyers, right? So, I agree. Okay, $199 would be rightly priced. Now, let's say, instead of an ebook, I'm just changing my product. I'm selling a used iPhone. How much would I pay now? $199? Was that the right price? $399, $999, $499, $15,999. So $30,999 or $55,999. What would be the right price now for a used iPhone? Yeah, even at $30,999, it would be a great buy, right? It would be a great buy, yes. This is the right price for an iPhone, for a used iPhone. What would be the right price for a new Redmi phone? Now, would you pay $30,999? Would you pay 55,999, would you pay 80,999, or would you pay 12,999? What would be the right price? Yeah, 12,999 would be the right price, right? 30,999 is like too expensive, too expensive. Nobody would buy a new Redmi phone. It's dirt cheap, and a used iPhone you could buy at double the price, isn't it? Even 12,999 is expensive, Anshul says, and I agree. Yeah, you get it for 999, 9,900 bucks or something. You don't need to buy for so much, isn't it? So what is happening? See, this is also a phone, that is also a phone. What's the difference between the iPhone used? That's an old one, this is a brand new one, and still you're paying less because this is the perceived value. The perceived value is different. Your perceived value for an ebook, the ebook would change your life. The phone wouldn't do anything for you, but you wouldn't pay more than 199 bucks for an ebook. So your perception makes an impact. How do we change the perception of the product? And this is what we are going to cover here. So with this in the chat box, now let's say I'm selling, I'm running an attire shop, and I'm selling a t-shirt worth $100, shoes worth $100, jeans worth $200. So the total is $400, right? I'm selling t-shirts, shoes, jeans at this price. And at the end of the day, I'm getting maybe 8 to 10 customers, not more than that. All right. So how do I change this thing around? What if I want to sell a more quantity? We need to create a no-brainer. How do I create a no-brainer offer? How do I decide the right pricing? So this is the right pricing. This is what the market is selling. Okay, so this guy is selling a t-shirt for this price, shoes for this. I'm just giving you a random example. Okay, so yeah, a sale or a bundle option, buy one get one free, precisely Ninad, Amber, and Jaya. So how do I create a no-brainer offer? Let me show you how. Okay, now I will say I'm selling shoes worth $800 for just $400. T-shirt worth $200. Hey guys, you know what? Absolutely free, just for you. Okay, and jeans worth $300, absolutely free. Hurry, limited time offer. Buy one, get two free. What's going to happen? Sold out, right? Isn't that what Amazon does all the time? Yeah, punch of the order, yes. So see, you're still getting 400 bucks. You're still selling for 400 bucks only. Instead of 800 bucks, I'm saying it's 400 bucks. Instead of 200 bucks, I'm giving you for free, absolutely free. You're still earning the same amount, but this fellow will do poor business and this fellow will be sold out. So this is how you pitch your pricing. Okay, that really works. Okay, what's the second thing that we talk about when we talk about the pricing? What are the other features? I had this client of mine in the real estate. Okay, so I visited this client and this client said, I want you to build my website. So please build a website for me. I said, okay, no issues. And I went and I had around a 2-hour discussion. And I asked him tons and tons of questions about his business. I created a questionnaire and I made him answer all that. The guy was pretty impressed at my, you can say, the kind of questions that I asked, and he understood that this guy is a professional. This guy was a 22-year-old, and he was the son of the, you can say, the real estate business owner. He told me one thing. He said, Jasmine, before you, 3 people have come. One person quoted me 25,000 for the website. Another person quoted me 15,000. The third person quoted me 8,000. Okay. So I've got 3 quotations, but I like your professionalism. and I'm willing to pay you between 15,000 to 18,000. So please make sure you meet my dad in the next meeting, and we will close the deal at 18,000 something. I thanked him for the cup of coffee, and I left. And the next time when I told him specifically, I want to meet your dad. In the next meeting, make sure that your dad is there. And he wanted me to meet his dad. So that was a great thing. So what I did is I gave him a quote of 300,000 rupees. That's 3 lakh rupees. I didn't quote him 15,000. I didn't quote him 18,000. The guy was stunned. He said, I told you this is the figure that we are looking at. I talked to his dad and I told him, I am not here to build your website. I'm here to give you a system to sell all these flats. You are a property seller. You are a real estate business. I'm giving you a system that will help you sell these flats. I'm not building a website for you. Okay. I will help you in selling those flats. And I can tell you the content that we write on the website, the landing pages that we have, the call to actions that we have, you will be able to sell your flat within all your flats within 6 months. What is the cost? Or let's say, what is your income per flat? So each flat, you can say, was being sold at around 1.2 CR. And so he said, we earn something like 20 lakhs per flat. I said, if my system helps you in selling even one flat, don't you think you will get your costing back? All I'm charging you is only 3 lakhs. The guy gave me a 1.5 lakh advance on the spot. I did not determine my pricing based on what my competitors are offering. Because the competitors knew their value. What I did was I created value, or what I call as the pursuit of the product, into the mind of my client, and my client completely got into it. Within a year, his entire property got sold out. Okay. And he's still my customer. Every time he has a new, you can say, property, he first approaches me, Jasmine, please create the landing pages for me. Just give me, you can say, your quotation, and we'll immediately start. He doesn't mind how much I charge because he's interested in the final outcome. That's it. So this is what we have, guys. Right? So at the end of the day, this is what we want. Do not sell them the flat. Do not explain to them about the product. Okay. And I'm not selling you the website. What I'm selling you is I am creating the value for your flat. Okay. I'm selling you a system that will help you in selling the flat. All right. And this is what works. I'm just sharing all this in the chat box. So that is what we call as price leadership. Maybe we can conclude with this. What is a landing page? Now, whenever I give an ad, let's say you create a Facebook ad or a Google ad. Okay, I'm selling an iPhone. Let's say my company is Amazon. How many products does Amazon sell? How many products does Amazon have on its website? 7 crore products in India alone. So out of the 7 crore products, when you click on that iPhone ad, where does it take you? Yeah, millions, right, Amber? Yeah. Where does it take you? It takes you to a page that displays only iPhone and nothing else. Am I correct? So instead of that, if Amazon took you to its home page, okay, where there are millions of products, you have got groceries, you have got refrigerators, you have got computers, you have got mobile phones, you have got washing machines, you have got this, you have got that. Oh my God. So you are confused where to go, and there is a small link that says, this is here, click here to look at the iPhone. Okay. Versus a page that is dedicated to iPhone. Which one will have the maximum clicks and which one will have the highest bounce rates? You know, there are lots of people who spend tons and tons of money in creating a good Google ad or a good Facebook ad, and then they send people to the homepage. You go to the homepage and you are lost. OMG, where am I? I'm lost because you have no clue where to go. The homepage is a clutter where there are so many products to display. It's a big mistake. How many times have you had that experience? You click on that product expecting to go somewhere and you feel lost. Oh my God, how did I get here? And how do I get out of here? Right? Versus going to a landing page which is dedicated to a single product, dedicated to a single product. It gives you all the information that you need about the product and nothing else. And at the end, there is a thing that people who purchase this also purchase that. Okay. So this is what the landing page does. Landing page, you can say, gives much higher conversion. And the landing page is dedicated towards one and only closing the deal, closing the sale. Okay. So that's it. Call to action is what the landing page does for a living. Right? Okay, got it. So guys, thank you so much. It's been a wonderful journey with you. I'm really going to miss you guys. And we will wind up the session. Thank you so much.
So one good thing about social media is it's a great point for you to it's so familiar to all of you, right? All of you are users every day. Then it's so easy for you guys to learn. And especially while venturing into digital, there could be topics like attribution, etc., which might actually take a lot of time to learn, or analytics. There are certain domains which could get some little, or SEO, take some little bit of time to get going, right? But social media, because you're all users of it, you can pick it up very quickly. And that relatability always makes it easy for you to understand. Second bit that you want to keep in mind is social is a subset of digital. So there is the large digital universe. Within that, there is social. Now, even within social, there are multiple subdomains. So it's not like, you can be successful in social media marketing only if you are so and so. It's not like you have to be just a creator to be successful. You have to be a social media strategist to be successful. There are so many subdomains within it. And you will notice that, some folks who are, for example, take creators, for example. There are folks who are really successful on YouTube. They try to replicate that success on TikTok. They may not work, right? There are people who have had no digital experience, all of a sudden become social media stars, right? So there are so many universes in this page. And even if at the worst case, let's say you don't feel grip on one, you'll probably get grip on the other, right? There are so many ways you can make an entry as if you want to pick it up as a career, or you want to make this the stepping stone to a larger digital or marketing role or a business role, all of that is possible, right? The third thing that I want to, then I have two more things, right? One is learn through observation. So because you're all users, you have all these apps sitting right there on your phone, right? So even when you're lazily sitting around scrolling through your phone, you are learning. So I will also make sure I'm going to condition your mind in the class in a way that you will start noticing all these details, So your learning doesn't stop in the class. I will make sure that I'll give you those pointers for you to learn on the run as well, right? One more thing about social is, unfortunately, amongst all domains, this is also a space where there is a lot of misinformation and wrong practices, because not everyone who talks about social media is an academic, right? There might be somebody who may not have any understanding of how Google algorithms work, may not be doing any research, but may just speak out of what they observe, right? They would be like, okay, I put my Instagram post and viewers reacted to it this way. Therefore, this is how the algorithm works. So a lot of people on the internet will give you a lot of false or anecdotal information, right? Over a period, when you go through this course and stuff, you will also figure out how to filter through those misinformation, right? One more aspect, and this is very, very crucial, and I want to be very frank about this to you guys. And why I say this is because a lot of people I have seen, while interviewing, hiring, building teams, or teaching, I come across folks who think that, I'm very good at copywriting or content writing, or I'm very good at blogging because I have a travel blog. I used to blog when I was 15, or I create videos on TikTok and my friends like it. So
just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in digital marketing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
Sometimes, even if we are showing certain inclination and you have moderate success, that doesn't mean you may have a skill level that can be made into a very successful career. That's sometimes a reality. So there are some folks who may have decent language, but may not have like the fluency to be a very high quality copywriter, right? Or content writer. Just because you're able to pen down a blog doesn't mean that your skill is scalable. So sometimes that may not be, what looks like a good entry point may not be you may not be as strong as you are. You can obviously work on it and get better, but you get what I'm saying. It's a very thin line. I don't mean to offend anybody, but be in that spot where having that self-awareness is very important. So it's not like you're bad at it or you're not going to get better at it, but you should have an idea where you stand. Got it? So the simplest way is, hey, I put out some content on Instagram, my friends like it. It doesn't mean I'm going to be a great Instagram creator. Got it? For me to, let's say, achieve mainstream success, I may have to build a certain number of skill sets. Or if I have to make that skill set monetizable by working in an organization, in an agency, in a business, I may need a different dimension to it. Understood? So when I say realistic understanding, it is this. So even if you see signs of success, to make it sustainable in the long term, or to make it monetizable, or to make it into a career, you need to have a realistic understanding of your capability. I could be someone who's not even, seemingly skilled at something, but I may actually have that skill or talent inside me, or I may develop it at later, right? A skill I may pick up later. So sometimes you might not be like even, in a self-evaluation great at something, but you could get better in the future. But the key to everything is having that very realistic understanding of your skill sets, right? And when I say realistic, I'm obviously talking about like, hey, how do we monetize that skill and how do we kind of build it out into a career, etc. And of course, what is social media? Very simple question, right? And I will kind of start with a little bit of story, right? So typically, like when internet came along, and you may know initially in Web 1.0, you had like fairly basic technologies, right? People used to communicate one-to-one, or sometimes these communications were restricted to even organizations, right? Either by protocol, or in some cases, it was also sometimes a question of privilege. Did I have access to this device, that device? So in a way, like first couple of decades ago, not very social, in the life stage of the internet. But later what happened is, Friendster, MySpace, Orkut, Facebook, different structures came along where people love to converse online, present their views online, connect, discover with friends. And it's come to that point where it's even difficult to give a singular definition for social media, right? Because it's evolving, there's so many different changes, and all of that kind of leads to a fairly nuanced structure. Now, when we get into Facebook and discuss some of those details, I'll try to kind of discuss some one-to-many, many-to-many, many-to-one. There are a lot of models in there that all will come in the course of the discussion, but largely this is what social is about. And one more thing that generally makes social a little bit more complicated, especially for learners to understand, is, okay, I was checking, if you guys know the origin story of Facebook, right? It was initially meant for just a university of, just the students to kind of like, I don't want to get into the details of what they were doing, but it was nothing close to what it was today, right? And later, once the idea started gaining attention within the university, he started scaling it for general public, right? And once he started scaling it up for the general public, money started flowing in over a period. If you remember the early days of Facebook was purely organic. There were no advertising, there was no paid products, there was no monetization. And a lot of social media starts out this way, almost demands that, the early stages, you stay free, right? Because you have to get more and more people on board. You have to figure out some of the dynamics of the product. Not having advertising in the beginning also improves user experience, which means that a lot of people would probably download your platform. And then you get to a stage where your platform has a lot of reach. Now, the moment any kind of media has a lot of reach, they become advertising ready. Okay, because you have consumer data, you have, by that I mean, people, their profiles, their likes, interests, behaviors, right? People who have similar thinking and methodologies, right? So when that happens, right? Okay, so over a period, what happens is they become monetizable, right? And then they start running ads. So then you also start hearing terms which are largely advertising or performance marketing or digital performance marketing related, right? And very often when you're new, you might also struggle to understand between these two layers. Okay, there is a paid organic side of social, what something typically is called social, and then there's a digital or an advertising layer that kind of overlays on top of it, right? And that can be confusing for you guys in the beginning, but don't worry about it. Towards end of, not this module, but towards the end of the course, you'll start getting more and more clarity. How do these two universes kind of coexist? How do they support each other? And how do they kind of like define this entire digital ecosystem and the social cluster within it, right? So I'm going to just show you a number of, just this is like a flywheel that has all the social media platforms. And something interesting that you would notice is that there are so many different subspaces within it. So if you remember, we started the slide number 2 spoke about how there are so many different subspaces, and you would notice an incredible number of things here. Some of them, you can even argue, are they truly social? Like, for example, some of the videos, there are some apps which used to just help you with photo editing and organization, and they just gave some feature to like share easily with some consumer, with some friends. Are they truly social? People start wondering. There are tools which kind of worked on collaboration, and that also, a lot of people, the line is even very, very thin. Okay, if you take any social media, very often that platform would come with a definition of engagement. Okay, in some cases, if there's a video someone has put out and somebody watched to 25% of the video, or even click to play the video, or even 100% of the video, they could count as engagement. Got it? So in the world of digital analytics, you would always see platforms trying to say that, hey, I think true engagement means this and this in the in the space, right? And that actually is, and those definitions change. That's something very interesting. So it's possible that during the time our course is going on, Facebook might rework some of the definitions, right? So that's why sometimes you might see even advertisers and social media guys go discuss some of these topics on LinkedIn, right? You might see them popping up. It change this way, right? So that's something very interesting. So in the case of engagement, definitions also and almost always change. All right. So what we have is like a cluster of images that are from various social media pages. You have everybody from, some of the posts are from LinkedIn. There you could see certain posts, certain snapshots from Facebook, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, etc. And you will see all kinds of brands speak about it. And something, even in this limited set of screenshots, you would notice that there are so many different formats of advertising, right? Yeah. So now as a brand or as a business, when you think of social media, there are a few reasons why you should ideally invest in social, right? So one is, social has this very unique feature where, I'm not going to reach whenever I, so if I am advertising, I've decided that, hey, I'm going to advertise on Facebook. Always and always that impression gets delivered and I pay for it, or I, kind of see only folks who are active on that platform, right? It's not like TV or radio, when I put it out, I may not always know that, hey, who's the audience that I'm reaching, what are their activity levels, etc. Right? And when it comes to business, especially marketing, a lot of it is actually based on information, right? Simplest example, think of let's say you're a brand that manufactures baby products. Okay. There's no purpose, like very often, no purpose marketing baby products to the wrong demographics, right? The right demographics is almost always young parents, right? So if you know that, hey, this person has had a baby recently or is looking at or shopped similar products recently, it's a good indication that that's a target demographics, right? So the effectiveness of marketing will always work on the quality of information, right? And very often on social, customers will willingly give away information, right? You might, let's say, when you get married or your friends get married, almost always they go change the status immediately on Facebook, right? Or if you have a new job, very often you would update that on LinkedIn, right? So people willingly share that data because it's their social profile. So no one would want to, like, unless for any sneaky reasons, no one would represent themselves on social on at least some of this very some of this information, right? And all of that really helps. And that's why, like, Facebook is one of the top 5 advertising companies of the world, right? In terms of ad revenues, Facebook is so big because literally everybody is on Facebook, right? And what Facebook did is also went and acquired Instagram and WhatsApp. Later, try to merge the data pools of all these ecosystems as well. So when all of it came together, right? When all of it came together, that's a lot of data. And that really helped Facebook, right, become an advertising giant. So today, for example, when stock prices of Facebook fall, very often it's because their advertising revenue came down, right? So imagine it's considered to be a social platform where the primary metric should be like engagement, but in reality, the business aspect of it lies down in the advertising, right? And one more reason why people may prefer social media is that organically or paid, very often the effort to just get there is very easy. The effective cost, the cost on the media, the cost on the overheads, cost on operations, all of it is lesser. And very often you can even go with a small investment rather than a large investment. So if you try to advertise on Facebook, I believe even at 100 rupees, you can start your advertising. It's that less, right? It may reach only that much of people, that much momentum only you will get, but you still get to reach a certain number of people, right? And very often there is this close connect between social media and things that happen offline, right? It's not a disconnected world. It's almost inseparable. Think of you going for a music festival. Very often you would start streaming that event on your Instagram live, right? So the offline world is kind of like replicated in the social world as well, right? Another important reason why social media could be useful is even by researching on what your competition is doing on social, you might get a lot of insights about the category, the consumer, most importantly, the competitor. So that's a lot of competitive insights. And very often when you are live on social is when you get a benchmark or you get a perspective of where you stand in the overall ecosystem. Like if I don't have active Facebook presence, if I just see certain numbers across the posts of other folks, I may just think that, hey, okay, they're doing well. Maybe they're doing bad. I don't know. But when I'm also on the platform and I'm actively trying, I'll be able to understand a lot more, right? And all of this feedback feeds back into very relevant information. Okay, so now if we have to crack this entire space of social, we need to break this down into pieces and then try to read it all together, correct? I mean, it's like when you try to understand how a car works, you try to understand, hey, how does the engine work? How does the gear and clutch systems work? Like how does the powertrain work? And how does the body of the car work? What does it do, right? How does the aerodynamics work? So we break it down into pieces and then it becomes easier to understand this. And sometimes just whenever you come across any platform, like the question she just asked, if you break it down into these 4 pillars and then start looking at it, you might actually start noticing more details. Okay. So when you are a business, now remember, you have to think like a business owner from now, right? So what's in it for me is how you should think about it. Okay, if I'm a business owner, what's in it for me? How do I look at a social media and how do I think about marketing? If I am a social media manager for a company or an agency, how will I think about social, right? So these are the 4 pillars. I know some of you may have already read through. Very simple ones. First one is, of course, listening and engaging, right? As part of customer service and managing reputation issues on social web. So in this case, what happens is it's very simple, right? For example, let's say you booked a flight with a carrier, you had an issue, you lost your luggage, you start ranting about it on Twitter or LinkedIn. You would often see the company jump in, try to cover it up, right? So they do a little bit of that listening and management, and sometimes it's almost inseparable from customer service. Now, here comes the most interesting part. In the case of large brands, especially, very often the person who's responding to you is not even a social media manager. This could be very specific profiles called ORM specialists. So sometimes they are even part of customer support teams. 20 years back, customer support meant that, hey, this is some person who clarifies doubts over an email or a phone call. But that's no longer the case. There could be specific teams within customer service, like I said, who might be actually doing their social listening, right? And next is the aspect of social influencing. So this is where, this is something I think easiest for you to understand, right? When a brand advocates for something, demonstrates something, represents something, you kind of influence the end consumer, right? That could be by generating relevant content that helps that audience, right? It could be standing for a cause, right? A lot of those ways in which socially a brand can influence the consumers. Next, of course, is networking. Think of simplest example, easiest example is LinkedIn. So if you guys are active on LinkedIn, you may have noticed some folks, especially if you get into, if you're already working with a business in a certain role, in certain kind of roles, you may have a lot of people ping you, connect with you, try to sell their product. It could be a software, it could be media inventory, right? They could kind of connect with you to, like, for example, someone could ping me and ask me, hey, can you give a talk at this and this university or at this and this event, right? That's their business, right? And that happens via social. And then, of course, comes social selling. Now, social selling is the newest. Now, the most interesting aspect about social selling is that there are a lot of consumers who kind of directly went to social selling, like, even before they started using e-commerce sites and things, right? I see something on social media, I share my details so that, they can follow up me to convert later, or I buy directly on social. So social selling is very nuanced and probably something that will really evolve in the near future, right? Some markets are extremely advanced in terms of consumer behavior on this front. For example, China, you would notice that there are people who may have never shopped like from a conventional website or Amazon, but they have brought things socially. They discover something through WeChat or other social media platforms available, and they did the transaction directly or with the help of a mediator. Coming to even developed economies like US, now, for example, each market is in a different space. For example, in US, you can directly buy something on Facebook. For example, in India, if you want to buy something from Facebook Marketplace, you contact the person, you exchange phone number, you do it offline, right? It's kind of like working like an OLX for you. But in US, for certain registered sellers, you can directly buy the item from the shop. It's typically called Facebook Shop, Instagram Shop, etc. You can even buy it directly. So it effectively becomes like an e-commerce site in a way, right? So these are like 4 major pillars in which you can break down social media marketing. So there was an attendee who asked example of 4 pillars. So I gave a few examples, right? For example, in the case of listening, you have a complaint about your flight carrier. You went and said something on the portal. They started coming and trying to resolve it. That's a good example of listening. They were trying to see what were consumers talking about them in the internet, where are they tagging, what are their complaints, and addressing. Influencing, we spoke about how brands sell you things via influencers, for example, or promote certain events or promote a course. In the case of, like sometimes social influencing could involve certain NGOs, trying to raise funds. So you may have seen some of those. Those are in a way influencing. Networking, we spoke about how on social you can connect with your buyers, sellers, partners, potential partners, etc., and open conversations. So on social selling, spoke about how someone could buy things from social media, and I discussed a few models, and I discussed how diverse it is. Now, one thing to notice is all of these things are ever evolving, and it works differently in each platform. And sometimes platforms launch some features and retire them also when they don't work. So these are an ever evolving things. Okay. So now coming to the strategy aspect of it. So what did we do? We kind of like, zoomed out a little and said that, okay, these are the 4 pillars in which social media marketing should be evaluated. So we have discussed what are the dimensions in which we will go about understanding this. Now, if it's about understanding here, now we are moving into saying that, hey, how do I strategize this? Like, okay, I'm a business or I'm a social media manager. How do I come up with a marketing strategy for social media, right? And this is something that I want to specifically address, right? Very often when people start a business, think of your neighborhood gym, for example, just taking an easily relatable example, or bakery. Very often, they will just go start a page, Facebook page, Instagram page, will not put any updated content there, may not even put original content there. Let's say you are a bakery, instead of putting images of things that you make, some people just put pictures of cakes from the internet, just to like have 3-4 posts out there, right? Sometimes I may not even add my contact details properly. I may add some past contact details and completely forget it. And customers who try to even reach me may not even reach me. So very often, or sometimes, some channels may not be even necessary. So I'm just manufacturing an example in a way, but think of a product that is largely being sold to 60-plus-year-olds, right? And let's say very often they buy it firsthand. It's not like somebody else buys it for that product. Think of a brand working very hard on TikTok, putting a channel, putting a lot of content out there. Unlikely that it may reach that particular audience. It could, but unlikely. You'd rather put that effort in some other channel, right? So very often, one mistake that a lot of businesses do, and when you are a business owner or you are a social media manager in any large company, you cannot run after every social media in the world, right? Saying that, okay, I'm going to be on LinkedIn, Quora, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Tumblr, Twitter, that list, Snapchat. The list is endless. You will tire yourself out. So, and sometimes if you just unnecessarily go to some platform, activate, you might misrepresent your brand or waste your early efforts understanding, like on the wrong audience. So sometimes you may even come back with wrong insights. There could be some products which are really good for Instagram, but you start promoting it on LinkedIn. And then you complain that, okay, it was pricey, it did not work, and you give up on social media altogether. A lot of this happens. So very often, because it's easy for everybody to create a social media profile, right? That's why it's social, right? I don't have to teach you, hey, this is how you create a page. All of you can go and intuitively create a page, right? And because it's so easy, sometimes people just do 1 or 2 things and completely miss out on strategy. So that's why you have to have that crystallized strategy. So you say that, hey, this is what I want to do, and this is why I am doing it. This is a context, right? And this is how I might judge what's working, what's not working, right? And map it out, especially when you are in a large organization. Very often, sometimes it's possible that different social media channels are handled by different people. So for example, in my previous organization, the LinkedIn page was largely handled by HR team, not marketing team, because that's largely for corporate branding and hiring. So imagine that it's okay to have different tone or like slightly channel relevant communication on different channels, But if you look completely asynchronized, it doesn't represent the brand well, right? Think of the concerns that will bring along, right? Therefore, it's very important that you just sit down, document your strategy. And another interesting thing is that not only you document it on like paper or presentations and make it a strategic deck, there could be even different SaaS services, software as a service platforms, or other platforms that will help you do social media management. That's very interesting. So we will, towards the second half of the course, learn about certain tools that will help you, present your strategy in a meaningful way. Just keep it there for everybody to understand, synchronize, etc. So when you think of your social media strategy in a comprehensive manner, outlining, these are some of the best things that we can do, right? So previously I spoke about some of the pitfalls of like going about it carelessly. Now, if you have to do your best practices, you should do thorough in research on the industry. So sometimes just knowing your industry category well enough and then kind of looking at it from a social media angle really helps, right? So when you are thinking of marketing a product, don't always go, okay, how do I sell it on Instagram? First, try to understand, okay, what are my competitors? How is my pricing? How is my positioning? How do consumers buy generally? How have they bought before? How are they buying from competition, right? So still there is a lot of business context. So don't think channel first. Think your business audience category first. After you get that research done and you have a clear understanding, make sure that you are building a strategy based on your business goals. So very clearly, like for example, if you're a social media manager with a company, ask your management, hey, what are your goals? I mean, what's the main aim of social media? Is it to drive hiring? Is it to do more corporate branding? Is it to create engaging campaigns? Is it to support other national campaigns that may happen on TV and other paid media, right? And overall, what is the business kind of like trying to achieve? Next thing, be very clear about the resource availability that you have. So a lot of people think that, okay, I can put up a post very easily on Facebook. Trust me, how to create a Facebook page, easy. Anybody can do in 5 minutes. Adding a cover page, putting out a post, all of it is in theory very easy, right? But in reality, for your post to look good, to represent your brand properly, or even sometimes to customize according to the language or dialect, you may need the help of a lot of other talent. Graphic designers, motion designers, copywriters, content writers, animators, like the number of, and very often to organize and coordinate them and get the best output, you will need creative strategists, art directors. Sometimes this might actually be in-house, where you could actually have all these resources in the company, but not all organizations have that structure where they kind of try to build a completely holistic creative team in-house. They may work with, so what they may do is outsource this to a certain social media agency or digital agency or creative agency, whatever they call themselves. So the agencies may have a lot of these subject matter experts working together. Okay. And you make sure that you hire the right agents to support you on this, because you, as a social media manager, it may not be possible for you to hire or build a team of 10 that will perfectly fit, right? So always be realistic about what is the resource that you have available. Sometimes this resource are not just people. Resource can be money also, or time also. How much time do you have? How much money you have, right? That's the reason why a Nike or a Puma, when they do social media campaigns, it's very clear. These guys have gone to a LeBron James, or a Sachin Tendulkar to do that campaign that builds a social engagement. Versus your neighborhood store that sells shoes, they will have a very different budget, right? So you have to be very clear on the resource availability. Last bit to also consider is alignment with your leadership and stakeholders. your CEO, for example, may not see every ad that you make. Think of advertising. You may have thousands of ads running digitally, targeted to various consumers. Not everybody sees everything or comes across everything. But in social, your profile is always under the scanner of all your stakeholders' leadership. I don't mean to say that, hey, you hide something and do when they're not watching, but like the repercussions of doing things wrong on social is very high. It may create a lot of dissonance within the organization. You don't want it, right? All your employees who are stakeholders of it should feel like, this is on brand. This content works for us. This is, this looks good. This speaks to our customers in a meaningful manner. All of this.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in digital marketing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
Involve your best practices. Yeah, so I have some questions here. Like, okay, one very interesting question from I have, for example, was, hey, how does this SEO and social media kind of work together, right? That's actually very interesting, and you'll get probably more perspective as we go through. So what happens is content and social are very highly related, right? And Google also tries to bring content that people engage with, talk about. So social, in practical execution, when you're on the company, very often when you want to bring a strong SEO practice, a lot of investment goes into social as well. For example, if you have a blog post, yes, your blog might be what that post pops up in an SEO result when somebody searches. It could be your blog that is driving traffic to your website, giving you visibility. But very often that blog is popular because you pushed it through social media or people shared it on social media, right? So that could be a contributor. Or sometimes you may have seen, I'm searching for something, a Quora answer may pop up, in the search result. That may have happened because Quora is a search engine. So in the end, Quora is a social media in a way, right? So all these systems are highly interconnected. So very often there is that layer where it spills over from one to another. So you may also feel confusion. So that's why, one thing I tell you guys is when you try to understand digital, this is a very, very nuanced, sophisticated industry. Think of Mark Zuckerberg struggling to understand it. Probably the most intelligent guy who literally coded Facebook, the largest social media platform, and earns everything. So it's always difficult when you step in and understand, but don't panic. Think of you trying to learn swimming. Did you just jump in and, say that, oh, I want to understand every kind of swimming, backflips and whatever, freestyle and whatever? No, right? You take that time, don't panic. This is also a course. There's a reason why there are modules and there are so many classes, right? When you go around it, you will figure it out. Trust me, I would have juniors who are brilliant at one domain, but may not know the other domain. Even for me, I don't touch a domain for 1 month, 1 year, I may lose touch, I may go back, revise and learn. Even today, there are so many things that happen in this ecosystem, which are very, very sophisticated. So don't worry about it. So even if you feel confused, rushed, some things look the same here and there, don't worry about it. That's where one should look at it. This is not how you treat your physics or chemistry class. I understand, when you learn physics, chemistry, mathematics, you don't obviously repeat topics, right? There's a very difference between practical curriculum, which is in your management and everyday jobs, versus what is structured in a degree education or a school education. Do not read it with the same mind. You will just unnecessarily put so much panic and pressure on you. Don't put that pressure, please. It's an easy industry as long as you approach it with ease and without anxiety. Okay. All right, going on. So one thing that you want to do first is defining your target audience very carefully. And very often target audience also changes based on the subcategory that you operate in. For example, your ICICI, your credit cards may have a different target audience, retail banking, NRI banking. There could be different targeting audiences for different products. Then even within that products, if you take credit cards, there are credit cards for entry-level folks, who have never owned a credit card before. Maybe it has a 20,000 credit limit, something that is aimed at young professionals, right? There could be credit cards meant for travelers. There could be credit cards meant for people who shop a lot, or people who want to get benefits on their fuel, right? So there is so much nuances that comes through, and so very often you will have to come in and say, okay, my specific engagement that I want to build, specific overall channel level activity that I want to build, how do I kind of define the audiences that I want to go after. So that also means this way. I'm ICICI. I may have an overall, like a larger level visibility to my target audience. My target audience is someone who is, active in banking, financially somewhat educated, earning a certain level of income, age group between this and this. So I may have a core definition of my audience, but within that there could be like various sub universes also who cater to specific products. So one of your engagement post or one activity could be highly focused on one of them. It doesn't mean that, but you still have an overall direction that, okay, if you look at my 10 posts or 10 different things I did on my portal, is it covering like the entire universe meaningfully, right? It's a lot of mix and match, but the important thing is understanding these consumers. Always try to speak to people offline as well, right? Very often, especially in India, where English is not everyone's native language. Trust me, even when we speak, it's possible that in a new environment, in a new setting, you may not say what you want to say, right? So, and that too, all of you guys are highly educated folks, right? Think of the average person on social media. Not always, they are not, necessarily having the same degree of exposure. Think of that person. So, it may look like they're typing in caps and are rude and doing something, but when you actually speak to this person, it might be different, right? So very often that in-person interactions are very, very important, right? Understand the motivations to purchase, and then use that, so very often you will understand, okay, what does their real life look like? What are the problems that they face? What are the financial hurdles? Who are the people who influence the decision? There could be a team. You would think that, okay, I can sell this to this team. This is what this person like, but the money might be coming from, might be sponsored by parents, right? You might need to give her the reason to kind of convince her parents also to buy into this idea of, subscribing or buying that particular product to actually make the sale happen. So there are a lot of these nuances that you need to understand, right? And with this in mind, you have to have something called an editorial calendar, so that you're very clear that, okay, in the next 3, 6, 9, 12 months, what is the content that I'm going to put out? Okay. And what is that? And this way, you can plan well, and you can also control your frequency, have an overall visibility of your volume of engagement, etc. For example, you may have seen people on LinkedIn speak about saying that, if I post frequently, that always helps quality of keeping my engagement high, right? Or if you keep posting, visits to your profile will increase, right? So very often it's when you like lay out, okay, these are the 5 platforms that I'm going to be, this is what I'm going to release. That's when you get an overall picture of where are your efforts going, what is the frequency of your activity, and people will also know what's in your calendar. And that is sometimes very important. So very often, let's say, think of working for a national role in India, for example, right? You have so many different communities, so many different festivals. How do you make sure that you have covered everything? You make sure you print out the content calendar and share it with all the relevant stakeholders. So let's say somebody based out of Maharashtra, for example, could accidentally miss out on, let's say, Onam in Kerala or Pongal in Tamil Nadu. It's an accidental miss, right? Could happen, right? And it's when you share it with a larger set of folks, stakeholders for approval or opinion, it's when they may say, hey, this got missed out. Think of a scenario where you have a very different set of plans and you miss out on something as important as that. It could actually create, lose business, create friction within teams. Therefore, calendars are really helpful. So you can help ensure that you don't miss any events, you can collaborate better, save time. And I spoke about resources, right? Whether it is time, money, people, talent. And realistically, in any social media space, it's not about saying that I want this content or engagement. You will notice that it's about bringing the best out of your people. So you may have copywriters, content writers, um, etc. Right? And sometimes you may have to talk to this person, give them the idea what you want to get, give them feedback on their work. And these are people with very different skill sets. They're not necessarily management professionals. Some of them could be creative guys, right? They're not necessarily into management. So you might have to convince them, influence them, direct them to kind of get the best output. And when you also like review your performance at the end, you will also notice, okay, what worked, what timings work, what timing did not work. And that's how calendars help. So interestingly, towards the second half of, now we are discussing a bit of the strategy, like the overall perspective. Towards the second half of the presentation, we will come across certain platforms that will help you do this planning and scheduling as well. Okay. Now I'm just going to check your Q&As. Okay, I don't have any fresh Q&A. All right, cool. So we'll now, what we do is we'll dive into each of these platforms, some of these top 5-6 platforms. So Facebook, we already discussed the story in the beginning, right? Most of you may have watched that social network movie. And I would request you guys to watch those movies again. You may have done it in the past, but now when you go back and watch that movie, you will have very different perspective. So there are a lot of, so sometimes understanding social media may require, and like how these platforms are going to behave, how are they going to influence you, might also require you to watch a lot of content. For example, if you follow some of the US talk show hosts like Jimmy Kimmel or Jon Stewart, they have done a number of videos on Facebook's, some of the issues, like how their lack of systems and methods led to wrong propaganda in certain geographies and a lot of different insights. So keep following all of that, and that will get you a lot more first-hand culture first view into social media. Don't think of these as tech platforms. Okay, the tech is just an enabler. It's a way to get there, but eventually what matters is people, culture. What do the big bosses of these platforms want to achieve, right? What are their stakeholders trying to achieve? All of this kind of gives you a lot of insights. So, of course, the strength of any social media platform is, one of the primary strengths of any social media platform is just the sheer size of people on it. And Facebook has billions of folks on it, right? And that actually gives it that marketing power. And of course, 10 or 12 years back, very often when we spoke about Facebook, one thing that people would say was like, maine like kiya tha. Did you like my profile picture? Did you like that post? Over a period, we have realized, okay, so many layers are there built on top of it, right? Sometimes a like doesn't mean even a like. There could be even an accidental click, right? Then came various emotions and emoticons, right? All of those things happened, right? And all of those things happened, and so many different changes, right? Now what we try to do is, as a brand, sometimes like you have to do is like put yourself in the customer's shoe and see, okay, what's the customer up to, right? So when they decide to follow you on Facebook, for example, try to understand why are they doing that. Very often you would see them kind of come and follow your page when you do an event, or when you post a content that somehow reaches their feed. Very often that's a good way to understand, okay, why are people coming to me? Are they coming to follow, coming to my page so that they can get tips, news, updates, or are they just trying to follow gossip, right? Or sometimes, so we can look at these patterns also. So later we will also look at Facebook analytics and how it shows you this. You will also see sometimes that, hey, certain musician or certain politicians started trending and everybody started following, and Facebook itself recommends that pages to certain people and they may like it, right? So a number of reasons could actually be why people follow. Now, why you need to understand this? Why do you think as a brand you need to understand why people follow your page? Yeah. So for example, in case of, let's say Dipali is owning an online store, you have a Facebook page, you see that, your likes go up when you put up posts showing a certain discount. Then you might figure out that, okay, that customer has just subscribed to me so that whenever I put out any discounts or promotional offers, they are able to notice it, right? Then you slowly start catering your content a little bit directed towards that, right? So that's why it's important to understand why did people follow me, so that you can keep giving them relevant content. Otherwise, they will unfollow you, right? Next, sometimes, so one more thing that happens is Facebook is that whenever people like your pages, you can also run advertising campaigns on them, okay? Facebook also gives you an option to create lookalike audiences of these people. Now, these are elements, don't worry. I'm not going to get into details because this will get covered in advertising. But what happens is generally you can, most brands will tell you that when they try to create lookalike audiences of people who follow their page, that gives them a lot of value. So lookalike audience is nothing, but let's say Facebook has a set of 1,000 people, or sorry, 10,000 people. And you tell Facebook that, hey, find me another 10,000 people who are very similar to these guys in profile. So Facebook will look at people who have similar interests, similar age, and then could, push your advertising to that set of guys. So that's called lookalike advertising. And that's another very powerful everything. It's backend. It's not like you cannot get a theoretical answer or like a mathematical explanation of what variance went in, but Facebook's algorithm will just go through, scrap to all the data points and try to find people who are similar to you. So there are a lot of ways in which, like, sometimes, the followers kind of help you get a lot of insights. A lot of people also assume that, hey, organic reach has gone down on Facebook. Why do you need followers? But there could be a lot of like value coming out of it indirectly or directly. Generally, in advertising, so Facebook is very smart in this way, right? Anything organic that you may build has a very close relationship to paid advertising. And anything you do when paid will have a very close relationship on organic. Got it? So let's say even if you've built a following on Facebook organically over a period of time, you can use that audience and most of the engagement metric to define various targeting for advertising. Okay. So for example, whether it is advertising or organic content, if somebody engages with you, you can specifically target that engaged audience. Now, will you get that targeting option in every single advertising subset or type within Facebook? Not always. Sometimes there are some dependencies like, okay, audience has to be at least this size for me to start an actionable campaign on them, right? So there are certain technical nuances like that, but the larger, like the top of the, top view simplified answer is that you can always advertise to people based on their behavior to your content or your advertising. Got it? And that's how brands kind of even nurture people on like Facebook, or for example. So you may have, and simplest example is, now this is a little bit walking into paid advertising. Okay. Yeah, generally correct. So when you have to do anything specific, usually it is paid.
Right.
Got it? Because Facebook is charging you to reach that specific guy. Got it? So in organic reach, for example, you just put it up on your profile. You can't do any targeting. But when you have to push and reach a specific audience, you have to pay Facebook, right? And that's why this is an interesting thing. You may have noticed in YouTube also, for example, when you watch a full video or you have clicked on an ad, you may have noticed that multiple small ads start following you later. Correct? You start engaging with one content and multiple content, either from the same brand, very often kind of starts following you, right? So basically, social media makes money based on how people interact with various advertising and various content. It will either monetize with the same advertiser or with the other advertiser to various targeting options. So we discussed Facebook page, right? And Facebook page is like the profile of the brand. And any brand will have that Facebook page, and you could have like millions of followers. And I had somebody put a question about reach. yes, obviously over a period, the organic reach has come down, because, even take your case. I'm sure that some of you may have like 100, 200, 500 pages, right? Will you start getting content from all these pages? It's impossible. Facebook can only put a few of them in your feed. Sometimes could be random, sometimes it's based on your past engagement, etc. Number of things. So it's not always possible that, okay, if a brand has 100K followers, every post will reach this 100K guys. Maybe only a subset of them are active in that short window. Only a subset of them you're able to reach. You might actually reach only 1K or 500 or even lesser people, right? But you also always have to substitute your organic reach with paid in a lot of cases. There are some cases where typically one would say virality, right? Viral is when brand did not put too much paid money, but it started circulating socially, purely social. So there are some things which are purely social, but you would still notice that, there's nothing called 99% of the time, there is some amount of paid involvement in everything. So even when brands, so let's say you may have seen Nike or Puma's campaign going viral, but it's possible that in the beginning they put some paid money to create that critical momentum or mass, correct? They would have just put it on Facebook page, given it a little push so that it went to their audiences, something like that, right? Now, this is one differentiation that we want to make, right? What you have as a user, as a personal user, is your Facebook profile. But when you create it for a business or a cause or an organization, it's a page, right? And pages by default are public, right? Because it's like a storefront or it's like a fascia for you. Another interesting thing is, a simple question. Let's say you go to your Facebook profile. Let's say you put up a good set of, you set up, this is your personal Facebook profile. So I'm just taking an example. Deepali goes to her profile. Deepali went for a great dinner and she loved the food. She put a picture of she has a picture of the food. She uploads it. Can Deepali advertise it, like push it out so that more of her friends see? Obviously she cannot, right? Because she has a personal profile. But if Deepali had a page, she could. So in this case, page, let's say if it's about best restaurants in town, she has a page. And that page wants to run an ad, she can. Post it, get it to somebody, she can. Another interesting aspect is page analytics and intelligence you will not have in your profile. So at best, what you see in your personal profile is, acha, what is a like, views, etc. It may not give you a lot of detail about specific times of engagement or patterns or cumulative details of all your posts. Okay, last 1 month, what happened? At times, Facebook may send you some snippets, but it doesn't give you like analytics information, right? So, but if you have a page, you can. Therefore, I know that some of you may already have a Facebook page. You might be admin of one thing or the other. I'll also show you where to find that data. You can, very simple, right? It's just navigate, look at insights, and you will see a lot of those information. So, yeah, so some of the very popular pages, very often you also know that these guys are incidentally very big in their own domain itself. It's not like, okay, you're purely famous because of Facebook. That doesn't happen very often. It kind of works together. And in terms of Facebook page, all these components, you guys already know. I don't have to explain what it is in this case, right? What are timelines? I think pinned post might be something that you might not be aware. So if you go to any, some of the social media profiles, they can select any of their posts and kind of pin it to the top of the page. So basically, most brands, when you go to their Facebook page, don't want to show you like that the first post as something that they recently posted. In some cases, they want to show like their most popular post, something that, did really well in the past. They may just pin it. So that's all. It's a very simple feature. Just go pin the page. It's equivalent to like you doing a highlights on Instagram in a way, right? You just make sure that that's always highlighted and up there in the profile. You can do that in a Facebook page. Creating a Facebook page. So one more thing, we will not go ahead doing this action. This is just for visualization so that it sits in your memory. These are clickable links. When you have the file, you can always click and create. not going about creation because that's very operational and it's gonna eat into 30 minutes of time, right? But that's something that you can always do. You will always have hands-on sessions anyway on the ads manager. So creating Facebook page is easy, right? Click, create. So here, for example, there is someone called Chandan. He's just going and taking this little button at the corner of a screen and just starting create a page. So to create a page, you need to have your profile first, right? And your profile and page can be completely disconnected. People do not even need to know that who created it, but you can go create a page like that. And within this page, all other basics, right? Very often you have to also select a category. So in this case, you selected education, and it comes right here, right? And very often there could be some limitations also based on certain categories that you choose in terms of what you can post or like how Facebook moderates content, etc. Then you set up your page, profile picture, image, cover photo, very simple things, page info, settings, nothing really like complicated. And on your page, very often you can give options like, hey, can I have somebody message me directly? So very often a Facebook page could be associated with a business, right? So you can also have options like, hey, do I want to see my notification? And obviously I already discussed spinning events, right? A lot of those very basic things. I don't think there is anything super nuanced here. And when you create your content strategy on Facebook, okay, and you think of strategy, now this is the more important aspect. You could define specific goals for your strategy. Sometimes your social media can be used to just generate sales. Like, one good example is if you go to Jessica Simpson, the celebrity Jessica Simpson, right? And check out her Facebook profile, you will see her post a lot of, she'll post with a certain item, and she's one of the leading social commerce folks in the US. Social commerce in the sense a lot of people click and buy her personal brand from her page. Got it? So you could generate sales directly. And in this case, she's a celebrity. So she has so much following that even without advertising, she's able to reach a number of people. Got it? It may not be realistic if you are a neighborhood bakery, right? Unless your followers are like all your neighbors who are highly engaged with you, may not always give you value, but you could still drive sales through social media. You can build a community, right? So you might notice that a lot of NGOs are people who are highly engaged, and a lot of their activities on the page is directed towards that. Growing an email list. So sometimes you may have noticed in Facebook, they ask you to fill certain forms or share email to give you some content later, or reach out to you later to give a test drive of a car or things like that, right? And all of that, right? And then of course, brand awareness. That's very simple. You have Facebook profile, you put something interesting, let's say, or even when you launch a new sub brand, you can use that a social post to give it some momentum. And one more thing is very often when people want to be influencers, right? Like for example, if I want to just maintain social connection, I'll just use my Facebook profile. But if I want to, let's say, put out some content and run my own courses or something like that, I may need, or I want to talk about a certain topic, become a certain influencer in the category, I may want to create a Facebook profile, and that helps my overall visibility across channels, right? That's why you would notice that even take some influencers who may have become famous through other channels, could be TikTok or YouTube, but they would still have a Facebook profile and keep some activity there so that your overall value and base as an influencer keeps growing. You can generate traffic to your website or content. Simplest example is if you take Economic Times, CricBuzz, Cricinfo, or Times of India, etc. You follow that Facebook profile so that you get posts, right? When you click on that post, very often you go to their site and they get traffic to that site. And that's important for these publications, right? Because when you go to their site, think of Times of India. When they put a post, obviously, because there are so many followers, people are going to engage. And they might, in some cases, read that content in Times of India website. Now, when somebody goes into Times of India website, Times of India can themselves show ads to consumers and make money. So sometimes generating traffic is your first step to generating money later. just by showing ads very often or just introducing them to a product, and sales could happen later, a lot of ways, right? And then of course, getting a better pulse on competition. So you could, when you run sales events, sometimes you get to know, okay, what price do your customer wants, what difference do they see from competition, etc. Right? A lot of things you'll get to know from that.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in digital marketing, then Intellipaat provides a advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
And in the end, if you look at it, very simple. Why do I engage with a brand? You don't even have to think of a theoretical answer, right? Just think of yourself as a customer. Like whenever you interact with any post, content, why do you do this, right? Did you know this person from outside, or were you just finding them on Facebook, right? A lot of those questions are very organic. Like you put out content that's relevant to that audience. Put yourself in the customer shoes, and very often you will be able to find out. Okay, now we just spoke about Facebook group incidentally while answering one of your queries, right? Another strength of Facebook is also group. The concept behind groups is Facebook, even taking a step back, how Facebook thought about is that, hey, if Facebook thought about is that, hey, if I have to get people to talk to each other, there should be options for person to message one-to-one, message one-to-many, many-to-one, and many-to-many. As simple as that, right? So Facebook's product roadmap actually is just based on this. It's as simple as that. So you may have seen, a lot of Facebook leaders in their conversation talking about, hey, my product strategy is all about connections. So their strategy is as simple as that. A groups is a place where many people can interact with many people. A one person can interact with many people, right? It facilitates a lot of these connections. So even within groups, you could have different settings. You could have secret groups where you post anything, but only the ones who are inside the group get to see. Nobody gets to see that even as a recommendation. The group as a recommendation. So in terms of how people can come in and request memberships, what are the criteria to join? Some groups you can just click and join. Some groups you may have to go to your admins. All of this you have experienced practically, right? So when you think of social media, in your business context, think of what is the right structure to go. Is your page your hero of the game, or Facebook groups is potentially the best way to do this? Now, even within that, okay, if it is Facebook groups, what kind of groups will suit my business, right? And all of that will kind of determine your strategy as to how you want to go on Facebook, right? Now, this is something that you had asked before, right? Hey, how do I make sure that if I have some content on Facebook, how do I maximize the Facebook reach? So you have some examples here, right? On the left, you have something which is, I think one of you guys were even talking about a course in the past, right? Like in one of the queries. So you put something out, very carelessly written, no image, no content, no reason to engage. Nobody's going to like or comment on it, right? And Facebook will itself notice that, okay, this post is not taking any, in creating any engagement. It will not push it to anybody, because Facebook also cares what is the user experience on their platform. It cannot push anything and everything into your feed. A number of algorithms has to work in the back end to figure out what to show for each consumers, right? At the same time, you have a better example on the right side where somebody decided to say that, hey, I have created a free ebook. I'm going to give you some value. Comment here or share your email ID, and I'm going to give you this document. So this is the reason why you will see a lot of these social media gurus and folks do a lot of activity like this. They try to give people something. So in this case, I have a reason interacting with Sahil Sharma's post. He's a CA. Okay, he looks like and he seems like an expert, but he's also giving me something for free. Okay, all I have to go is engage with this post and it's giving me a free ebook. Now, what could also happen is if it looks like you're sharing something toxic based on a number of markers, this can backfire also sometimes. But think of it as a simple strategy where you have, like you're giving some value to the customer to engage with you. And in a way, like think of it, in this case, Sahil Sharma is not a non-face, right? He's not Virat Kohli or Anushka Sharma for people to just follow him or interact with his players just because they like him, right? He's just someone who happened to, put something out in a group. But once you start more and more engagement, people will start interacting with that post. Very simple, the same logic that follows, in any of your regular usage of Facebook. So that's where I want to say, start observing, right? In the beginning of the class, we spoke about how you have to observe a lot as a consumer. So you should also keep looking, okay, in my industry, in my category, what is it that other brands are doing or other people are doing, which people are engaging with? What's getting more momentum? How do I replicate that meaningfully? So now this is like the back end of algorithms, right? So as an advertiser and a marketer, I have also followed this over the years, right? Like for example, when I started advertising on Facebook long time back, those days there were no courses. Nobody in the industry actually even knew. If you have to learn how Facebook works, you have to literally log into Facebook Ads Manager, Business Manager, figure things out by your own. So one more thing is that large brands, like the ones that I work with, all of them usually even have a direct contact with Facebook, Google Rep. So if you actually go to my LinkedIn profile and go through the pinned post, you will actually see case studies that I have done along with Facebook or Google or InMobi or Oracle, Adobe, etc. So you can Google my name with any of these companies and you might see webinars or events where I have spoken, right? And very often you would see in those conversations this, and while working with them closely, something I've always figured out is that they are the best in the world because they are highly consumer centric. The moment they are not consumer centric, they will obviously face backlash. But okay, after a certain size, there might be questions, are they consumer centric or not? But the truth is they've grown into that scale a lot because they're really, really planned well for the user. So what happens is, and these algorithms, right? Like if you take Google, for example, in the search, there was Panda, White Hat, so many different algorithms. In Facebook, so many different backend algorithms, right? So sometimes we try to understand these algorithms and try to like confuse ourselves. Oh my God, what's happening? Why would I is this way, that way? The truth is a Facebook, Google, Adobe, no company in the world will give you 100% information about their algorithms. Okay, so you will never have complete information. You go ask Google guys also, there will be a lot of things that are happening in the background, which is like learned by machines, right? It's artificial intelligence by definition. So it's through different data science patterns that are running in the background that all of these things are happening. So only very few people can even exactly predict what's the output gonna be for every customer or every ad and things like that, right? So it's a world of algorithms and it's too difficult for us to try to break down. So you will never see you'll rarely see any platforms where somebody is just arguing about Facebook algorithms for 1 hour. You will never see a webinar where it's just that, or somebody saying that, hey, this is how Facebook algorithm works and this is 100% information. Nobody puts it up. But you will have some degree of visibility as to what are things matter. And very often they decide that just by looking into what do consumers actually want. So if you look at Facebook's algorithm here, you can say, okay, there are comments, reaction, comment replies, sharing over Messenger, engagement on shares. All of this are fundamentally just telling Facebook, okay, if there is a piece of content on Facebook, how good it is, how do people care? If people seem to like it, they will comment, share, subscribe. Then the algorithm looks at that data and says that I have to push it further. So don't even try to like by heart this. Always just look at what are the realities of your business, your category, what do people want? And 90% of the time, if you actually do what people want out of a business like you, it will absolutely take off, right? It should mostly take off. And that's the easiest way to work on algorithms. Like, for example, I'm just giving a simple example. Think of a Bollywood celebrity. Let's say you take Salman Khan versus Tiger Shroff versus Hrithik Roshan. When they put something up on social, they just think of, hey, what is it that my fans want to see of myself? In the case of Tiger Shroff, he may want to pull off an action sequence, right? Or it might be a carefully modeled pic. In the case of a YouTuber, in the case it might be just documenting their lives. Like think of Kardashian family. They just literally made a show that was about their daily life, reality television. So they understand what is the content that people want to see, what is the value they can give, and they start building it out on each platform. So that's always often the best means, because although the algorithms have each of these factors, in every post that you make, everything you do, there's always certain machines also working, adjusting, how it reacts, how it kind of pushes this content forward. So as long as you are doing everything with an audience focus, 90% of the time, it will help you succeed. So very simple. How do you want to make sure that your Facebook page grows? One, it's not necessarily that activity is just on Facebook. That's the most important aspect. It could be you're famous offline, you're driving traffic from other social media channels. So all of this kind of like help you also. But within your content, if you understand who your audience is, why are they following you, and keep generating content that is relevant for them, they will keep staying engaged, and that will not only keep your current consumers happy, but will get you new followers. Now, one more thing that you need to always keep in mind is that sometimes you can lose followers also, right? So if you keep posting bad content, someone may unfollow you. That's also a risk. Now, the ones that we discussed in the first slide are like the super, super important signals. Now, these are the less important but still relevant signals. So, it'll kind of, if you have a decent looking, for example, in the content, if somebody spends a long time, it's considered to be better. But this is again more of an assumption, because Facebook also hasn't clarified this. Maybe Facebook doesn't want to clarify, because these days content is also like, there are so many different types. There is AR, there is short video, there is long video, there are blogs where there are videos inside it. So sometimes the content ecosystem itself is so multidimensional that the format sometimes affects how much time people spend on content. So it doesn't always mean that people always love that content, right? You're trying to consume a certain kind of information. Let's say you go to a blog post put up on Facebook, you click on that blog post, you go to that content. Maybe the time that you spend on that might even depend on how fast the page loaded, right? A lot of factors. So it is not a primary factor, but Facebook is kind of trying to get faster at picking up the signal. Time of the post is very important, right? Because let's say you are putting up something that's meant for teenagers, but you put it at a time when their school hours are running. Most teenagers would be in a school where they cannot access a phone. Unlikely that it may, maybe if it's a lunch interval or something, it might get some engagement. But if you time it incorrectly, your post will look like it did not get enough engagement, and Facebook will pull you down, right? Or may not give you enough push. And what is the kind of format that you are using? Now, there's another interesting story to this. So if we look at how content consumption evolved over the years, in the beginning, we all used to have like got quite finicky phones, Java phones, and maybe even when Android came together, we did not have like great internet, right? So if I take the high five example that one of your students like was a great example that he picked up from 2005, He spoke about, I used to comment, write things on the profile. He did not say I used to make videos and post, right? Because 2005, to make a video, people did not even have camera phones, right? Later you have systems evolved, but then internet was pricey. Later came 2017, when internet is super cheap. Now anybody can watch videos, and things really started doing well. Streaming apps became really big, for example, right? Now everybody can watch Netflix. That's not a reality of 10 years back in India. The infrastructure was not good. So generally, all these companies like TikTok, Facebook, of the world, they know what are these trend lines. So if they see that, okay, people are consuming more and more video, they will try to push content which is more in that format. That's a very simple reason why, very often, some of the, like, for example, Instagram, if you ask anybody who create reels versus who create posts, very often reels have much better engagement than the posts. Anecdotal, could be not always true, but most often. Having a complete profile helps, right? Keep a clean profile. Facebook algorithms will also scan through it. And also, Facebook wanted to give more information out. So the posts that contain relevant amount of information, new information, that always is prioritized. That's one reason, and information can be anything, right? A match update, of an update about coronavirus. So it also tries to understand where is this information, and that all this leads to, the algorithm doing better. So this is also a quick summary of what can you do to improve your organic reach, right? You have Facebook, obviously focus on video is one. Two, don't do too much of engagement baits, like very evidently just pushing people to, and this was very common 2-3 years back, but now it has kind of, backfires you. And always think of, the third point is not just think of like your Facebook page, think of your groups, have a meaningful sense of community where it kind of supports each other. It shouldn't be a case where you build a community, but they're toxic. And let's say in that group, there is that one person who always says something which is irritating everybody in the group. They will just exit, right? So build meaningful communities in Facebook groups. Content creation, we already discussed. Another aspect is sometimes you have to also do paid stuff. Do more ads. Actually, don't do ads just to get followers, but sometimes getting followers can be a byproduct of your ads, because you have simply reached more people. Some people may have something interesting in it and may just like follow you more, right? Follow influencers. So when you work with any influencer, there are also options like paid partnerships. So in the Facebook world, for example, it's typically called paid partnership. That's why you would see, like, for example, in some cases, when some influencers or celebrities are promoting certain brands, in your feed, it will literally say, Isha Gupta, promote a paid partnership with Nike, right? Or Kiara Advani, paid partnership with XYZ, right? And very often, so there is sometimes it's a paid partnership, sometimes it's not mentioned, it's just a tag or things like that, right? There could be various ways in which you can find out, but these are all kind of signs that tell you that working with other influencers is important. Now comes the next aspect, is localization. So, and that's actually very important. So even when you move cities and you change location on Facebook, you would notice that your content changes rapidly. That's one reason why when some of you moved away from your hometown, generally, not always, but generally, you start seeing less and less of your hometown and start seeing more details happening about the community, right? And that's why Facebook even launched features like neighborhoods. I have not included this here because it's not active for all users, not all regions. There is a chance that Facebook might even retire it, So Facebook even has a feature called neighborhoods, which is nothing, but you go to a tab where you get to see information about things happening just around your neighborhood. So for example, in the neighborhood group, you could see something like, so basically it's just a tab. You cannot call it like a group or whatever. It's just a collection of things happening around you. So let's say somebody who's already in that tab just puts up a post saying that, hey, are there any good plumbers available in this area? Now that's information relevant to that immediate locality, right? So someone who goes into that neighborhood tab can actually see it. And of course, getting people to follow your page, which is fairly evident, because once somebody has followed your page, not only do your organic reach increase, but I also spoke previously, right? It has a lot of indirect benefits. When you think of, hey, Google's algorithms, Facebook algorithms, TikTok algorithms, you will obviously see people post a lot of content online, right? But they may not always be true. So sometimes the best way to be sure that the information is clear. So everyone can have opinion and everyone could have a certain degree of expertise. So people could be exceptionally true, exceptionally wrong, anything, right? But the best way to think of algorithms or most vetted content is always going to platforms that are managed by these companies or vetted by these companies themselves, right? So I've left a bunch of links. You don't even have to like by heart these links. Just Google search Facebook business, TikTok business, Google business. You will naturally get these. And when you go to these forums, right, you will see these companies almost like generate updates on their algorithms, giving directions on what to do, what not to do, etc. So very often we get confused about, hey, our Facebook strategy, because we do not listen to Facebook enough. Okay. So for example, my day-to-day work, for example, like how it looks like, about 20 to 30% of my time is actually spent with various technology company POCs directly. So I'm talking about like literally Slack channels or Google WhatsApp groups with account managers of ours and various support folks from Google, Facebook, Adobe, Soho. Think of all these tech companies or advertising technology companies, them, right? And always the best information comes from them. So you hear them out first, okay? And then you go to the market and seek more opinion, right? Because any brand is going to say that, hey, my product is awesome, correct? Not everyone's going to be 100% open. Let's assume, let's be very critical. They could be true, but always listen them out first and then go into getting this market information, right? And I'm going to just, it's very simple. You just search with my name and you'll find it. Or so if you go to my profile and go through some of the links that I have shared on my profile itself, you will notice that those are published by Google. Like, for example, if there's a Google case study where I talk about programmatic advertising, you would see that it's a joint case study that was done by my organization and Google, has a code from my side, from Google's side. So when you go through content where there is, let's say, an industry expert speaking, and there's also like the corresponding company kind of work, endorsing it or parts or collaborating with it, it's always a sign that, okay, this is more consumable information, more validated information. That also means that, okay, this is someone I can trust. So would you listen to advertisers or industry experts who are already like working with Google's, Facebook's of the world, have case studies together, have events together? Or would you just listen to some random dude who put a YouTube video, right? So anyone can create a YouTube video and put random things there. Yes, that person could be someone who has proven experience. Then you have to also verify and then listen. But the truth is always start first with these platforms. Then we go back to this, right? Yeah. So now we will just discuss the advertising layer. So if you remember, when I started, I actually showed you like this, right? That is advertising layer, social layer, and they are so intertwined. It's so difficult to even separate them very easily. And that's okay. You don't have to separate them because they are so closely linked. So true understanding comes to a point where later you would realize how beautifully they are interwoven. So don't think of it as confusion. That's how it is, And so feel assured, feel happy, and be relaxed when we dive into this. So Facebook also has an advertising layer. Okay. So whenever you see, let's say, a Facebook content in your newsfeed, but very often it comes with a sponsor tab. It could be on your right side, it could be on your newsfeed. There was a time when, this right side wala portion, Google even removed it, brought it back. A lot of things happened, a lot of placements changed. Visually, it may look slightly different in various fonts and devices, but often ads, it's very easy to understand if it's an ad. There will be a sponsored or something like that mentioned there very clearly. So should you invest in Facebook advertising? Definitely. And now this is a question. So this is a simple cheat code. So in your company, if your manager asks, hey, should I do just organic Facebook or should I start thinking of advertising on Facebook? If that question happens, you have to just go through this. If any of these things come through, it's a clear indication that you should start advertising. So now you don't have to sit through and theoretically try to understand, hey, should I advertise or not? No, you should not need to know any algorithms. No, start from a point of view of your business need. Compare against this. Does you have a need and does this come anywhere? Do you want more of something? Do you want to scale something? If you notice, the word more is very important, because organically you might be able to get a few, but do you want even more of it? That's when you amp it up with paid advertising. Now, the next thing that I want to tell you guys is this is the most practical, important thing that you need to know. Okay. 90% of the advertising that you see on Facebook is done by specialized advertising agencies. Think of them as mediators. Okay. So it's not like, for example, Swiggy wants to run an ad. I will tell my juniors, hey, set up that ad, do everything hands-on, write everything by yourself, run everything, manage optimizations. No, usually it is a much collective process. In reality, what happens is they would very often have media agencies who would implement a lot of the operations. So usually you need like very hard-coded technical detail of every platform only if you are on an agency and you are a SME. So typically most agencies within them, and it's very simple how to, I'll just give you some examples. So they usually manage a lot of the advertising. So you don't have to like sit down and by heart, okay, how do I do this element, that element? It's not required. One, these platforms are by structure intuitive. Nobody by hearts anything. I don't have to show you, hey, kaun sa button kahan pe click karna hai. That is not required. This is not your physics lab. Okay. That's where the most practical aspects of this comes in. So in reality, and like I said, 90% of the cases, whenever your advertising has a certain scale and above, always with agencies. There are some cases where you may not even with agency, but in-house, you may have that full expertise, deep expertise in-house, but those are very specific scenarios or for specific channels. What could happen is, okay, I have 10 channels, 2 of them I decide to run in-house without any agency, and I have like 1 or 2 experts who are good at it and will do it every day. Nobody literally sits unless, so very few people in a company will realistically sit on one platform and that will be their full-time job. And that's also the reality of things, right? Because Facebook's algorithms change on a monthly basis, on a weekly basis. Google's algorithms changes. Think of my case, for example, last 1 year, I have advertised in over 70 advertising platforms. You guys don't want Facebook ads or Google ads. That's not how advertising works. Facebook and Google ads actually are like the most democratic products where you enter, and 70% of the market share is Facebook or Google. So when you understand first principles, if you want to learn something, you start with that. But when somebody gets into advanced level, although you may have Facebook or Google, you will have a million other advertising platforms to choose from. So not million, but maybe hundreds of them. And you would have ads running on so many, competing against each other due to different reasons, different technicalities, data governance practices, etc. So realistically, on the client side, very often you would have, you will not get into too many operational nuances. Nobody tries to remember all those nuances. Kaha jaake kya button click karna hai. If you are even trying to make space in your memory, that is the least productive thing you can do. That's not relevant. Kyunki when you go to any portal, it is self, it sets up its direction. What you need is your clarity. What is your objective? What is your audience? How do I find that audience on digital? So practical execution works very differently. So that's where you should have that conceptual understanding. So that's where when we discuss Facebook, I'm not trying to make you by heart an algorithm. If you're trying to by heart an algorithm, it is meaningless, because that algorithm will change in 3 months, or that algorithm may not have full information in the market. But what you need to know is like the larger reasons. Okay, Facebook decides its algorithm because people will interact a certain way.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in digital marketing, then Intellipaat provides a advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
They have paid layers and organic layers, and they have to make these two things work together. These are all the science behind it. These are all the truth behind it. And that is practical knowledge. Practical knowledge is not clicking on a stupid button. If you have, and I'm using very strong words here because these are very strong biases that I want you guys to remove. Okay. I want to be very, very clear about it. When you really get into it, it's your concepts that are going to help. Having a larger picture of, see, if you go to Facebook will always say, okay, run ads this way. But if you just keep listening to Facebook, you may lose out on opportunity to advertise on other platforms that could potentially work for your use cases better. So as an advertiser, as a business owner, as a marketer, very often it's your holistic conceptual knowledge that helps. When you want to know nitty-gritty, everything's on the internet. Yeah, you don't have to by heart. This is not like going to give an exam where you have to, real life is not like that, right? You, whenever you need information, you have it right there. So when you actually go to Ads Manager, you will notice that literally anything that you want to do at that moment in time, it has information everywhere. It is not some exam where you have to go right step. It's not coding. I understand if it is like someone's doing a code in analytics on JavaScript or so, you get your code wrong, things don't work. Advertising doesn't work like that. Everything's right there in front of your eyes. So you don't have to by heart things. Understand like the larger picture, why certain platforms are that way, why are they trying to achieve something that'll take you close. Cool. So Facebook, now why I'm not opening and showing this live is because I have to show either my company or any of my affiliates or someone I consult, right? Those are their private information. That's why I'm not going to a live dashboard and showing it to you. Unlikely that anyone will show a live dashboard. What people do is show a dummy account like this, right? So it's a screenshot within your Facebook page itself. So when you go to your page, you will see page, inbox, notifications. There will be an insights tab. If you don't find the insight tab, just go to the search within Facebook page itself. It will show you this insights tab. There, it will give you all these details. So if you look at the left side of it, who are the followers? How many likes do you have? What is the reach of your post? What are the page views? It gives you so many information. If you have a personal profile, like I said before, you will not get this information. But if you have a business page, you will have, sorry, if you have a page, that page will have all this information. So everything regarding, customer interactions, what's the reach, what are the engagements, a lot of data here. And if you see this little I here, you can see those I, it just means information. So in the same page itself, there are 7 or 8 places. If you want to know what that actually definition is, you just scroll over your mouse to that I and it will literally tell you. So you don't have to by heart. So for example, don't by heart what engagement means in Facebook, because Facebook is going to change that definition every 3 months, every 6 months. And it's going to be different for different kind of posts. Nobody can by heart it. That information may not be useful. You can always just check up here, just scroll over and can verify. Even if something has changed recently, you will know it. Got it? So that's how you should think of digital. Don't treat this like your 11th standard physics lesson. Nobody's going to make you write an exam and grade you on it. Or practical things, when you have all the information at your disposal, you literally go to dashboards, figure your way out, search for information. You don't have to by heart anything. So here comes Instagram, of course, social networking app. And very interesting trajectory. You should also like go and try to follow what happened with Instagram over the years. For example, it was initially just a photo app. Later, it started building engagement. People just used to put visually more beautiful content. Like Instagram of 2011 versus 2021 looks completely different, right? So later Facebook realized that, okay, Instagram has a different audience. They kind of positioned it for younger people, slightly different ways of engagement and sharing and things. There's not a lot of sharing in Instagram, if you notice. Like I cannot go share a post literally there on the platform, right? So it propagates slightly differently. Some means are different, some means the same. And it also over a period try to replicate other successful features. For example, stories were a feature that was actually there in Snapchat. Facebook and Instagram kind of just started replicating it, right? And a number of things. So obviously it started like this, and what Instagram's strength in 2011 or 2012 was, no other app used to give so much customization in just editing photos. So people actually started using Instagram because it gave you these beautiful filters, which was literally not there 10, 12 years back. It was not that easy to access that. Facebook couldn't do it, or LinkedIn doesn't have it. So that really kind of got Instagram kicking. And within Instagram, there are three kinds of accounts. So whenever you interact with pages, right, try to understand or guess what kind of Instagram account is it. So you could have a standard business account. So it could be a company. Zapier, for example, is a marketing technology company. Then right next to it, you have a celebrity, right? Her page. So that's a personality account or a personal account. And then there are themed accounts. So themed accounts are not a person or a company, but they are for a particular topic that's kind of like built out by somebody. So if you notice, they are travel and leisure. So when you start going through your Instagram feed, try to separate this out, and then you will also start noticing what are their strategies, how are they different, or maybe they have to give different value proposition for the customers to drive engagement. So even in your case, what could happen is tomorrow you might fundamentally, when you work for a company, let's say you're working for a technology company, you will probably need the first kind of account. Or you join the management team or a PR team of a celebrity, you might work in the second kind of account, right? So there are these three kinds of accounts basically. And Instagram also has an option called Instagram for Business. That's nothing but, see, if you take Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, they will all have something called Facebook for Business, Instagram for Business, TikTok for Business. That's nothing but the space where you can advertise and represent yourself as a business rather than an individual, right? So now, of course, with Instagram, what has happened is typically people follow less brands on Instagram versus LinkedIn or Facebook, because very often you may follow things on Facebook, maybe you follow long back, um, you know but or LinkedIn, I may just follow a company because I applied to that company in 5 years back. I may not be engaged with them daily. But Instagram, most people even go through their follower list and carefully pick and choose. Correct? They will like unfollow accounts which are boring them. So it's a very higher than other platforms. Generally, the engagement is higher, right? And ad revenues was like $25 billion in 2020, and it has boomed. It's like 50 recently, like came down last quarter a little bit, but numbers are crazy big. And this 24 billion was like 102 billion in 2016 or 2015, if I remember. And obviously people discover things on Instagram and buy, right? So a lot of the brands that, if you recall, like 5 or 7 years ago, if you had to buy fashion online, you would go to Flipkart, Amazon, and you discover most of the brands there 5 or 7 years back, right? Or Myntra. Versus today, what happens is, you come across some interesting brand, you have never even heard of it, but you like the style, you found it on Instagram, you may click, go to that website, buy later, buy that particular product. It need not always come from one of the large e-commerce companies, right? So Instagram has changed a lot of things for a lot of young businesses. That's why there are so many young brands. And there is this kind of brands called direct to consumer. Okay, so direct to consumer brands sell directly to consumers through various platforms. They don't have any mediators. They don't generally like sell in a retail store or things like that, or they may not even list on Amazon or Flipkart, for example. They just sell directly to customers through social media and advertising. So Instagram is one major driver of direct to consumer purchases as well. And okay, if you have a trusted Instagram account, you need like a very clean representation. There's very little space, but there you have to obviously, after you get a certain set of followers, I think Instagram reaches out to you and gives you this tick, this verification. You know that, right? Every social media platform will have it. So you'll have to verify, get your description, get your followerships, get your description right, maybe even have a link to your company's most important blog or website to kind of, complete the bio neatly. Creating Instagram accounts, you guys have all done this, right? Super simple, nothing complicated there. Choosing profile pictures, writing bios, it's the same process, even if you're doing it for a business. And now you need a strategy, right? So these are screenshots from 3 very famous brands, right? Coca-Cola, Shabani, and Adidas. And if you look at their content, what is it that you like generally see? What is the observation? These are just screenshots of their profiles, but what is it that you see from this pic? Right. So there is a very great answers from all of you. Visually engaging. There's a beautiful word from Prakriti. Bright and clean. Yeah. Overall, like the look is very neat and clean, on brand, and they represent the brand a certain way. It's not like they put some random 5 posts out, right? Each of those posts have some elements kind of connecting each other, a lot of video, beautiful visuals, and it's not like too much text. It's not saying something like always running a random discount, or it's not just that. It's a lot more useful content, especially in the second page. If you notice, it's a grid post, right? So basically a grid post is a post where you have like 9 little elements coming together as independent posts. So someone has to come to the profile to actually see the full post. So that's another way to get people to kind of come to your profile. And then very often what people may have to do is they may just scroll down to see other posts, right? So grid post, although may look slightly gimmicky, actually has a specific purpose on Instagram. There was a period when brands started overusing it. Now the usage has come down, but generally a lot of these like very things which are very Instagrammy are there on Instagram. And obviously Instagram has all these content, images, videos, stories, live. And you obviously know within reels, stories, and posts, you could have videos. And IGTV, it also had a long format content called IGTV. I believe those are like videos about 3 minutes, but now Instagram has retired it. 5 months ago, or 3 months ago, IGTV was live. Just imagine, before the course, probably like the duration of your course itself, things have changed. And no to some backend algorithm, like literally one important placement, Instagram has just removed, right? So a lot of these things happen. They try out various things, see what's working, cut, paste, things change so much, right? And obviously, these are some tips to find actual content ideas, and obviously making a list of products and services, writing down how is it beneficial to the customer, coming up with great visualizations of them, right? So it's not just about saying that, hey, I offer this product for this benefit. It has to be visual. It has to be attractive on Instagram. Any brand that puts content out there without great design on Instagram would typically fail. And Instagram is also about showing very specific and special moments. Like, for example, any celebrity, when their wedding happens, right? They just put up their post on Instagram, even when like the marriage ceremony is secretive, right? And that usually travels. So capture your unique moments, special moments. If you're a brand, you would see sometimes brands celebrating their 100th anniversary, 50th anniversary, or sometimes, when a brand gets a new celebrity, they may post about it. Sometimes even brands get extremely personal. So there are extremely like direct and simple. Like 10 years back or 20 years back, if a brand is shooting an advertisement, you will see the advertisement only when it is on TV. But today, what do we have? We have like behind the shoulder shots, behind the scenes shot, BTS shots. So the creator or the brand may actually even take photos of some things that are upcoming. So, they kind of build the buzz and tells people that, hey, there is this thing coming because you for following us, you happen to see what's happening behind the scenes and things like that, right? And this is a good term to use, content pillar. So you will see social media managers very often create a content pillar. Okay, so what they would do is they will take a Google document, or in some cases like softwares like Figma, anything that can kind of do some whiteboarding, right? Where they will just clearly write down what are the themes and things that I'm going to talk about, and being very clear that, okay, I will not talk about this and that, right? I will talk about these specific issues only. So for example, you have certain brands which very clearly, stay up, don't even discuss, politics. They always remain fun and lighthearted. Whereas some brands are very clear when there is a political issue, a racial issue, an ethical issue, they come in and talk. It's not that, because brands are representation of certain ideas and certain branding, right? So it's not like you should jump in and talk about everything. You want to be clear what you asked, what are you things for, and then there are those themes that are kind of written down, right? And there are various ways of execution. Like behind the scenes, I already spoke about user generated content. So sometimes brands can inspire users to produce videos and they may put it out, right? Sometimes it could be interesting product demos and showcase, educational stuff, cultural focus. So you see some companies, they may upload on Instagram when there's a Rangoli celebration in their company, right? As simple as that. And Instagram is generally fun and lighthearted. Taking another example, so take banks. Banks are meant to be very serious, but if you take an ICICI or HDFC communication on Instagram, you will see that it's a bit of a light tone, personal, fun. It won't be like too strict like how it is on a LinkedIn, right? So on Instagram, you always want to keep it a little light. And sometimes, if it's small companies, you can even talk about the team. Like, for example, if you're a small bakery, you may want to talk about, the recipe, how each of the team members got their recipe passed from generation, something like that, right? Like a lot of things which are like very personal, simple can work. Team member takeovers are a good example. So team member takeovers, you might see, for example, somebody working for Swiggy, for example, could just walk you through some of the major cities in your town major restaurants in your town, just going through a little walk. They just show how their day looked like. So that's like, I have, for example, done team member, like most marketing team members have actually done takeover of Swiggy's page. Think of it, it's a $1 billion company that Instagram would have had maybe 50,000, 100K followers. Despite that, you're handing it over to an employee to just go around, click his day and just show it. Obviously, those would be qualified people who will know what to post and not post, but still just letting a team member even kind of showcase things on a channel and not coming very corporate is so interesting, right? So the overall strategy would look something like this, right? You figure out who is your audience, then comes hashtags. It's again a very hazy topic, with a lot of transparency, lack of transparency about what it is about and what works and doesn't. So generally your strategy is about knowing your audience, figuring out what is the hashtags, and very often hashtags come from those insights. What do people write and mention and associate with your brand, the category? Be part of Instagram communities. And this is where actually a lot of concepts of like cross promotion, etc. came, which is kind of misused also in a way, right? These days where, your certain brands kind of working together, a lot of conversations, and it like a very social environment between brands, influencers, customers, etc. Within your, and another thing is optimum frequency for your category and brand. So one thing that people The stupidest piece of information on the internet is when somebody says, for best engagement, do 5 posts a month, 7 posts a week, things like that. That doesn't matter. Think of yourself as a consumer. For various categories, various brands, you may want to also see at a certain frequency, right? If you're following IPL, for example, you may want to see content like even 5-6 pieces of content every day. You may not mind because you want to follow that match and that action, right? You might want to see that. You might be okay with that. But imagine you're following Nike, and Nike keeps putting 5 different posts a week, even unnecessarily, without engagement. Sometimes the quality also takes a hit, right? Based on your category, you want to say what is the situation, what is the occasion, and then decide how many number. If somebody says you, hey, 5 posts per month is better, that person is probably giving you a random answer to just avoid you. Okay, someone has came and asked me, hey, how many posts should I do? If I tell him, hey, that depends on your category, it looks like a subjective answer. But if I tell him, hey, boss, 5, do 5, that's the best number, you're avoiding a headache. So be very clear that of like useful information and like, information that's not actionable. Then you have editorial calendar, right? We already discussed the context. So you will have a larger editorial calendar. Within that, you would say that, okay, in Instagram, what does my calendar look like? And like all social media, always use paid ads when necessary. Now, we also discussed how to know if you have to use paid ads. One of the slides literally had the cheat codes, right? Questions. Do we need more leads? Do we need more of this, more of that, more of that? If any of the answers is yes, start using advertising, right? Now, a lot of similarities on engagement, like Facebook, captions, quality beats quantity, consistency. And there is this tool called Quora. You can try out. I have given a link. It's a very simple online portal where you will get some information about what kind of images are working and gives the best engagement, and then try to replicate. It's again just a direction, a tip rather than a true strategy in a way, I would say. And of course, interact with your photos so that Instagram knows that, okay, you're replying to your followers who are commenting. Go speak with others, and you will notice like some of the most popular friends also, forget even brands, even friends, they are people who keeps interacting with others. So if you don't interact with others, your post also will take a hit. It's not like, oh, I'm a big brand, I'm not going to interact. And this is the reason why you will see a lot of cross brand campaigns. So you may have noticed, right? Like Paytm says something, and on that Instagram post, Swiggy may go and comment something relevant, right? And this happens across all channels, not just Instagram. So even take big brands, for example, they regularly interact. Yeah. And of course, promoting the Instagram account in all social media channels. So if you notice, if you go to the bottom of any email that you receive, there will be link to Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, right? So always try to, or sometimes you can scan QR codes. Like when you go to some physical stores, they will have an option. You scan a QR code, you land on the Instagram account so they can follow. So all of these things will kind of keep increasing engagement. And this is kind of like the last couple of points that we want to discuss. Followers, we discussed a lot of this, right? Promotions can help. Contest can help. And I'm not getting into details of this because these are, I think, fairly easily available things for you. Charity is a great example. So forget Instagram. You can check out this. So someone asked me to type out the Quora tool. It's in the PPT, but don't even worry about it. You can just search Quora or equivalents. You will find a lot of brands similar. So coming to the this charity case, look at Omaze, for example. Omaze had this business model where you can donate to charity, but you could also win a Ferrari. So you also enter a raffle. So you're also getting yourself a chance of winning a Ferrari when you contribute to a charity. It had a very unique model, and you used to drive through YouTube, Instagram, etc. So even charity can be structured very creatively. It's just now it's about you to kind of like keep looking at how do various brands use it for charity. May not always be the best practices, but you can learn a lot from that, right? Sometimes you can collab as a brand, you want to collaborate on some charity and discuss that. Example is the GAPS partnership to fight AIDS in Africa, right? And Gap is typically considered a fast fashion brand, not a brand with any, like not treated to be very authentic. Some people question that brand, and therefore it's more and more important for them to like be meaningful socially and participate in something that's useful for the community, right? Um, Instagram obviously is another great place for teasers because mostly the people who follow you are care deeply about you. People curate whom they follow on Instagram, correct? So brands and creators, influencers, etc., will always try to put something out there which they may not put on their Facebook or YouTube channels. Another option that is there on Instagram is Instagram Live. So this is also another model of social commerce or social sales where someone may demonstrate a product, in their Instagram Live. And why it also like brings can be effective is because in Instagram Live you can actually demonstrate a product that may have certain nuances, right? Or it could be fashion accessories which can be like really demonstrated quickly. So a lot of things where your demonstrations work, it really helps. So LinkedIn, I want to know this. You can answer in the chat window. How many of you do not have a LinkedIn profile? I know most of you will have. So do let me know. Anyone who doesn't have? So I'm sure like probably 90% of you have. But here's something that I want to tell you, right? The more LinkedIn is almost your most important textbook, right? It's something that keeps you constantly updated about all things in digital marketing that you would want to know. So when you're a learner, build relevant connections and start following relevant content on LinkedIn, right? And then it keeps feeding you information that you need. So one of them was, you guys were asking me references for books on digital media and social, right? So one thing, for a learner level, I do not have a very good reference, and I will tell you why. Because generally, what if you mean like a physical book or an ebook, by the time your publisher cycle happens and those are released, very often that will require a lot of revisions. So generally in the world of digital media or social, a lot of the learning is through digital content and courses like the one that an Intellipaat does, or the courses that a Google or a Facebook might do for a particular domain. There are specialized books. So just like if I take any other field of study like economics, right? There might be, in economics, you might actually have books that, let's say, cover the economics of Africa in the 20th century, right? Or economics of small scale businesses in India. So there will be always those niches and specialized topics, and you would have like elaborate literature on it, right? So very often in digital also it's the same way. You will have like a lot of high quality books that I can kind of tell you, like but very often they may deal with more, how do I say that, more philosophical, larger conceptual viewpoints. The ones which are like very momentary in time, right? Because a lot of algorithms change, a lot of features of social change. My personal opinion is that probably textbooks are not the best way to learn it, right? And sometimes it's also this, it's a little bit of that self-discovery process. So even when you come into this course, if you notice it, like something I've learned with young learners or digital has always been that they come with certain assumptions that, hey, and very often those assumptions and biases come from the way we may have learned our the purely academic courses, how I may have learned my higher secondary or graduation or post-graduation, where you have like, a certain set syllabus. You have to play within the realms of that syllabus. There are things that are black and white, and you go through that material to ensure that, you pass or get a certain grade, right? So you try to memorize a lot of things, right? Sometimes you want to conceptual, you try to understand a lot of that theory, which is like almost hard coded. But when you get into a domain like digital marketing and you try to learn, you need to have a different psyche, right? And So what happens, it's not like, hey, you go to a course, you finish that course and you've learned the world, right? You necessarily go to education to train your mind, to train yourself as to what are the kind of questions to ask, how to seek information, where to start, etc. So when you come to a course like the one that Intellipaat has, for example, think of this as taking a helicopter tour of a city, right? You are taking off from one point, you're going on the helicopter, visiting various elements of the city so that you have a unbiased view of what is out there in the market. Now, on a specific day, we may get down, go for a tour in a park, go for a park and visit in an area. So over a period, we may also slowly cover various elements of the city. And at the end of it, you may have gotten an understanding of the overall structure of the city, right? If that city is, now think of that city being the, the universe of digital marketing. That's what we.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in digital marketing, then Intellipaat provides a advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
Trying to do, give you that relevant information that can help you set up for success in the long run, right? And when that happens, when that happens, you kind of start with a holistic view of things, right? And of course, even if someone has done this for you, where they have taken you on a helicopter tour of the city, then go into specific areas of the cities like a tour guide and showed you things around. If you truly want to live in a city, grow, understand, you will have to understand the nuances of the culture of that city, right? So let's say you want to set up, you want to buy a house in the city. You will obviously go research a lot more about that specific location, your neighborhood, things like what's the quality of water supply, right? What's the quality of transport? That's the same thing that happens when you start a career in one of these domains. Naturally, you will notice that you will also do a lot of self-research whenever any of the subtopics are, your career entry point or super critical to your job or business. Yeah. So yeah, diving right in, I hope this kind of gave you a little bit of perspective of like how to align your mindset when you're set to learn anything in digital. Okay, so I will dive right in. So we have already discussed kind of couple of social platforms, and like I want to reiterate, today we will go through various platforms like LinkedIn, Twitter, Quora, etc. And I want to make sure that I am repeating this again. So when we go through all these platforms, you get a holistic picture of various social media platforms, right? And like I said, that kind of helps us strategize better, build meaningful social media plans, understanding what channels are relevant, not relevant, what to do, not to do within each channels, and then build a holistic media strategy for social. So, of course, so LinkedIn has literally almost, if you notice here, when I asked, almost all of you are on LinkedIn, right? There's almost none of you who is not on LinkedIn. And it's kind of serves various purposes. So for example, when 10 years back, if you go and ask people, hey, why are you on LinkedIn? They would say, I'm there for a job search. Even if, let's say, one of your colleagues see you like browsing LinkedIn, they are assuming that, okay, this person is just browsing around trying to find a job. So LinkedIn was unfortunately looked upon like how a Naukri.com or Monster or Indeed is perceived, right? But that was never the reality. LinkedIn is a true social media platform. It is not a job search platform, right? So in the world of LinkedIn, just like the fundamentals of Facebook or Instagram are rooted in people and connections, LinkedIn is a space meant for people and connections, but for the space of academics and professionals and business, right? So for LinkedIn, it was important that, and that's exactly why, Microsoft also got into LinkedIn at some point of time, right? Because that actually gives so much, opens up so much scope for business and advertising in future, right? So LinkedIn serves as your digital resume, your profile. In today's world, it's absolutely okay to write specifics of your resume, of your role on your digital profile, right? It's not like, that doesn't mean you're job searching. It sometimes is a representation of self. It's a representation of your role within your company to help others understand what you do and pitch to you for partnerships, etc. Right? LinkedIn, therefore, is a digital resume. It can help you network. A lot of content and news comes on LinkedIn feed, in the LinkedIn feed, news feed. All of that is available, right? Even if you were to search for certain professionals on Google, you would find that, very often if you're searching somebody with their name and their company or designation, the first result is often LinkedIn, right? You have even an option to, given that professional has given Google visibility to his LinkedIn profile. And almost all businesses also have a LinkedIn page. Today, if you're trying to work or with another agency or a partner, and if they don't have a LinkedIn page, a credible LinkedIn page, that's almost always a red signal, right? And LinkedIn has also, because there are so many professionals on LinkedIn, very often for their business needs and professional needs, it has also become a great lead generation platform for B2B businesses, and in some cases, even some B2C cases, So this is what we went through right now. The reason, the sheer importance of LinkedIn. And you may have also noticed that sometimes some people also have a creator tag on LinkedIn. So you can specifically tell LinkedIn that, hey, you're a creator. It's just like toggle of a button that enables them to, like, for example, if you go to my profile, you can see that I have a creator tag. So that's one reason why you can see certain elements like, okay, Umesh talks about certain hashtags in my profile. So eventually, like, LinkedIn starts representing you as a brand, right? Even when, let's say, you're applying to a role via Indeed or Naukri and the HR sees your resume, he might actually go and check your LinkedIn profile as well, right? And then that could reflect how you are as a person. Same way, let's say you're a freelancer and somebody is wanting to work with you. Let's say you're a freelancer in digital marketing or social media, and you're trying to, build a collaboration with somebody. They're going to come to your LinkedIn page, and that they'll try to evaluate, okay, how academic is this person? How refined is this person? Is he having subject matter expertise? Are there elements in his profile which shows that this guy's actually knows the domain, right? So we have an example here on the right hand side. You can see he has very clearly written in his headlines what are his subject matter expertise. So he says that, hey, I know WordPress, right? Web development, design, blogging, and social media. So anyone coming to, let's say, Ravi's profile, Ravi has written a good headline. He has given a background of his education. And he has also given a very concise summary of what is his expertise. So, and you can also notice that he has put up a very professional LinkedIn picture. It's not something where he is vacationing somewhere or jet skiing. He has put something which is casual, as well as, like, it's on the good, like, it's a little bit casual, a bit formal. And he has also used the cover photo to his advantage, right? Very clearly, it represents what does he do, shows the URL of his personal website. So this is a good example. And there are a number of good LinkedIn examples that will come when we share the slides with you. So all of these are things that one can do to make the LinkedIn profile very, very much on point. There are some things that people, and I think even more than Facebook and Instagram, all the do's and don'ts on LinkedIn really, really matter. Because, something you do wrong on Facebook or Instagram, probably, you might actually make a few friends angry, or potentially it could not always, it could lead to a lot of negative results. But in LinkedIn, it's possible that, you are doing something wrong and it's visible to all employers, and it might actually even affect your chances of having a career or growth, right? So therefore, and it's also a space of etiquette. It's just like, if your Instagram or Facebook is a lot more casual, you can't go and do the same on LinkedIn, right? You can't say that, hey man, how are you? Hey bro. That's not how someone in LinkedIn might converse with each other, right? It's actually kind of a replication of your work environment, your professional environment. And therefore, there are a certain elements of etiquette that come with it. There are some things which are like very similar to Facebook or Instagram, and there are some things which are slightly different because of the unique environment that LinkedIn has, right? So all the things in the do section are very simple ones for you to follow, like personalizing connection requests. So if you're sending somebody a connect request, and if that person, especially if that person doesn't know, how know you personally, write a short note saying that, hey, I am from the same industry as you. I would like to stay connected so that we can, expand our network. It could be something even generic, but give person a reason why you are connecting with them, right? Because what happens is, think of Facebook. Facebook has, I believe, a limit of 4,000 or 5,000 connections. LinkedIn has a limit of 30,000. And most people have, once they have built a successful professional career, have crazy number of LinkedIn requests. So within that, you have to stand out. Otherwise, most people might just like mark you spam or just ignore the request. So always try to write a personalized message. So I know most of you guys are young professionals or folks who are just starting out in digital. So you may not even have a lot of high quality connections in digital marketing in your profile. Therefore, it's super important that you kind of keep building that network by sending meaningful requests, and having personalization will really help you in that matter, right? All the other elements I've discussed, very simple things to follow in terms of professional headshots and useful content. Always try to get recommendations on LinkedIn. So if you're, let's say, it could be your professors, it could be a client that you work with, it could be your current or past managers. Ask them to give you recommendations so that it shows on your profile. And always, and LinkedIn can also be used to introduce other folks. So like, for example, you could say that, hey, there's this person, he's like looking for a job. Hey, my network, can you help with any profiles that might be relevant to this person, right? So that's a lot of ways it's like a professional world happening in the social side, on the social layer. But there are some things that you should absolutely don't do on LinkedIn. Like one mistake that a lot of folks used to make in the past and even today is that when they see somebody hovering over the profile, they assume that this person is stalking you. It's not equivalent of Facebook or Instagram. Nobody goes on LinkedIn to just check people out, because there is no social activity there. You're not posting any personal things there, right? People could come to your profile for various reasons. One could be that, that person's researching on an industry. So for example, let's say I want to outsource some work to, let's say, Philippines as a country. Now, if and this is a very random example to just help you understand, I might actually go and go through the profiles of a few digital marketing professionals in Philippines, or customer support profiles in Philippines, to understand, okay, what is like the kind of talent, what is their educational background, what are the kind of courses that they do, what is the language that they speak. And in my research, I may actually go through a number of profiles. That doesn't mean I'm going through each of, or stalking anybody's profile, right? So LinkedIn is, like I said, a professional discovery platform. So it's absolutely okay that somebody will come and see your profile. And one mistake that a lot of folks is they try to lock their profiles. So very often it's difficult to discover, difficult to connect. Don't do that. As possible, as much as possible, try to be open. You always have the option to, if somebody sends you a connect request, you can always decline if you don't want to. But ideally, the best way around this is keep yourself as flexible as possible, as open as possible. If you want any restraint, put that restraint in terms of your content. So for example, don't assume that, okay, I have not friended anybody at my current organization on LinkedIn, so I can put a post on LinkedIn saying that, hey, I'm looking for a job. That is not always that's probably the wrong way of thinking about it. That's unfortunately has kind of like limited a lot of young professionals and their growth as well. What do? Like, they get on LinkedIn. Very often the recommendations are people from their own company. They are worried that, okay, if I start becoming active on LinkedIn, they may think that I'm leaving. So let me not send them a connection request. But understand, sometimes your co-workers are your, closest professional connections. When you when you connect with them, those mutual connections will also help you build further. So when you, let's say, are sending a connection request to someone whom you don't know, they might actually accept your request because they happen to see a mutual connection, right? Amongst, it could be your current professional network. It also increases your credibility. So suppose you are from the field of hypothetically web design, and if you have connected with, your own circle within the company, they're all web design professionals, right? And that kind of will show up in the way LinkedIn serves you content, or how others assess you when you send them a connect request. So LinkedIn also has this feature called Premium. I request all of you to try this out once. This is free for 30 days. After that, it becomes a billable feature. Okay, so go to LinkedIn Premium, and within this, you will see 4 different options. This also kind of tells you what are the 4 major categories of users on LinkedIn. Okay, so if you are someone who's trying to grow your career, this means that you're trying to apply to companies, seek information regarding companies, follow up on your job applications, you go with career. Typically, this is about, I think most of these packages are between 1,000 to 4,000 rupees in India. And sometimes there are even like enterprise memberships for some of these services. But yeah, so here there is, of course, career. Then there's, of course, business. Now, business is when, your role might involve not a lot of crazy sales, but a few meaningful relationships that will help you establish meaningful connections. For example, let's say you are working for a media company who's, inviting experts for webinars or classes. You want to reach out to experts in your domain, you might need a business account, right? Then there's, of course, a package of sales. Now, you might not know this, but a lot of sales actually happens to LinkedIn. And I'm not talking about like consumer level sales, but large, selling of software services, enterprise services, etc. Or even finding dealers and distributors in some cases for certain industries, right? So for example, if I were to fire up my LinkedIn profile and I go to the messages, let's say I will, just in the month of May, I would have received at least 10 sales requests. So these are folks who are sales representatives of various software companies or marketing agencies, reaching out to me and trying to sell their product, saying that, hey, Umesh, would you like to try our product for your company, right? So especially as you mature in your career or you get into leadership roles or management roles, you might actually see a lot of people reach out to you as well as for sales, right? Sometimes that's just not meant for management professionals themselves. You will also see like even teachers and doctors are on LinkedIn. So not a lot in India, but in markets like US, a lot of marketing to doctors happens through LinkedIn. So you might know that pharmaceutical companies and firms who are in spaces like medical devices, they want to reach out to doctors and form affiliations and sell through these doctors network, right? Their medications or devices. A lot of that happens through LinkedIn. And then, of course, the last one is hiring. Now, this hiring is meant for recruiters. So very often, if you ask your HR in your company, hey, what kind of account do you have on LinkedIn? They will tell you that they have a recruiter account. So that the interface of that account is customized for talent acquisition partners, right? So those are folks who search other profiles, marry them to certain roles, and then some folks might even kind of like run certain elements of the process on this account. Like, for example, when somebody is applying for a role, putting certain screeners, asking certain questions before they submit the resume. So all of these things kind of work together to make LinkedIn. But the advantage is that, hey, even if one thing to keep in mind is, suppose, let's say I have a sales profile, hypothetically. When somebody comes to my profile, it won't call out that, hey, Umesh has a premium sales account or Umesh has a career account. It doesn't say. So your the visible layer to the general public and your connections is the same. But in the back end, the features that are available to you are slightly different. So once you have a premium account, now I spoke about four kinds of accounts here. And I spoke about how the front end may look similar, as in your profile may look similar to external viewers, but your back end, like what you have access to, is different. Now, if you go to log into your premium account, it will look something like this. So when you have a premium account, for example, in this case of Chandan, who has a premium account, he gets a few features, right? He gets a lot of personalized insight. So you don't have to like learn how this thing works, etc. Just log in and LinkedIn will tell you everything, right? It tells you some specifics about what are some of the jobs where probably you are a top applicant. So LinkedIn is itself looking through various jobs available in the ecosystem and giving you some insights. Hey, Chandan, why don't you try applying to this company? These guys have these and these qualifications, which look a lot like yours. It gives you specifics about the viewers of the profile. So for generic accounts, so if you don't have a premium account, you don't get a lot of information about who viewed your profile. I think probably the last 4 or 5 connections you can see, but viewers you can see, but that's not too useful. But when you have premium, right, you go to your premium account and you can see all the viewers. What area, geography are they from? What industries are they from? And that can be very useful. So when you're young, you may find it like being just relevant for job searching. But the reality is that once you mature in your career, that actually helps you a lot about giving you visibility of the quality of your influence on the industry, the kind of people who are trying to reach out and sell to you, etc. Okay, now somebody had a question on how do people sell via LinkedIn, right? So I'm just going to try giving you one simple example, but there are like so many other ways of selling. So think of your company itself. Some of you might be employed with a certain business or large organization. You may have certain software to manage your payroll, right? Or what someone would call employee portal, right? The organization has set it up. You are logging into that to see your payslip or your details, right? That's one simple example. Or think of things like Slack or even Microsoft Outlook. Think of your organization. So your organization is able to enable a payroll software for you, or your organization is able to give all of you guys a Slack account or a Microsoft Outlook account because they have an enterprise subscription, correct? So they have probably like work with a payroll software company or Microsoft and has brought this software from them. So these services are typically called software as a service, enterprise versions of SaaS, right? So in this case, your company has this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 multiple software. I'm sure that across payroll, communication, taxation, you may have multiple softwares that the company would have subscribed to. Some of the firms may also have project management tools. So there are platforms like Asana, Notion, Monday.com, etc., or Jira, which are all meant for project management and various things. Now, a lot of the products that businesses or large companies subscribe to are enterprise versions. And very often that company has that product because, let's say, the HR team or the finance team or the decision makers of that particular function in the team brought that software from somebody. very often those sales happen via LinkedIn. Understood? So usually, or if you are an advertiser, now when you start out, you may start out with Facebook or Google, which are basic, but over a period, you will notice that different advertising platforms may reach out to you via LinkedIn and ask them that, hey, why don't you try Criteo? I have an advertising platform called Criteo. It is better than Facebook and Google in this and this way. Why don't you try it out? So very often the sales happens through LinkedIn for enterprise software, for certain advertising technology, and there can be even cases where LinkedIn can be used to talk to a specific kind of individuals. For example, there are organizations who work in the fitness space who may have a lot of clients who might register with them for fitness training. They may reach out via LinkedIn and sell this client base to instructors, saying that, hey, I have a certain subscriber base. If you are able to buy my plan, if you're ready to buy my plan, I can give you contact details and help you with lead generation. So there are thousands and thousand ways in which sales happen on LinkedIn. So remember, in the enterprise world, sales doesn't mean like sales of a physical good or item, right? It is very often large business relationships that are sold on LinkedIn. People generally don't sell like gadgets on LinkedIn. For example, you may not see the ad for a Fitbit on LinkedIn, right? Consumer sales generally are done on other social media, but mostly enterprise businesses or very niche subject matter expertise driven sales happen on LinkedIn. So one difference here. Now, next aspect is, now if we till now we all spoke about individual accounts, right? My account as a recruiter, or my account as a career, as a job searcher, etc. And how I spoke about the front end to all those kind of accounts are the same, right? And this is something called, the next thing that I want to discuss is something called the LinkedIn company page. So if you guys go to, I'm just giving you an example, LinkedIn, and you will have various companies. Like for example, if I go to Ola will have its own page. So this is a profile of Ola as a company. And here they have given details about them, details about their funding, details about what the business is. There are posts, right? Saying, hey, and if you look at these posts, they're not necessarily always aimed at a consumer. It's probably talking to other advertising professionals, marketing professionals, other folks who are affiliates, business managers, etc. of Ola, right? So it's a mix. It kind of speaks to the corporate Genta that they either work with as a consumer or they work with us like dealer, distributor, affiliates, etc. Unlikely that any of this is like, for example, just trying to sell a product technically, right? It's not trying to sell Ola Micro. Hey, take Ola Micro rides at so and so discount. No, it's usually giving about, see, for example, here this post is about sharing inspiring stories about driver heroes, right? So it's like, it's like a profile for the company. Yeah. So when you have these company pages, that can really help you network your employees really well. So very often your employees themselves subscribe to your company pages because that's where they see a lot of updates, right? Sometimes people do engaging things on their profiles, and that can also get shared and be visible. For example, let's say when we navigated to Ola's page, we saw how they posted some stories about some interesting driver partner stories, right? About their drivers. Now, if it's appealing, you may have seen people share those around on LinkedIn, where they just share this content saying that, oh, wow, so-and-so Ola partner or Ola driver, help the customer and this way. That's so motivating, inspiring. Now that kind of builds the brand, right? So people kind of have, instead of treating Ola like a taxi service, people look at Ola and say that, hey, this is a brand which has a lot of humane side to it, right? And you feel that connection with the brand. That's a good example. And that LinkedIn page often is also a good space for the firm to have followers. And very often these could be even prospective employees, right? So, if somebody is job searching or applying for a role at Ola, very often that person would also come and visit Ola's LinkedIn page. And that kind of makes their hiring easy. Or supports their overall hiring practices. So there are a lot of things that these profile pages can do. It can even work in lead generation. So in this case, what happens is, let's say, I'm giving an example. I am a marketer. I want to work with an agency who will, let's say, produce advertising with me. It's possible that I may just search around on LinkedIn and just message one of the businesses I see there saying that, hey, I want to make this ad and would you like to come around and partner? So if you're handling your company's LinkedIn page, so if you are a small business owner, who has to have a LinkedIn page for some reason, or if you are part of an HR team or a marketing team who handles a page for LinkedIn, ensure that any content that you post on LinkedIn, is extremely professional, have high quality images, and often have very good quality narrations, right? And all the generics follow, like having a good headline, engaging in conversations, having discussions, promoting events. So when you go on LinkedIn, you will notice a lot of companies.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in digital marketing, then Intellipaat provides a advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
Run a lot of events, and trust me, there are so many free events you can attend. For example, if you follow Facebook's LinkedIn page, or not Facebook, let's say Meta's LinkedIn page. Meta may host a number of events and conferences aimed at specific audiences, young learners in digital, social media strategists, business owners, so you can follow those webinars, and very often they promote their webinar through their LinkedIn profile. And of course, even when you think of any kind of social media profile, important to have a content strategy, right? Same thing applies on LinkedIn, just like Instagram or Facebook. Now, so if you are a sales manager who are generating prospects via LinkedIn, this is how you can do it. Okay. So it could be a business owner or a sales manager, and you want to find people whom you can sell to via LinkedIn, right? So how do you start out? You go there, you look at your contacts, you keep building contacts, in the industry. You keep sending requests, give them personalized notes, have them accept. And even when you socialize with somebody in a networking event, feel free to send them a LinkedIn request right after. So for example, you guys came and attended my session yesterday, and I think about 15 of you sent me a request almost immediately during the class, right? So what were you doing? You were just connecting with someone whom you met, or at a certain event, right? Effectively, right? So that's one way. Like, always try to maintain connections, keep it engaging, keep it meaningful, right? And within LinkedIn, when you saw the premium account, right? Within premium, LinkedIn allows you to apply a lot of filters to find people who are in your industry, people who are in a particular job title, and you can find out who are potentially the people whom you can reach out to do a sale. So simple example, if you are a company selling HR software, you will very often reach out to the HR business partners in that company, or their HR head, or in some cases, maybe the administration team, right? Because you have figured that, okay, if I'm going to sell an HR software, mostly I have to go to the HR first, or admins or IT people. Maybe these are the three guys who will probably buy that software, right? You will never try to sell HR software to, let's say, there's no purpose reaching out to marketing team and saying that, hey, hello, marketing head, would you like to buy my HR software? Marketing head would obviously say that, hey, no, I mean, these are handled by HR. I don't take care of it, right? So very often who are the guys who might buy from you is very clear, and they're almost easily searchable on LinkedIn, right? Another interesting thing that a lot of folks do is set up groups. So you may have seen on LinkedIn certain groups like career searchers, or young career, like groups meant for young job seekers, for example. So these may have like very generic names, but very often these are actually built and nurtured by other folks who want to ultimately use these guys as leads, right? So a lot of these groups are actually done tactically to do prospecting, And very often people can also see who is part of a group. So suppose you guys are all interested in let's say some of you are interested in content marketing. You will go on LinkedIn and follow or join certain groups which are discussing content marketing. And if somebody sees that you're part of that group, they know that, okay, this person's already interested in content marketing, and they may reach out to you for sales regarding content, right? Anything in content. So your profile is also a very effective lead generator. Write out carefully, neatly. So if you go to some of the best guys who do kind of like enterprise sales in software industry or tech industry, they will write out a very beautiful profile where they'll kind of explain who are the large clients that they have, what is the industry they are in. And when people see that, it's possible that sometimes even the client may reach out to you. A prospective client may reach out to you and have business conversations. So this is LinkedIn articles. LinkedIn articles are nothing but very similar to what your posts are on Facebook, right? In a way, you just go to your news feed. You want to make a fresh post, you write some copy. But by copy, I mean copy is the word for anything text in the marketing space or in the content space, right? So you write down some captions, copies, images, videos, and you share that. That is called an article. Now, LinkedIn wants to make sure that you're professional here, right? So this may not be your everyday musings like that on Twitter or your daily life like Facebook that you would share, but it'll be something that is useful and relevant to people, right? So this is very important for many of you guys, for all of you guys in the future too, because maybe you may not put out any content there, but when you actually go into LinkedIn, you will receive a lot of content. You'll see a lot of content put out by other folks. And when you go and research on them, when you go and research on various things on LinkedIn, very often you will build a lot of your understanding from these articles. Okay. And in LinkedIn, of course, try to keep your articles short and concise. Sometimes you can even invite other people to come in and collaborate and write blogs, collaborating with other folks who are subject matter experts in the industry. And another good thing is also that it always has an instant approval, right? Whatever content you put out, unless somebody goes and flags it down or it has any very specific hate content, you can almost always get it out immediately. So skill badges are definitely useful. It's not, it may actually, because somebody from the HR side, when they do the job searches, a lot of things are automated, right? When from the HR side, if they are searching for prospects for a job, badges could potentially help. It could help increase the chance of your profile being visible to the recruiter. So it's not something that will give you guaranteed success, but it's a useful feature that has been introduced anyway. It's also a good, so when you go to your account on LinkedIn, you will also get to take certain, for example, I have a Google Analytics skill badge. It kind of, all I had to do was answer 30 questions about Google Analytics. And if I cleared a number of questions, I'd get that badge, right? And that shows to others that, okay, this person knows Google Analytics. Same way, people who are in software development or CRM, they often take some of these little quizzes and try to get those badges. So it's a good to have. It's just, see, if you are good at a certain domain, you can always kind of do all of these things to kind of enhance your profile. How do we start conversations? Is it organic or should I use any paid features? So basically, if your sales requires a lot of scale, very often you will have to take a paid feature, because not everybody replies to on LinkedIn, and so therefore the response rates could be low, right? So if you respond to 50, try to talk to 50 people and only 5 people are talking back to you, are trying to converse, then that's not good conversion rate, right? So very often you take paid, you subscribe to something that's allowing you to send messages to a much higher scale of, just because your conversion rates are smaller. Okay, so guys, I'm going to take a little step back and show you guys something interesting, right? And this is something that you cannot learn unless you have understood a little bit of social media platforms. And it's also possible that some of the things that I might tell you, you may not be able to connect or relate immediately, and that's okay. But this is how a lot of the internet kind of like works, right? And a lot of people kind of like make money on internet, etc. So I want to discuss something called affiliate marketing, right? So not technically a, how do I say that? Sorry, it's not. I'm just like giving the message here. So it's not technically a domain. It is more like a combination of various domains and a way of monetization on the internet. So what happens is I'll try to give you a walkthrough of this through some examples, right? So bear with me for a minute. I'm just pulling up. So you can see my screen, right? So you will see a lot of sites like this, right? It seems like a small little site. If you go through the about us page or try to understand who are these, it's not like it's Times of India or Hindustan Times or any large publishers behind this. This seems to be like a small player. Go to about us, very simple blog, right? It says that, hey, we are a shopping blogs platform. We give you interesting content. There isn't. So it's very clear that this is a small player. This could be someone like, any of the students here, right? Who have their own blogs or websites. And if you notice their content, they're writing about various categories and, talking about various stores and talking about powerful tools. Interestingly, so if I go and click this 5 powerful tools to speed up your blog, it also mentions various brands like SEMrush, Yoast, Grammarly, Google Analytics, Google Search, right? Or if I come here and look at this shopping stores tab, it's discussing various brands like French Connection, Woohoo, Topshop. So basically what this blogger is trying to do is that on his website, he's promoting all these brands, okay? And he has most probably taken money through various pay structures from these brands as well. So a lot of the content on the internet are actually generated by people who are affiliates. So they use a combination of social media, SEO, content, everything to drive visibility for various brands. And when people buy after coming to their website, clicking their link, so there are like digital tracking, there are certain sciences behind it in the backend. I'm not going to the details of that, but more or less the summary is that when somebody goes to the site, uses a coupon from this website or uses a link from this website to complete a purchase, these guys get a percentage commission or a fixed pay. So these are called affiliate networks. So these affiliates will also have their social media pages. So a lot of the content that you come even on social, for example, this Bloggersly may also have their Instagram pages and Facebook pages, etc., where they promote various brands. So a lot of the brands that actually make money on the internet through this structure. Another simple example that I want to give you guys is, you might know Men's XP, right? Men's XP is actually run by a corporate. It writes about various brands. And for example, in this case, it says, hey, they not only sell their own products, but they are, for example, here, they are selling Vivo Y75. They're talking about Vivo Y75. And somebody clicks on this link, goes buys a Vivo Y75 from Amazon or Vivo's website, they get a commission on money. And you can see that these guys also use their Facebook page, and you'll see the same post here. Got it? It can, like in this case, you're just sharing this blog on Facebook, but very often these guys may have even linked, may have put out the same content on their Facebook page as well. So if you actually go to the Facebook page of Men's XP, they may have even released this blog on their Facebook page as well, and they get money out of it. So affiliate marketing is an interesting practice of monetization. Now, it's not easy to explain it in 5 minutes because there are so many structures to it, through social, content, SEO, 100,000, almost infinite ways of creating affiliates. So very often affiliates also have like some shady, questionable practices as well, right? So you might actually see that, in Instagram, for example, if you make a post and there's a beautiful image there, some people may come in there, hey, direct message me to promote this photo. And if you click and try to message this person, that person would be like, hey, give me 500 rupees and I will post this photo on my profile and try to get you likes, comments, right? Some of them are shady, some of them are questionable, very gimmicky, but sometimes things work. It could give you short-term results. Sometimes that person may take your 500 rupees and run away. So there are like very shady or questionable executions of this as well. That could be like the lowest layer to coming all the way up to, high quality players like BuzzFeed, MenSexP. They are also in a way affiliate networks or affiliate publishers in a way. Okay. So all the social media can also be used to sell effectively. For example, even on LinkedIn, I could have an affiliate. So I don't have a good examples to show you guys such that you can easily relate, because very often those are like very sophisticated software tools or things meant for certain subject matter experts. So not always easy, but LinkedIn also could have one or other execution of affiliates. Think of anybody promoting any other brand or product through content, social, incentivized couponing. These are all in a way affiliate networks. So that's one way of monetization, and you will see different executions of affiliate executions across various social media. So when you think of, hey, how can I make money on LinkedIn, Facebook, social? Very easy. The best way is for you to become an affiliate, but you have to build expertise, followers. That could be again through blog content, social, etc. And eventually you can work with brands to make money. And very often this is not always a disorganized network. I'm going to show you something here. For example, you can refer to this one called Share a Sale. So for example, Share a Sale is a platform. It's an organized platform where you can see here merchants, agencies, affiliates, they can all work together. So suppose I'm a merchant and I have a Share a Sale account. I can find people who want to promote my product here. Got it? So this is the affiliate account I have just logged into as an advertiser. Here I am the advertiser, and I am seeing various affiliates who are applying to me. So these guys could also come and reach out to me and say that, hey, I can put something up on LinkedIn. So all these social media, although you see a surface layer, underneath there are so many of these things operating. Okay, not easy to treat this in a structured manner because it's a bit of an unstructured industry and not standardized practices. It's not very, how do I say that? You could have so many different platforms that drive affiliates, and they could have enable affiliate marketing, and they could have various different ways of working. So again, like I said, not a standardized industry, but this is an underlying layer of the internet that kind of results in a lot of content, social, that you actually see as a consumer in your feed today. So there was one more thing I want to tell you about LinkedIn is that you might have heard of CRM solutions. You will always hear folks talk about various CRM companies. So what happens is there are SaaS businesses who are in lead. So I'm just going to drop it here. So these are especially for people who are in digital, who are in sales via digital. So not everybody just sits directly on LinkedIn and starts lead generation. They may very often have a tool. One example I'm going to give is, let's say, Monday CRM, or a number of tools are there, or Salesforce CRM. They go to these platforms, and that kind of acts as an interface between the sales manager and LinkedIn, because you not only use LinkedIn to generate, maintain, and engage leads, you might also use email, for example, SMS, for example. So it kind of unifies. So if you are a business owner, try to get into lead generation, not just directly on LinkedIn, but use these SaaS platforms that will help you manage these effectively, right? So, but why we are not teaching you that SaaS platforms is it differs for every industry. There are at least 5,000 CRMs globally, each CRM catering to a different industry, different category, a different size of business, etc. So there's, no unified platform like Facebook or Google, which we can use and just teach you and it's relevant to everybody. But that's how the sales happens on LinkedIn, right? Is it possible for yourself to becoming a target of affiliate marketing? See, affiliate marketing, it's not like everything is good or bad. It's a very wide term that encompasses everything. Think of it, what cred does for you, or you might have used Credit Karma. Credit Karma, for example, is this app that shows you various credit cards that work for you. Or think of BuzzFeed or Men's XP. They are all affiliate publishers of some large companies. So when somebody is promoting a product, it doesn't mean that they are lying to you, right? They are still writing about the features of that honestly. Think of movie reviews, right? So it's possible that, you know, when you read through a review, that person might have even taken money from the, and I'm not talking about the affiliate world. This is like a past example. Think of 1990 when the internet did not exist. When you read a movie review, that could be honest or could be false. If it is honest, very often you get it, right? You read it and you know, is it real? So even good quality affiliates are usually realistic. They don't always just write the benefits of a product. They're honest to their consumers, and that's what helps them build, you know, credibility in the market. So that's kind of the space. And then, like I said, it's unorganized because there are so many subspaces within there, right? But I just wanted to give you guys this practical perspective. So even if, you know, your friend comes and tells you that, hey, you know, I have found this way to make money on LinkedIn or money on Instagram, if it sounds very disorganized or shady, don't get into it. You know, it could not give you long-term result and could be a scam and things. But if things are structured, organized, you will have obviously, you know, much more, you know, there will be a lot more authenticities to what they discuss, right? It will be a lot more academic and things like that, right? Okay, so we move to Twitter. So Twitter, I don't have to discuss anything about Twitter. Thanks to Elon Musk, Twitter is famous again. Valuation of around $50 billion, right? $45 billion. That's like 4x the valuation of an Ola or a Swiggy, right? That big, that's the kind of valuation that Twitter is assigned. I think almost half of you might be using Twitter. Other half may have an account and are not active, but very simple structure. A little bit like Instagram in the way where you can follow somebody and that person not necessarily follow you back. But the power of Twitter is in its brevity, right? Very short messages, 280 characters. Some time back, it was even just 140. It was kind of restricting people. Therefore, it made it kind of 280. Therefore, you have to be clear, concise. You can share articles, videos, images. It can be professional. It can be personal. It's a very, very diverse platform in a way, unlike LinkedIn or Instagram. It could have extremely academic content, extremely technical content. It could also have propaganda. It could also have politically motivated, articles and stuff going around. Twitter. So I wanted to check, any of you here who has, like, forget 500, even 200, would you like to talk about what your Twitter is about, what you generally speak, how you manage to get those followers? Okay, so I assume that like nobody has a large following, but generally you build that followership because you put something interesting, engaging, fun, relevant, right? And over a period, people start following you. And because generally there are lesser people on Twitter, just to give you an example, India has 130 crore people, about 100 crore of them are adults. And this 100 crore, almost 70 crore, 60 crore have a Facebook account, right? But only 2 or 3 crore may have a Twitter account. So it's actually huge. Still 2 to 3 crore is huge, but percentage wise, it's not very high, right? That's why you don't see anyone and everyone around you being super active on Twitter. But a lot of things that happen on Twitter kind of gets carried over to other platforms, right? A cricketer puts out a tweet, you know, you might see various blogs carrying it, news outlets carrying it. So usually Twitter has a much larger impact than its actual followership, because whatever you put out there kind of starts circulating a lot more on other sites as well, right? So there are a few simple Twitter terminologies. Obviously, the post that you make on Twitter is called a tweet, and If you are sharing somebody else's tweet, it's called a retweet. Then reply and mentions, right? That's the same thing as Instagram or Facebook. You will know DMs, direct messages, and you will obviously know followers, which are, very similar to the meaning of followers on Instagram. So let's say you go and follow Elon Musk, you are his follower, but he doesn't have to necessarily follow you back, right? So it's like a one directional connection in a way, unlike, let's say, Facebook or LinkedIn, I accept somebody's connection request. LinkedIn also has a follow request, but I'm just saying there's an option to connect so that the connection is mutual. Twitter doesn't have that equivalent. It has more of a unidirectional flow. And obviously here comes hashtags. Now, when we discuss hashtags, so someone had a question about hashtags in the context of Facebook, Instagram as well. Now, various social media platforms look at hashtags slightly differently. There could be a certain platform where hashtags doesn't mean anything. There might be certain platforms where hashtags are extremely important, right? So across platforms, it changes. One more thing is that platforms also, for example, on Facebook is not very hashtag pro, but it's possible that in future, Facebook platform may actually start giving more attention to it, right? So all these things change. It's not hard coded. The importance of that in algorithms will keep changing, but the space where but something that's for sure is that on Twitter, hashtags are the driving factor. And when we go to certain Twitter profiles now, you will understand why, like, how that's kind of executes in the Twitter world. Yeah. So generally, now these are some things about the Twitter terminologies and hashtag terminologies. So, and I'll give you a simple advertiser friendly perspective on why to use hashtags. So think of Swiggy or Ola launching a campaign. Very often that social media campaign, if it's intent to have some talkability, will have a hashtag, for example, hashtag Holy with Swiggy or Christmas with Ola. Let's say if you want to promote some offer or some engagement linked to a festival. So very often you will have this short 3 or 4 words that are made into a hashtag. You will not have, and what that hashtags enable you is that all this software tools that you use or insight tools that you use or social media listening tools that you use, they can identify these hashtags. They are like a code to tell somebody that, okay, this is a conversation on the internet. So for example, if I am talking about this particular campaign of Swiggy of Ola, I could talk about it without putting a hashtag. But then whatever I write, it becomes very difficult to trace for the brand, right? So the brand always prompts the user to kind of use these hashtags so that it becomes traceable. And that hashtag also is kind of a marker to these algorithms to see what topics are trending. And very often hashtags are very intuitive also. So for example, when people talk about IPL, they just put hashtag IPL, right? You don't have to sometimes even teach people that, right? Or you might know the Me Too movement. Me Too movement was powered strongly by hashtag Me Too. So anybody talking about the difficult scenarios that they may have encountered in the past, they will just tweet about it with a hashtag. And Twitter algorithms, Instagram algorithms, etc., see all these hashtags and understand that, okay, this is a content that talks about this particular topic. And that's how it kind of, gains steam on the internet. Of course, one thing to do is when you think of hashtags, keep them simple. Don't put too many words, because if you have too many words, people are not going to remember, right? And if you have distinct campaigns, try to use different hashtags. If you are only using the same hashtag, the platform might also think that, okay, this guy just talks about the same thing. And give context when necessary. And if you're talking about something topical, like for example, IPL is happening, you have a funny tweet about it. Always when you make that post, always do the hashtag so that it gets picked up with trends. Twitter will get to know that, okay, this person is talking about IPL, and he has said something, so it may push it to the stream of people who are already watching IPL or following that hashtag, etc. Okay, now what I want you guys to do a small activity. All of you, please fire up Twitter on your desktop, or if you have a Twitter app, you can use that as well, and just fire up the home page and have a look at what is trending right now. So on your feed, you can see hash trends. So I will just wait for you guys to do this. I am online. Please do fire up your phones or desktop and have a look at the Twitter hashtags that are trending. Can someone tell me what is trending right now? You can leave it in the chat window. So Thor is back. If you guys hover around, you can also see a promoted hashtag. Can you tell me some of the promoted hashtags that you see along with the country that you are from? Yeah, so if you notice, Thor is launching. I mean, the Thor movie is up for release, right? And even the new Amir Khan movies are for release. And
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in digital marketing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
therefore, there are a lot of people promoting certain trends also, right? Probably the movie producers are pushing this out, right? This is the context of something called Twitter ads. So Twitter also has its ways of monetization. It's not just organic content. There are ways in which brands can push or promote certain content on Twitter. And very often these are also married to a larger campaign that they are doing. So it need not be something that's just on Twitter. So for example, when Coca-Cola has this campaign called Holidays Are Coming, and that will come every year. So it was started about 5-6 years back. And whenever they launch that campaign in the holiday season, they'll use this hashtag. It'll make a comeback. Sometimes you can even get, so if you notice, there is even a little, sometimes you can even get certain emojis included into their hashtag. I am not sure if that feature is available, but brands could actually kind of like even buy that in the past for a while. Not sure if that's available. I've not tried buying one in recent years, but you could have like fairly like unique hashtags, right? And people could associate that with that brand because that brand keeps using it periodically or seasonally. Sometimes even businesses use hashtags, so they could, and because what happens is even in Twitter, a lot of conversations happen on tech, e-commerce, startups, etc. So if you're someone in that domain, very often you will also follow a lot of folks in that particular domain, right? Therefore, Twitter is a very important tool for B2B as well. Hootsuite we will discuss soon. It's a very interesting company to learn. Hootsuite is a social media management tool. I would like all of you guys to go to Twitter and follow Hootsuite immediately if you have not already. Okay. So they use this to promote a lot of campaigns meant for social media managers to buy up Hootsuite. So Hootsuite is nothing but a simple portal that allows you to manage multiple social media platforms simultaneously. So let's say you have Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, etc., etc. As a social media manager, you can manage all of them. Let's say a post going out to all of these 5 individually, see all the data combined, rather than logging in, logging out of various platforms. You can do some amount of scheduling, a lot of things you can do. And that's a good example. And they're very good at using Twitter. Now within Twitter, these are some of the paid advertising options. You could promote certain trends. You could even promote your own account. So in this case, if you see Samsung TV USA, it says that it's promoted. So they are promoting their account to get more followers. And even you can promote certain tweets. This is a tweet from National Football League in North America. And you can see that they have promoted that particular tweet. And even within Twitter, you could also drive certain objectives. So I've just taken a screen grab of like the advertising platform of Twitter. Don't worry about it. Unlikely that you may have to run these advertisements, learn how to run these advertisements. They're very similar to Facebook and Google. So when you learn Facebook and Google, you will automatically be able to do this. You don't have to memorize the process. So when you actually have those sessions and you have those hands-on sessions, it'll be easy for you. But I'm giving you a little bit of visibility into that underlying advertising layer. So Twitter allows you to do all these kinds of campaigns. It can promote to drive certain app installs. It can be promoted to gain followers, just like Samsung did here, right? So Samsung TV did a promote account option. You can get people to engage with your tweet. Probably that's what NFL did here. And promote video views, drive awareness. You could have like a number of objectives that Twitter can help you establish. Twitter also has certain tailored audiences feature. So if you have a website and you have certain number of visitors coming to your site, you can push advertising specifically to that audience. Or if you have a list of customer emails or phone numbers, you can also upload them and run ads to them as well. So it's not like everything on Twitter is going to everybody. You can also go to very specific audiences and show your ads. And then of course, Twitter retargeting is somebody coming to your website, you are running an ad for them. Somebody comes to your site and makes a purchase, you can run an ad for them, right? All kinds of targeting you can think of. A lot of retargeting also happens on Twitter. And why Twitter is actually good for retargeting is also because it's not a very crowded advertising platform yet. Facebook or Instagram probably has more ads per minute, ads per scroll than Twitter. So sometimes it can be like really effective. It works for a small number of brands. And Twitter also has an analytics dashboard. So you go to your account, it will give you details like, okay, over the last 28 days, how many tweets did you put? How many people saw your tweet? How many people came to your profile? How did your follower count change, etc. And will give you certain suggestions and highlights as well. Now, there's a super interesting platform called Quora. I'm sure that not maybe 10 or 20% might be using Quora, but it's a unique platform with some features which are very different from other platforms, but it's always a very useful platform for you to represent your brand and reach out to certain kind of users, participates in discussions regarding your category and your brand. Quora could be super awesome. So any of you remember Yahoo Answers? It used to be very prominent in 10 or 15 years ago and later faded away. Anyone would like to share their story of how they used to use Yahoo Answers in the past? Okay, so Yahoo Answers used to be this platform where one could go and ask random questions. For example, hey, why am I struggling to stay awake in the afternoon, right? Or what kind of car should I buy? Because I have only so and so budget. People used to ask very sometimes silly, but sometimes intricate, sometimes technical, sometimes generic questions on Yahoo Answers. Quora is like a very refined version of that, right? People will come over and typically post questions about various topics. So I'm just going to go to a Quora account to show you guys what it may look like. So this is Quora. And and what I have done, for example, is if you go down, you can see people asking various questions, and there are people trying to give it various answers. And I'm going to go to the Quora page of a specific company. Sorry, my mistake. So this is a generic Quora page. When you log in, you may see something like this, where there are questions and answers, and there are topics that are being discussed. I can go to Quora page either of individuals, or I can go to Quora page of brands. And when you go to Quora page of brands, it's like a profile where you can see how the brand has interacted with various Quora users in the past. What kind of questions do they address? And that's also a great space for brands to promote their product. For example, this particular employee of this project management tool went and answered a certain question about Quora here, right? And that's the way you can kind of keep engaging with your prospective customers or people who are considering buying your product. So as a brand, what you could do is have your own profile. So once you have your profile, you can interact with businesses as a brand, answer the questions that they specifically have, list your credentials on your profile. For example, let's say if you have an ISO 9000 accreditation as a company, just mention that, so that people, when they come to their profile, know that, okay, this is a firm with credibility, right? And Quora is also a good space, like I said, for customer service. Very often people will go, if they have some concerns about your product or bad experience, they might go on Quora and rant about it or ask other users about it. So when you go there and answer those questions, you can kind of manage your customer woes and stuff. So for example, in this case of EduPristine, right? As a brand, suppose I work for EduPristine and I want to know, okay, what are the kind of questions that people are asking about EduPristine? I just have to start searching here and it starts showing me various topics and various questions. Got it? I could go and if I'm a brand representative, I could either go to these topics and participate in discussions, or I can select any of the specific questions people are asking and give it an answer. So that's more or less about Quora. It's a very simple platform to demonstrate versus like Instagram or Facebook. If a general Quora user provides an information, if it's about that person's credibility, generally people tend to add very specific details. So for example, if it's a scientist answering questions, that person may write details about his education, details about the research papers, etc. There might be brief mentions in their profile. So you always try to verify that. So anyone answering extremely technical questions should also prove their expertise. And that's how, so you may have to do a little bit of that. As a user, you may have to do a little bit of validation even outside of Quora just to be sure that, okay, you're taking advice from the right person. Verify any information provided by another Quora users. So now we have gone through a number of platforms, right? We started with Facebook, Instagram, etc., which are platforms that almost everybody uses. Then we started LinkedIn, which is more of a professional network. Then we discussed a little bit about Twitter, which is again very unique on its own. And then we have gone through Quora, right? Now that we have done a full circle of these platforms, we are going back to the strategy and planning aspect. So next, what we will do is, we'll come back to the aspect of social media management and get into the overall planning, purpose, how to combine all of these things together, etc. So that's the next 50 minutes or so of the class, right? Now, when we get into the discussion about how to manage all these platforms together, right? That kind of should round up some of the understanding that we are trying to build for you through this course, through the module of this course. So I'm going to revisit the goals that we had set in the beginning of the course. So this is what we said, right? When we go through this course, we'll get to this aspect of how are we and why should we define a company or business's social media goals, why everything we do should be tied back to the ultimate business, why it has to be aligned with stakeholders. That's something that we discussed in the first half of yesterday. We discussed like a lot of elements about, okay, how do you do competitive tracking, right? Or why is it important to doing competitive tracking on social media? And we also got into discussions about what not to do, what to do, how to enhance social profiles, whether your case for yourself or for the company, etc. And discuss some aspects of content strategy, right? What kind of content should we post? How should we identify the audience? What is generally the tone that each of the social media platforms may like, etc. Yeah. And then we go to this point where we say, hey, how do we do the tracking and analytics? So what we have also done is we have looked at, like, for example, when we showed Twitter, I also showed you the dashboard where all those insights are available. Same thing when we went through Facebook, we also just went to that insights tab of Facebook. But there are certain ways in which can be like seen at one place too. But like more or less, we have covered 85% of it. And these goals will be a little bit more clear. The last final 20% clarity will come in when we next go into the final 50 minutes of the session. So if you have noticed, there is all these 5 major platforms have 5 different kind of audience behavior, right? Each of them seem to have their own different set of rules and norms and stuff. And it can be very, and it's not just this 5, there could be a 6th or 7th platform like Pinterest, for example. They're slightly niche, but there could be other platforms that are relevant to your business. And it can actually get very overwhelming to a social media manager. So you have a number of tools to navigate this space. Now, this is something that's very important for you guys to know. So when you become a social media manager tomorrow, or very often, you may not be working everything directly on Facebook or directly on Twitter. You might have a lot of tools that will give you necessary guidance to use these platforms. Now, when you think of these tools, and I'm going to walk you through a few, remember that these tools, you don't need to by heart anything. You don't need to memorize, okay, what will each tool do for me? What will it not do for me? They are all platforms that has, when you log in, it themselves will educate you what to do. Okay. And all the tools that I'm going to discuss, they are not universal like Facebook or Google, in the sense that not everybody uses them. Okay. So we will discuss Hootsuite, for example. Maybe only 20-30% companies use Hootsuite. The other remaining percentage of companies may use multiple other different tools. Okay. So for example, in the past, I have heard companies use Sprinkler. I have had firms who use platforms like Sprout Social. So there are so many platforms. So in this case, when we are discussing any platform, don't worry too much about them. Like, if it's Google or Facebook, 100%, right? We tell you that, hey, this is Google Ads, this is how search works, understand this, learn, because it's near universal, right? Or when we are discussing Facebook advertising, we will try to give you a complete overview because 90-95% of businesses use them. But when it comes to these management tools, think of them as just moderators or aggregators or interfaces between all these platforms. Okay. So be very, very relaxed when you learn them, because you don't even have to, like I said, learn them or by heart them. When you log in, it'll automatically teach you how to use those platforms. Okay. So I want all of you guys to go to Hootsuite website. Just type in Hootsuite on your browser and you will go to the website of Hootsuite. Now, Hootsuite can give you a free sign up. Mostly it will give you a free sign up, and it can also give you various plans where, for the first month it could be free, first 1 week it could be free. Why I am not standardizing this for everybody is because if you are 70 of you searching, not all 70 of you are going to get the same offer from Hootsuite. They are going to customize it. It could be random, it could be landing page experiments. So not guaranteed that all of us see the same thing, but 90% of you should be able to open a free account on Hootsuite. And you may have to put your credit card details in. It may take a little bit of time for validation, but it's super simple. Just log into Hootsuite. It's a simple platform that will give you a lot of information about various social media platforms, what to do, what not to do. So it is kind of a guiding tool as well. So if you have an account and you log in, what you will do is obviously link all your Facebook profiles, Instagram profiles, Twitter profile, etc. So you just have to give the platform the username and password, and it will just show all your content together. So here, if you notice, it's just nothing. Facebook, various Twitter accounts. That's all. It's not showing anything that you already not know, right? Whatever you want to open up, you can open up here. So it's just one view of everything together. And that sometimes helps, right? Suppose you're a social media manager, you want to compare how does your Facebook look versus your Twitter looks, how does the post, how is it gathering insights? So there's nothing new to learn here. It is just simply a visualization, for example, of all of it together. It could be about you, it could be your competition, whatever you want to see, right? Sign up is very simple process. Very often you should get a free plan, but that's not always guaranteed, because they are also a website that's trying to make sales, right? So they will try out various models with various customers. It could be sometimes random and check what's happening. Very often you will get a standard free account. You can simply click and add each of your profiles. If you're a business owner, feel free to link your company accounts. And that's as simple as that. Everything would get connected. And once you connect, this is what you see. You will have various tabs, self-explanatory. And if you want to even make a new post, you can see a little new post button here. You can start that post and replicate across various platforms, then customize for each platforms. Even now, the most interesting aspect of Hootsuite is, and I will try to explain this with an analogy. All of you are, I think most of you are using Chrome browsers, right? And can you also tell me that on Chrome browser, you use various plugins? Can you give me name of some of the plugins that you use for Chrome browser? You can mention here in the chat window. So even I have certain tags here, extensions here. Same way, within Hootsuite, you can add other plugins on top of it. And these plugins are called apps. Okay. So when you hear of various other tools that will integrate with Hootsuite, it's nothing but different plugins. That's the best equivalence that you can think of. I'm obviously giving you a super simplified, oversimplified explanation, but that will help you understand this concept. So within Hootsuite, what has happened is a lot of developers. So if you go to Hootsuite, it will have an app directory. Just like, within Chrome, you can find a directory of Chrome plugins where you can go and browse, right? So for example, this is my Chrome, and I can find more extensions by, going into the Chrome plugins tab. Same way, you have an app directory where you will find other apps that you do a lot of kind of functions. So for example, some of you were asking, hey, how do I find some tool that will help me understand what hashtag is trending, or how to create the right hashtag, or think of all the use cases. Very often you have other apps who might have built small plugins that serve a specific function. So for example, when I go to the app directory, there are some apps here. For example, there's one that does Stream View for YouTube. What does it do? It schedules and bulk uploads your YouTube videos to Hootsuite. So you have Hootsuite kind of working as your management tool, but within Hoops, there are thousands and thousands of other minor apps who serve specific functions. So one way for you to become very efficient in Social Media Manager is that you keep going to this Play Store within Hootsuite, or this App Store within Hootsuite, and keep searching with keywords for these plugins that will do specific functions for you. Okay, and you will come across multiple those use cases. So even some of the Q&A that I caught, half an hour ago was mostly about, hey, where can I find a tool that does this for me? Very specific question, right? This and that in this particular platform. Very often you will find such apps that do a very specific function. You can install that into a Hootsuite. So Hootsuite so if somebody comes and asks me, hey, what does Hootsuite do? It doesn't do just one function. It enables you to reach various apps and plugins that kind of can do infinite number of functions. So theoretically, what has happened is Hootsuite can let you do even an infinite number of things, right? So, and what will happen is these are all small plugins. Okay, some of these plugins may get removed. Some of those plugins may, you might find better replacements come trend in the market and you can use them. So don't need to remember what plugin for what. It will be fairly easy for you to discover. One example of an app is Nexology. So it helps you figure out what is the right conversation to participate on Twitter. So Twitter may have a lot of noise. So Nexology may have some underlying data scrapping and content evaluation algorithms. And it might be using all of that to give you a little bit more refined output or perspective as to what's happening on Twitter. So, if I try to go directly to Twitter and then try to discover everything through the Insights tab or through my Twitter feed, I might get lost in the noise, correct? But Nexology as an app will allow you to find the right conversation. And that may not happen always. Sometimes these guys misfire. It could have a certain degree of accuracy, but you can still use that app to serve that specific purpose. You can easily find on Hootsuite apps. You can search. Sometimes what happens is when you search Nexology, you might also find other apps which are similar to Nexology popping up in suggestions. Just go click installs and it's part of your Hootsuite. Then, now this is something interesting that I want to show you. So if any of you have worked in customer support, you may have used a platform called Zendesk. So even when you are, let's say, talking to customer support specialist of any companies, very often they manage it in the backend through a service called Zendesk, which is for customer support teams. And Zendesk is one example. There are various other ones called Intercom and the likes that do this. Even they integrate with Hootsuite. Got it? So this way, what happens is your customer support tickets and your social media can be even in one space. So if you want to view, and Zendesk not only record social conversations, but there could be somebody, let's say, I'm just telling you why this could be important. Think of some customer who's unhappy with your product. Example, he goes, complains about it on email, complains it about on customer support chat, talks about it on Facebook, etc., etc., etc. So he may talk on both customer support channels and social channels about it. You want to get a singular view of what's happening. You may want to pull all this data together into Hootsuite and analysis. So Hootsuite anyway talks to Facebook or Twitter, right? So you get information from Facebook or Twitter. It can also take information directly from your customer support tool, which is Zendesk. So you can bring everything in one place. This helps you visualize everything better and manage things better. So in a practical world, a social media manager often works like this. Okay. That's where in some cases, you don't even have to remember too many details about how to do something on Twitter or YouTube or Facebook. Very often you are doing it through the interface of a Hootsuite or a similar product. And there are other examples also of products like Sprout Social. They're very similar to Hootsuite. Each of these platforms have their strengths and weaknesses, but because they allow you to integrate and customize, the actual number of features they have is in theory infinite. Got it? So you don't have to learn Hootsuite per se. You just get on it, use that as your base management tool to take care of everything, every requirement that arises. So in the real world, even when you have a lot of doubts, when you are making a social post, you want to check grammar, you might have an app within Hootsuite that does that, or Hootsuite may itself have a feature that does that, right? So in the practical environment, these tools will really assist you. So I know when we start conversations, all of you have so much fear and anxiety in your mind, right? Oh my God, how do I do this? How do I do that? But that's where I am saying that some of the fears that you think are like, oh my God, is a deal breaker today, are not even real concerns. When you actually get into the management, these tools themselves give you input. So for example, if I go to this Hootsuite, it and pulled in Zendesk itself is giving a lot of inputs about each, right? And kind of, and if I scroll back to the help tab, it itself will keep giving me recommendation. There are insights. If you go look on the left of the tab, there are like various other tabs you could navigate to, and it could give you information. It could give you content. Very often Hootsuite will itself send you newsletters on email saying that, hey, did you notice this algorithm changed at Facebook? Do this for better likes. So there's also another app called Buffer. Buffer just does scheduling, right? Very simple. So it's not always possible for you to be live at exact point of time to put out a post. You could just schedule, and that should take care of a lot of content management. So if you remember, when we spoke about editorial calendars in the beginning, we spoke about the importance of timing a post, right? And having a certain frequency of engagement. So you could have Buffer to manage this for you. I believe Buffer is also available as a separate tool, but do not even need to like by heart this. Like there are hundreds of apps who will do this for you. So this is, for example, an overview of how Buffer works, connect various social networks, and you can exactly schedule what to speak when. So if you see a brand put out a post at a particular time, for example, on Christmas Day, brands are putting out posts. It doesn't mean the social media manager is working on Christmas Day. She may have scheduled it 3 days prior, for example, right? So this is where it gives you control about operations. So you would notice when it comes to social media management, in a practical world, this is how everything gets managed. And you can literally walk in and the systems themselves will teach you, right? And the moment you are on Hootsuite, you're following their Twitter account, you're receiving newsletters from them, they will keep informing you about updates in the market.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in digital marketing, then Intellipaat provides a advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
Okay. And once you have all these basic tools ready, it's unlikely that you will get scammed or chase after wrong trends and things like that. So basically, when you get into management of emails, SMS, etc., there are softwares that do everything. For example, there are tools like CleverTap, who may have features like that. But again, nothing is a definite answer, because these apps also keeps changing their features, updates very frequently. So it's no longer like the old static world where, hey, you have one product, it has one features that you can only do that. No, almost every 2 or 3 weeks, this infinite number of products in the market, keep rolling out updates. So it could also have that functionalities. Just to give you an example, you might know MailChimp. You may have heard about it a lot. A couple of years back, or maybe a little bit, while back, MailChimp was just largely for email management. Send emails, compose emails. Over a period, they have added a lot of social features into their functionalities, and a lot of design features where you could design emails on their platform, right? So you will generally see these companies, what generally all of the ones that we discussed as SaaS companies, right? Software as a service, Hootsuite, Buffer, Sprout Social, anything that we discussed till now, right? They can easily add and subtract features. Yeah. So very often when you want to do a particular activity, the best thing that you can do is just do a little bit of research at that point of time as to what is the best tool for a certain activity. You will see tons of reviews on the internet, a lot of recommendations. You will see these platforms will keep sending you ads. And if you notice, I also tactically made you guys do something. I made you guys search and land on certain websites. Trust me, if you have searched and go to a Hootsuite website, I don't even have to teach you what are Hootsuite's competition or similar brands. Because you went to the Hootsuite site, other advertisers will start advertising to you. So when you walk out of the class, I've already set up the system to ensure that you're constantly getting information that is relevant to you. Okay. All I need is you guys searching for Hootsuite. Once you have done that, you will keep getting more ads from competition. When you click on them, you will start getting slowly start getting ads from various apps that are on Hootsuite. Trust me. So some of the apps that are on Hootsuite might start running advertisements specifically to you. And you will keep getting a lot more information in your social feed. So literally social feed, doing everything for you. I mean, your social feed is your teacher, right? The job of Umesh is just to give you that insight and get you started on the right behavior. You will learn yourself, or the social media platforms themselves will teach you. So one thing, okay, everybody asked, okay, how trustworthy are these plugins? Yes, you have to check the reviews, you have to check the ratings, see how many, so any app store, it's similar to when you use any plugin, it is very similar to how you evaluate any app on an app store or Play Store, right? On Google Play Store, before you download an app, you look at the rating, you look at the publisher, same, and you might even search about that app online and see some reviews. It's the same thing. It's the same universe. So trust me, anything in digital, although you guys are not even aware, all the basic things you're already doing. Okay, that's where nobody has to sit down and handhold you how to use a Hootsuite, because when you are in, how will you install an app on Hootsuite? By searching, evaluating with keywords. That's something you have been literally doing for last 15 years, because whenever you're installing any app on your phone, you do the same process, correct? So some of these things are very intuitive. When you get going, automatically you will do it. So you need an entry point. You need somebody to show you this around a little bit, which is the role of, coming in and taking a course like this, right? Okay, so we go into the last segment. This is called online reputation management. Now, I want you guys to pay attention to this, because this could be super important for your career. Because when you try to start out on a digital role or a social role, especially as a fresher, trust me, all of you will have that little fear and anxiety. You may not know some of the subject matters properly, or you may have an incorrect understanding. That's the reality of it. And that's absolutely fine. It's possible that, someone wants to get into digital and, he's not able to get a grip on search or SEO, struggling a little bit with it. And that's okay. You need not know everything in digital. You might just need an entry point to get there, right? One common space where a lot of get their digital exposure is online reputation management. So this person may have just started in customer support, but may move to handling social media for that client, right? And later move to the marketing side of social. So this could be a very good entry point for many. So it could be super relevant to many of you. And if you are in customer support, some of you might already be doing this. Okay. So basically, think of it 20 years back, if something went wrong with the company, at best, it will come out in some newspapers, or people may talk about it offline, right? So if there is a reputation issue, you can whitewash it by either, just making sure that the newspapers write good things about you, or, the word of mouth in the market is good. But in the social world, it doesn't work like that, right? Anybody complaining, you might remember the various issues that Indigo faced. For example, one of the staff manhandled a customer. Somebody picked up a video and posted it online, and in no time it's everywhere, right? So it's very important to manage reputation in the social and digital world. Yes. So he got into this space where he was using SaaS tools, and automatically became great at building his own social profile, right? So sometimes ORM is a wonderful space for you to start, right? If a very easy entry point for many to get into digital and social. So very simple thing. Once you have that reputation is when you would build your brand, build the trust. And it could be also a way to get rid of bad content about you. Like, for example, a customer, may have understood the product features incorrectly and might have complained about a product, saying that, hey, my product has this, it doesn't work, but it could be a misunderstanding from the customer. But if you are a smart customer support executive, you can, if you trace the complaint by the customer, you go and speak to him nicely, try to give him context, giving explanation. The customer realize, oh my God, I made a mistake. I understood the product incorrectly. And he may go and remove that review, right? Or you might also be doing, as a consumer, when you evaluate various products and you see customer feedback in any online portal, but the company comes in and addresses it and clarifies it, or even sometimes just apologizes, guys, we did it wrong, right? You will feel good about that company. Think of your food delivery companies or cab companies or online e-commerce companies. All of you do those reviews and you also check how the company is responding. So that process of that firm responding back to you is done through this practice called ORM. So it is not just social channels, it's all these reviews, all these channels where people leave reviews. For example, Yotpo, Trustpilot, so many different portals. Some can be very category specific. For example, the medical or pharma related, somebody may put it on WebMD, right? So many different portals, and ORMs kind of track and trace everything that's happening on the internet, right? And we already discussed some of the bad case studies, like Air India's check-in issue, very similar to Indigo's case. Nestle is a very interesting case study. Nestle used to have a lot of difficult environmental practices, and a lot of their corporate greed was exposed through social, and it really multiplied after social media kind of came through, right? And you cannot be arrogant to your consumers, right? You have to go in, acknowledge what's happening, and then address criticism in a constructive way. So the process of doing all of this is called social listening. So if you remember, when we started the course, we discussed 4 pillars, right? And one of the pillar was social listening. So ORM is kind of the more technical word for social listening. And you will have so many tools that will again help you do this as well. Just like you had tools for social media management, and some of the social media management tools also do social listening, right? Same way you will have like tools that will help you do that. So basically the steps are very simple, right? In terms of establishing this function. So suppose you're part of an ORM team, what do you do, or how do you strategize? So one is, of course, just listening, understanding what people are doing, talking to them, improving your reputation, create engagement. Even somebody is an unhappy customer, try to calm him down. Eventually he might talk good about you, right? And be chatty, be happy. Sometimes need not be even addressing a negative review. Someone's spoken about a positive review about the product, you go and talk to that customer, give him an additional discount, or prompt him to share his story with other consumers, right? And therefore you can slowly start doing it and keep scaling your activity such that you can measure your return on investment. Now, your return on investment can be in various means. One is, okay, I have an unhappy customer who might return a product. I avoided him that situation by talking to him and convince him to keep the product, right? Or it can be reviews. How many reviews are positive versus negative about me? So if you are doing a better task at ORM, your reviews will overall moving more towards a positive direction than a negative direction. So you can define it in various ways. For example, even like the tonality of customer feedback can be assessed through various tools, right? If somebody is talking harsh, if somebody is talking something harshly negative, somebody being sarcastic, somebody being nice, all of those emotions, a lot of tools can track on the internet, and you can use them to say that, okay, I want my overall sentiment about the company to be positive, and this is the goal that the customer service team or ORM team will chase. So these are the elements that we discussed. Obviously, understanding what people are talking about you. And here's another important aspect called message tagging. So this, for example, I've used Sprout Social to show this to you. This is very similar to Hootsuite, a lot of common features as well. And here, what if you notice, what the executive is doing is when he's logging in, he is looking at various comments by people which are available on the open internet. And to each comment, I can also give it a tag saying that, okay, this comment is negative. It should go to customer support team to be addressed. Or this comment is about a logistics issue. Can I have the logistics team look after it? So you can give very specific tags. And let's say there are tags like sales lead. So it may go to the sales team to convert the customer. Suppose someone is asking about a query. So in the background, when a listening process happens, this is what actually happens. So you not only read what's being said, but either through automation or manually, you kind of give it a tag so that it is actionable for various different business units in the company. Now, we discussed the reputation aspect. This is like a practical perspective. You prompt people to give a review, especially if they have, had a good experience with your product, right? So you can prompt that customer, hey, come leave a review. That's why, for example, even on after purchases, like Amazon would send you an email asking for reviews, and especially if the review is positive, you will see a gentle nudge to kind of do a little bit more, right, from any firm. So these are all like done by ORM specialist. So I already discussed Sprout Social and how they will let you track and respond all in one place. Then of course, engagement aspects we discuss, which is about like talking to consumers about the issues they have, talking to consumers about the positive experiences they have, and how to engage. And some brands are actually very chatty. Like one good example is if you go to Swiggy's Instagram profile and see the comments that people leave there and how they respond. So there are obviously some comments about orders and things not working or delayed orders, or there are some things which are purely service related. But you will also see brands, people just engaging with the brand like it's a person, sharing a funny comment, putting a sarcastic comment, talking about something that's happening otherwise. It's almost like you're commenting on a friend's page, right? Friend's profile. So you will see the brand kind of coming up with witty one-liners or puns, something to keep that engagement going. And here, another thing is also how fast are you to respond to the customer, right? And people are, expect a certain time, and that sometimes, almost some expectations are like unrealistic, where they expect that, okay, I put a issue with the customer, with the brand, and the brand should respond immediately. There is no gold standard as to what, but always try to go faster. And there's always like, studies available that will kind of talk specifically about the industries and what are consumer expectations in that industry. So very often you would see, companies kind of drill through their own data to understand, okay, what is like the right response time that I should have, or might even like take the help of other platforms, social media ORM platforms, and try to find benchmarks from there to understand how they should improve the engagement. And the last aspect is, of course, on the ROI tracking. So I gave you a little bit of preview when we lay down the overview, but you could always, look at those reviews, the quality of reviews, and whether are they a promoter or a distractor. All of these as ROI tools. Even anybody leaving a positive. So sometimes you could keep a count of how many appreciation posts have consumers put out, right? That could be a good ROI tracker. And one more thing that happens is these also effectively end up influencing your advertising. So suppose, when you search for products on Google search, if the brand has added reviews in their listing, along with the advertisement, you will also see that extension which shows the reviews. So a strong review can actually help improve your performance of your advertising, right? So a good ORM team always makes the work of marketing teams or growth teams easy, and vice versa. But some of the KPIs that you want to track, performance indicators you want to track, may not be even things that are directly related to customer service. It could be sometimes saying that, hey, I improve the click-through rate of our shopping ads by improving the overall ratings on the product. That could be a good ORM tracker. So fundamentally, think of this. Whenever you hear Oracle or Salesforce, they are large SaaS companies. In fact, the top companies of SaaS companies of the world are Salesforce, Adobe, and Oracle. These guys will have multiple suites and multiple solutions. Got it? So when somebody says, I know Salesforce, you have to specifically try to understand, okay, what software of Salesforce does that person know? They could have like 30, 40, 50 different products. Okay. So very often they will have a specific branding also along with that. They would say that Salesforce Marketing Cloud, or Adobe Customer Experience Cloud, and they would have different names. Very often you would see terms like cloud being used because essentially a lot of any SaaS is hosted on a cloud in a way, right? So of course, I'm also like oversimplifying some of these things, so don't hold me accountable to the technical language, but more or less what happens in the SaaS world is you may have one parent company and they could have multiple solutions, right? And one more thing that happens generally in the SaaS world is no features are static. Uh, like all these things keep updating very frequently. There could be weekly, daily, monthly updates. One more thing, all these softwares also try to derive their strength by being able to integrate with other platforms. So you saw, for example, how Hootsuite had opened up an app store for any developer to develop any product and just host on Hootsuite, for example, right? Which meant that the product potential that Hootsuite has is in theory infinite. So the SaaS world or the digital world, so maybe this is the reality since about maybe last 18 to 22 years, but it's even more prevalent right now. So you could be getting into the industry and you might actually wonder, oh my God, how do I learn this? How do I learn that? Very often, the system itself is built in a way that you will self-learn. But the important thing here is that, just going back to some of the pointers that we had discussed earlier. So the important thing is always, learn standard practices, right? When you come to a course like this, learn some of the basics, you would realize, okay, what are the things that I know about, which is, authentic versus what content is finicky, right? What content is dependable versus what content is not, right? And you may not get that, develop that sense immediately. That sense may come only after, going through a lot of ups and downs in your early days of learning. Do understand that that's natural. Don't worry about it, right? Increasingly, everything in digital is becoming more and more intuitive and self-learn. So that means that you just need somebody to kind of guide you, show you around a little bit in the beginning. After that, all these platforms are fairly intuitive for self-learning. So let's say you don't have to particularly remember, hey, how to run a Facebook ad within the advertising manager. You go to Facebook Ads Manager, there are so many pointers, information, guides, which will lead you there. And you would do things intuitively. Just for example, think of that time when you got your first Android phone or your first iPhone. You may have struggled for the first few days when you transition from a Java phone, a Java OS phone to an Android or an iOS. But after you figured your way around, nobody has to teach you anything, right? Even when Apple releases a new update, you figure out things by yourself. Any software that you work with is more or less the same. Things are only getting simpler over a period of time. So it will kind of help you do the right things by yourself. So when you start out, there's that starting trouble, and think of this as, learning driving. When you start to learn your driving, you will struggle. Suppose you're starting on a Maruti Swift and you're given any other car, you will hate that experience or you will struggle with it, right? It doesn't mean that the new car is bad or the instructor is not good or your co-rider is not good, right? Or the car is, or you're not good. It just means that in that initial phases, you will take that time to adapt. But somebody who has driven a car around for 1 or 2 years, even if it's just one car, even if I've just driven a Maruti Swift, I can easily go drive a Hyundai i20 after 1 year of experience, right? And when you make like sudden shifts, for example, someone's been driving a car, if you ask that person to drive a lorry, although fundamentals are similar, you might take some time to get used to driving a lorry, but it doesn't mean that you cannot drive a lorry. You're not able to drive it today, but in tomorrow you will be able to drive it, right? And that's what I mean when I say build a realistic understanding of your capabilities. Just have that awareness of where you are. Do not panic. There is no need to fret, no need to worry. You have most of the front ends, like by front end, I mean the Twitter feed or a Facebook feed available right in front of you. So even without you knowing, over the years, you have learned a lot of things here. So you're not starting from zero. You already have some learning. It's a little bit of a step when you start trying to understand it more technically, try to understand in a manner where it is relevant for your business or relevant for your job. That initial jitter will be there, but you will only learn and keep learning, keep researching online, because then you will also start getting more content in your feed, whether it is LinkedIn or Twitter, which is more relevant to your education. Okay. LinkedIn, I want 100% of you to be active on LinkedIn. Just to give you an example, in US or Canada, if I am to take a class, if it's for, let's say, 50 students, I would get nearly 40 to 45 LinkedIn requests, which means almost 100% of them are active and they immediately connected. In India, when I take the same class, I typically get about 40% or 30% sending me a request. So those are like those little gaps where you think of, hey, what is that one thing that one could do better, but you're missing out on, right? And so that's how you can kind of use social too, right? When you're LinkedIn, build meaningful connections. So if you have a career in mind, try to find people on LinkedIn who are already in that domain, network with them. Their content will start coming into your feed. Go to their profiles and see their career journey. What did they learn? What are their skills? What are their skill badges? What are the tools that they know? Who are their bosses? Who are the companies? From what company did this person go to another company? A lot of your career research can just happen on LinkedIn, almost like a self-discovery process. You don't even have to learn how to do it. You will intuitively do it, right?
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in digital marketing, then Intellipaat provides a advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience.